Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy Nate, and today we are going to be covering the second day of this nice little severe weather event. It's actually not really too nice, to be completely honest with you. It's been kind of a nuisance to most people. But regardless, we are going to be covering this event as this heads into the coastal Carolinas, into the mid-Atlantic, and we're gonna hopefully try and save some lives. What's up, everyone? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. We've already got a couple tornado warnings to talk about, so we might as well get right into it because we gotta warn people about all of these tornadic systems. So first things first, the tornado warning. Oh wow, okay, so Spartansburg County has already been canceled, so let's try that again. The tornado warning for Cherokee County, that'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This is mainly for just radar indicator rotation as a tornado. You'll see that it clearly has some decent rotation here. The classic hook characteristics that you can see right to the north of Cowpens, paralleling the I-85 areas heading towards the Gaffney areas. So if you live near Gaffney, if you live along United States Route 29, if you live along the Interstate 85 areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out for everyone. To try and tell you all where these storms or what time these storms are going to be heading into your general vicinity. So this will be heading into the Gaffney areas in about 5 minutes. So that's the time frame you need to get into your safe space now as soon as you're there. Anywhere along State Route 11 and State Route 18 near Gaffney, you just need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. So this is in South Carolina. This is heading towards the general vicinity of Gaffney.
Jr. Super Chat $5. Imminence see a tornado in a warning in the rain.
You're in SC, a tornado in a warning in the rain. I'm sorry, I just had a, I'm trying to comprehend. But Vasily, thank you for the $5 super chat. Yeah, there is a tornado warning. It is pushing on through, as I mentioned, in the Gaffney area. So if you live near like Mayo, you live like Spartansburg, or near Saxon, Valley Falls, stuff like that, you guys are in the clear. But Gaffney, you have about 5 minutes before this storm actually pushes on through, so you need to take your proper precautions. We're getting tornado warnings across the board here. Actually, we just got a new tornado warning for Bryan, Chatham, and Jasper counties. That'll be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or Eastern Standard Time, I should say. No, it's Eastern Daylight Time, I should say. Getting all mixed up over my time zones. Let's take a look here at this storm. This will be approaching the Savannah area, so if you live near Savannah, you really need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be crossing over the I-95 area in about 5 minutes. It's just to the north of Richmond Hill, about to pass over State Route 204, so that's about the time frame that you have. I'd recommend that you live along, if you live along I-95, south of the intersection of 95 and I-16, you need to go ahead and get into your safe space now. If you live near Silk Hope, you have about 15 minutes, maybe a little bit more time, but still, I'd recommend you get into your safe space. Then Savannah, you guys have a half an hour until the storms actually start marching through your areas, so you have also a little bit of time before this storm actually continues to push on through. So if you really need to get into your safe space, take proper precautions, like get protective gear, get helmets, get pillows, get mattresses or whatever, just in case if this tornado does spawn and does do damage. You do not want any of the debris to impact you in any way, shape, or form. So that is something to keep in mind as this heads off into the Savannah vicinity. Just by taking a look here further at the storm, there is a little bit of an updraft characteristic. A supercell for tornadoes typically needs an updraft and a downdraft. So this is the downdraft right here. This is all the rain. The downdraft actually starts to swirl around as outflow. Inflow is a little bit clogged. There's a lot of thunderstorms around here, which means that this storm isn't really as organized as you typically would think it is, but it is still something to keep in mind as this continues to move on through to the north and east, that if you live near Savannah or just in the Savannah metro area near Silk Hope, near Garden City, Port Wentworth, Pooler, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Let's move down further south into the Florida areas. There is another tornado warning here for Alachua and Gilchrist counties. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If we take a look here, you can clearly see the curling characteristic in the thunderstorm. This is the hook signature that we would typically look out for. There actually is in two specific areas, but the major one is just to the south of High Springs near the town of Clark, near the town of Haley. So if you live near those areas, if you live anywhere along United States Route 27, anywhere along Interstate 75, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So just for reference, this rotation is currently to the south of High Springs, to the north of Newberry. It is actually almost right in the middle near the town of Haley, actually a little bit north of Haley, to the south of the town of Clark, moving off into the Alachua. I can't see because there's a severe thunderstorm warning in the way. It's heading off into the town of Alachua, I should say. Geez, I can't speak. So Alachua counties and Gilchrist counties, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, get into your safe space, as this is heading off into your general vicinity. Just by looking at the velocities, you can clearly see there is rotation. The green's moving towards the radar, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, near the town of Clark, just to the south of the town of High Springs, moving off to the north and east. So let's get some timings out here for everyone to be able to tell people where this tornadic system is heading off. This will be heading off across the intersection of United States Route 441 and the I-75 areas in about 5 minutes. So if you live in and around that intersection, you need to get into your safe space now. You have no time to dwindle and ponder life and trying to find a tornado, because it will be right in your vicinity as soon as you get this transmission. Then it'll be heading into the cross areas, the La Crosse areas, I should say, near the State Route 121 areas. So if you live over there, you have a little bit of time. It's about 15 minutes until that storm actually starts to move over. So if you live in that general vicinity, you need to continue to monitor this as this heads off. You could potentially have a little bit of a tornadic situation heading into your general vicinity. So just keep in mind that if you live in those areas that I called out for within this tornado warning, you need to get into your safe space. If you also know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to get into their safe space. The tornado warning up in South Carolina has now expired, I believe. So that is the good news here. Either that or it is weakened below severe capabilities. But still one of those things where you need to continue to monitor the situation as time will go along. The event won't pass until it'll be later on into the evening, maybe even into the overnight hours. So I would continue to monitor the National Weather Service, especially if you are up into the Carolinas. Let's go back over to the cell over in Savannah. The tornado warning there for Bryan, Chatham, and Jasper counties. The rotation has weakened just slightly. That is the good news, and we could clearly see that as well. We can clearly see that as that continues to move on through. There isn't really as much of an inflow notch to where it could intake all the energy and be able to sustain. Instead, you have all these thunderstorms, all this cool rain that is kind of killing off all the warm and moist inflow that thunderstorms would typically want. So that's the good news, that it only was as strong as it was for a short period of time. But there is still a little bit of rotation that is heading off over the State Route 204 areas. So if you live near State Route 204, if you live near the intersection of I-95 and I-16 in Georgia, just to the west of Savannah, you need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now. So as I mentioned, it'll move off into your general vicinity, and you need to get into your safe space. I'm trying to see if I have any extra tabs here that I may want to use to put. I think I should use the Jacksonville radar for the storm now. It's probably the better radar. That way it can get a wider search as well as the line a bit easier. So, yep, as I mentioned, there is 2 tornado warnings, one for Alachua and Gilchrist counties in Florida. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And then you also have the tornado warning in Georgia that is heading off into the Savannah metro areas. That'll be in effect until 3:30 Eastern Daylight Time. So you need to continue to monitor that with the utmost care. I'm trying to look at some of these other cells across the board. I don't see any that have real tornadic rotation. Someone asked if Jacksonville was all right. They aren't being impacted by any of the major storms right now, but you could still see some scattered cells that push off into your area in about an hour or two. So that is something to keep in mind with that. Yeah, let's stick on this cell that's heading into Savannah right now. As I mentioned before, there is that tornado warning within your vicinity. You also have a little bit of rotation on this cell. It is weakening a little bit. Alachua, yep. Accent on ah. Oh, well, that makes sense. Now I know. You can definitely tell I'm not from these areas. Yeah. This is what you get for listening to a guy who lives in the upper mid-Atlantic. He lives up in the Pennsylvania areas, so fun times with that. But yep, as I mentioned, the areas heading into Savannah is really starting to get impacted, more or less because of the strong gusty winds. It doesn't seem to be a lot as tornadic as it once was, which is mainly because of how disorganized these thunderstorms have been. So that is the good news with all of that. Is Lumberton, North Carolina going to get hit hard, I should say. Jesus. I'm still tired from yesterday's stream, guys, if you guys couldn't hear it in my voice, but yeah, if I go off on a rant that no one knows what's happening, please feel free to call me out in chat. That way I can try and get the information out as best as possible. All right, so Lumberton, you guys could get hit later on in the evening. So you guys aren't particularly in the clear right now. It's more or less just one of those things where you guys aren't getting impacted by the thunderstorms at the moment, but then later on in the evening, you guys very well could. So that is something to keep in mind. Let's see, Bluffton, South Carolina. Let me take a look at this real quickly. If you guys are new to the stream, by the way, and you do want to support me, please be sure to leave a like. It gets onto YouTube's algorithm and tells YouTube that the people who watch this stream actually like it, and that more people should look at this stream as well. So if you really want to help support us and get more people to look at this, look at the live stream and understand as to what type of severe weather people can be impacted, please be sure to do that. If you're new to the channel, we do live streams like this when the severe weather is supposed to get bad. There is a 10% chance of tornadoes today, as well as a additional 10% chance of you seeing those tornadoes being significant. So EF2 and above, we need to treat this with the utmost caution and continue to live stream this event as it unfolds in front of us. So that is something to keep in mind with that. So someone asks if Bluffton is all right. Bluffton's outside of the tornado warning at the moment, but these set of storms should be moving off into your general vicinity relatively soon. You'll see a nice band of thunderstorms that'll be moving off into your general vicinity in around, I'd say, 10 minutes, maybe 5 minutes whenever you hear this transmission. So same shirt as yesterday. No, I actually have multiple of these shirts because the tennis team, you had to have to buy a bunch of these different shirts. So it just so happens that I picked up another one of these, and these are relatively warm. So I decided to, pick it up. Let us see. Yeah, by the way, I just want to say to all the people who came out yesterday to yesterday's live stream, I gotta say, the support from all of you has been absolutely tremendous. Yeah, we hit, I think it was 1,470 some odd people at one time come out to the stream. That was absolutely insane. That smashed my record of my record was set on Saturday. It was broken on Saturday originally because my highest I've ever had on a stream was last Easter, the Easter outbreak, and I had 374 people. Then on Saturday, which was the tornado event that happened in the Northern Panhandle, we had 683 people come out, which was amazing. But our record yesterday, and drum roll please, before we get into this tornado warning, because I did mention before that this storm could continue to move off into the La Crosse areas. We'll get into that in a second. The record, and drum roll please, now is 1,475 people at one time. That is absolutely amazing. The fact that that many people came out and tuned into the stream, they could have went to any other live streamer, whether it was on YouTube, it could have went to James Spann, could have went to the Weather Channel, whatever. The fact that that many people came out to my live stream and wanted to pay attention to us and what we do and what we try to tell people about severe weather is absolutely mind-blowing. So I just want to tell you all, thank you. I really do appreciate it. And the fact that we got over 1,200 subscribers in a day was absolutely mind-blowing. So I appreciate all that you have done, what everyone is doing. Yes, we will get the room tour video done. It will most likely be tomorrow when I actually start filming the room tour video, because I did promise everyone that I would do a room tour at 2,000 subscribers. I didn't have 2,000 subscribers last Wednesday, or at least we finally passed 2,000 subscribers last Wednesday. So the fact that we're almost at 4,000 subscribers, absolutely amazing. Anyways, let's get back into the tornado warning. There's a new tornado warning for Alachua, Bradford, and Union counties in Florida. That'll be in effect until, I believe this is 3:30. Yep, this is 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You can clearly see here on reflectivity the classic hooking characteristic with a bit of a ball down at the bottom. So I mentioned before that if you live near the La Crosse areas, now the Santa Fe, anywhere along the State Route 121 areas in Florida, all the way up into Worthington Springs. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Then after that, after the storm moves through those general vicinities, which will be impacting you as soon as you hear this transmission, it'll be heading off into the Brooker areas in about, I'd say, 5 minutes. So that's how long you guys have before you guys can get into your safe space, and the tornadic rotation will be impacting you all. Then after it crosses over the County Road 18 areas into the New River areas, actually it'll be impacting the New River areas in about 15 minutes. So you have a little bit of time. You guys could continue to monitor the situation if this does produce a tornado. Get helmets, get pillows, get mattresses, get protective gear, anything that can be able to put multiple walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Do I think the severe weather that we've had over the past week is a sign for what is to come? Honestly, I hope not. But I think this is a strong warm-up, if you know what I mean. I don't think it will be, the severe weather season will be significantly worse than what has happened within the past few days. Like, if you can put that into an accumulation of what severe weather is going to be like from today all the way back until last Wednesday, you can expect something like that on a weekly basis in like May and stuff like that over Oklahoma and Texas. But in regards to like the intensity across the board for severe weather season, I don't think it'll be as bad as what happened or what has happened over the past few days. So that is something to keep in mind. That's just my opinion. But regardless, you're going to want to pay attention to the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center as you continue to get closer and closer towards severe weather events, just like this one today. So we covered this one. We got to go back over to the tornado warning over for Savannah, because that thing is still going on strong with this storm. The rotation actually has kind of moved out of the warning, which is the good news, but you'd now have some strong gusty winds. I knew there was someone in the chat who lives near Bluffton. You guys are now going to be impacted by some strong gusty winds, and I would not be surprised if you guys get a severe thunderstorm warning off of that. But otherwise, I would go indoors. You have a line of storms that will be pushing through your area, and they'll be staying there most likely for the next 30 to 40 minutes, mainly because there's a bunch of these other thunderstorms behind it that'll be moving off into your general vicinity. So it'll be this elongated line of storms that'll just be pushing over. Yesterday was underwhelming. What made the event fail? So, how can I explain this? If you guys were in the beginning of my live stream, there for the beginning of my live stream yesterday, I said that this event in its own way, when it comes to the strength of tornadoes, will be similar to Easter, but on a widespread scale, it will not be the same. And I feel like a lot of people, including myself at the beginning, were trying to compare this to things like April 27th or Easter or stuff like that. And you can't exactly do that with these systems. And it's a reminder to all of us that every event is different and that we cannot expect things to be the same like other events, because that's not how the weather works. We can't predict like that. We have to be able to continue to monitor these systems as best as possible, especially when events like yesterday or events like Easter or events like the April 27th outbreak or the April 2011 outbreak. When stuff like that happens, the only thing we can do is monitor it and warn people. So, can't really say for sure if those events are going to be, as bad as they are beforehand. But in my opinion, what made the event not as big was because the wind shear was not as strong as prior events. Especially, I said it before in the beginning of my live stream. I said the wind shear for the event yesterday was not as strong as the wind shear for the tornado outbreak that we had on Saturday. So that is another thing too. We still had strong tornadoes. Don't get me wrong. We had really strong tornadoes. Waynesville had multiple, and I mean multiple rounds of tornadoes. There was even one near that went from Waynesville to Sealis. Sealis got hit hard. I'm sure most of you guys have seen that on Twitter already. That was a strong tornado. And I'm pretty sure too that if any of those tornadoes were near a radar site, everyone would be up in arms and they wouldn't be complaining about the high risk. Maybe the 45%, but you know, I'm pretty sure if those tornadoes were closer to a radar site, no one will be complaining about the high risk. But it wasn't, and people are complaining. And apparently you can't get both ways, even though the people out in the rural areas are, those people's lives are just as valuable as the ones here in Savannah. So I just don't understand it, but that's just my opinion as to why the event didn't do as well as people thought it would. And at the same time, you can't really blame the Storm Prediction Center for doing all that they could. The tornado warning for Savannah, by the way, has been canceled and or expired. I think it actually expired. Yeah, it looked like it did. So that's the good news. Savannah just is getting a round of thunderstorms in their general vicinity. I don't expect too much more from Savannah if you live over there. Your thunderstorms, it's really going to just be those. You might get a severe thunderstorm warning. You might get a tornado warning, but honestly, there isn't really all too much activity and organization from any of these thunderstorms to produce tornadoes. I mean, maybe up near Hilton Head, kind of ish, but it's not exactly, you know, doing anything right now. So if it does start to do anything, it'll start to head off more into the Frogmore areas in the Buford. Let's take a look back at the tornado warning over near La Crosse and Santa Fe. And, you know, these events right here, obviously everyone knows it rains like every day in Florida. So Florida's used to just rain in general. But, you know, with events like this where the low pressure system and the cold front passes by, you can tend to get these supercells that develop along the line. And in this case, we have that. We actually have our supercell with echotops. If you guys aren't familiar to what enhanced echotops are, it's basically when the radar looks at these thunderstorms, they send their little beams out and they try and figure out how high rain suspends up in the sky. So when the clouds, I should say, the clouds with the rain is suspended all the way up, according to the radar, up to 40,000 feet, which is really tall, extremely tall. So, you know, you have your own little supercell here that's passing on through near Santa Fe. It's not all too strong at the moment, but I mentioned before it will be heading near the Brooker areas, near the New River areas eventually. But if you live near Brooker, I mentioned that you need to get into your safe space now. It'll be impacting you within the next 5 minutes, and then it'll be heading off into the New River areas in about 10 minutes. So if you live near New River, you need to get into your safe space, but definitely you need to get something extra like helmets or pillows before you head down there. But don't dawdle too much. Don't spend much of your time getting protective gear. If you can't find it, it's not that big of a deal. Get into your safe space. It's kind of like, you know, weighing your options and seeing which one would be more effective into, you know, protecting yourself. Would it be staying above ground but putting on a helmet? Or like, that really shouldn't be the best thing. Staying on the outer parts of your building but just putting on a helmet and having a tornado going on through, or getting underground without a helmet and having a tornado go over you. You kind of see what I mean? So just don't dawdle through trying to find anything and everything. You know, you have 10 minutes. So use those 10 minutes wisely and get into your safe space within those general vicinities. Let's go back over to the Carolinas real quickly. We haven't been over there in a while, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning for Cherokee, Spartanburg, and Union counties. That'll be in effect until 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So that is something to keep in mind, that there are other thunderstorms that are pushing on through. This one actually, right here near Pauline, heading into the Jonesville areas. This one actually is developing a bit of a hail signature. This thing could potentially be dumping smaller amounts of hail. Actually, that isn't really too small. It's 8/10 of an inch. So there is a little bit of hail dumping near the Pauline areas, just to the east of Pauline, heading into the Jonesville areas. So if you live near Jonesville, if you live near United States Route 166, 176 from Union all the way up to Spartanburg, you need to go ahead and just get into your safe space, honestly. Well, not really get into your safe space. Get indoors. You do not want to be pelted by hail. You do not want to be pelted by gusty winds. And one thing that I do want to mention as well is that there is a little bit of rotation on this. It's not exactly all too defined. It's not as strong as the one down to the south in Florida, but it does still have a little bit of rotation, so that's something to keep in mind. Someone asked what's happening over in Virginia Beach and what it's looking like over there. I will say your event is not here yet. It's planned out to be a bit more towards the overnight hours, if you know what I mean, but you are experiencing relatively clear conditions right now. You do have thunderstorms all the way on the opposite side of the state, so that is still something to keep in mind too. But for the most part, Virginia Beach is in the clear at the moment, but not completely out into the clear, if you know what I mean. I want to go back actually to these cells. I know there's some cells that are moving through into West Virginia right now. There's nothing in Illinois. Charlotte. Okay, so yeah, Charlotte's right here. So there's a line of storms, large line of storms that are actually approaching places like Charlotte. This is a bit more of a gusty wind threat, in my honest opinion. You can see how there isn't really a whole lot of grays or greens. So for the most part, these gusty winds are just kind of surging through, and you'll possibly experience some gusty conditions up to 35, maybe even 40 miles per hour. Maybe even into 50 if you get into some of the stronger amounts. But it'll be heading off into the Charlotte vicinities in about 40 to 45 minutes, depending upon where you live. You know, if you live near Gastonia, you're going to be impacted within the next, say, 5 minutes. But if you head off closer into, you know, the Belmont areas, you're about a little less than half an hour, actually. You're about 25 minutes before it starts to head into your general vicinity. Then Charlotte, it'll be heading off into the downtown areas in about 40 to 45 minutes. So that's something to keep in mind with all of that. Let's see. What else is going on here? Buford, South Carolina is just raining. I feel like I've heard Buford before. Hold on. Isn't that down here? Yeah, it is Buford. Yep, there's Buford. Yeah, you're getting a lot of just straight up gusty winds. If there was a tornado threat, it's already past you, because it's just this giant thunderstorm that's really passed off to your east. It's heading off more into the Frogmore areas, but you have a lot more of your gusty winds and rain in and around your general vicinity. It actually really isn't all too gusty over there, isn't it? So it'll be a lot more rain heading off into your general vicinity. And then just as a radar scan passes through, just for me to assess if you're going to get any more rain. Yeah, you most likely are going to get a lot more rain. Would not be surprised if this lasts for another, say, 20 to 30 minutes, maybe a little bit more if there's more thunderstorms that develop behind this. But as of right now, it doesn't seem to be a lot, you know, anything too huge. But Buford, yeah, there's definitely a couple rain showers heading through your general vicinity. So Bluffton, Hilton Head Island isn't exactly going to be impacted just yet, but they very well could be later on. And actually, I'm seeing something really interesting. It's kind of piquing my interest a little bit. This storm is something that I'm going to have to watch as it continues to get closer towards places like Charleston. Actually, it might go out to sea, so that is something to keep in mind. But yeah, that is really, really interesting. It does seem to have a bit of an updraft characteristic, a bit more of a supercell type component within that storm. But what about Cabarrus County, North Carolina? So I mentioned before the places around Charlotte, they'll be impacted by some line of storms that'll be pushing on through in about 45 minutes. So because you guys are a bit more to the north and east of Charlotte, you guys will be experiencing it in around 45 to 50, maybe even 55 minutes. So that's something to keep in mind with all of that. Did I already mention Columbia, South Carolina? So no, I actually did not. But I can talk about it real quickly. So Columbia, South Carolina actually has a little bit of a supercell or a thunderstorm that's moving off just to its west. But the good news about this storm right here is that it is looking like it's moving off to the north of your general vicinity. And that is the good news, obviously. We do not want any sort of tornadic development within your general areas. However, real quickly, I do want to go. I'm gonna actually move this radar over to Columbia, and then I'll move the other. I'll move this over to places like Wilmington later on once the line continues to move on through. However, there's still the chance for the line of storms to continue to extend down further, and you could for sure see some more thunderstorms that could be impacting your general vicinity. I don't see them to be impacting you anytime soon, probably within the next hour or two, but it is still something to keep in mind. But yes, for people who are asking, this is a bit of rotation. I might as well talk about it because it is something that I have just noticed, and then we are going to head down to the tornado warning back over in Florida. But for right now, there is a bit of rotation here near 96, heading into the Chappelle's area, as well as the Silver Street and Newberry area. So if you live over in that general vicinity, if you live along State Route 34, moving from 96 all the way over to Newberry, or I'll just say Greenwood all the way over to Newberry, you guys need to monitor this storm extensively. I would not be surprised if the National Weather Service in your warning forecast area issues a severe thunderstorm warning or maybe even a tornado warning with this storm. But that is really something to keep in mind. And you can easily see the greens moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. It starts to form this counterclockwise rotation, and that is where the tornadic rotation would be on the storm. So that is something to keep in mind as this moves off to the north and east. You're in Wilmington. How screwed are you all? So you guys aren't exactly too screwed, but you do have a 10% chance for tornadoes today, so that is something to keep in mind. Actually, real quickly, let's just do this because I feel like this will be a whole lot easier to describe what the risks are for today. We can just take a look at the Storm Prediction Center's convective outlook. An enhanced risk has been issued for very southern parts of Virginia all the way down to the coastal Carolinas, extending into places like Charlotte, Raleigh, Savannah, all the way down here. You guys were in a tornado warning just a second ago. It'll be extending to like the Myrtle Beach vicinity. So if you guys live in the enhanced risk, you guys could typically, if you think of it on a scale of severity, you guys are a 3 out of 5 today for the chance of severe storms. Then you also have this yellow risk right here. This is a slight risk. It extends into the southern central parts of Virginia all the way up into West Virginia, parts of Ohio and into Kentucky, all the way down into the Appalachians like Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, down into Georgia, all the way down into Florida near Jacksonville and Daytona. So that is something to keep in mind as well. And then your marginal risk, which extends from Delaware, Maryland, all the way over into Pennsylvania. I'm sad because I live in Pennsylvania, but I'm excuse me, I'm too far north of the marginal risk, so I am not getting any sort of strong storms there. But the marginal risk extends all the way down, and it continues to move into Georgia and ends off into places like Orlando. So that is something to keep in mind as well, that these other storms could be pushing on through into those general vicinities. Hail, it was 30% yesterday. The Storm Prediction Center has then had regrets and has downgraded it so that now it's only a 15% chance. So 15% chance, which includes south central Virginia into central North Carolina and north central South Carolina, as well as the chance for some cells that move into places like West Virginia, southern Ohio, and little parts of Kentucky. So something to keep in mind, that there is 2 areas of 15% chances of hail, and you guys, if you are in either the 5% or the 15% chance, you have that probability of you seeing 1-inch sized hail or larger within a 25-mile radius. So that is something to keep in mind. The wind, it was 45% yesterday. It has then been downgraded to a 30%, mainly because it will most likely be localized around, I know someone said lived in Wilmington, but yes, it's the Wilmington to Hatteras areas, as well as the Myrtle Beach areas. So this basically includes places like Raleigh, Fayetteville, down all the way into Wilmington and Hatteras. So if you have a 30%, if you have your 15% that extends all the way into Ohio, all the way down to Florida, you guys could experience that percentage of you seeing wind gusts over 58 miles per hour or greater. Then here's the icing on the cake, and the main reason why there is an enhanced risk today is that there is a 10% chance for tornadoes. You see this yellow circle right here, and it extends all the way down into places like Savannah, all the way up into places like Charlotte, into central parts of North Carolina like Raleigh, just to the south of Norfolk. So that is something to keep in mind too. All the way into like Hatteras and Wilmington. Mainly there's going to be the chance for some discrete cells that push on through, especially off the coast. But as of right now, widespread 10%. So whether you're in the 10%, the 5% that extends into places like West Virginia and Ohio, all the way down into Georgia and Florida, you guys have that percentage of you seeing a tornado within 25 miles of a point. But there is one thing that is a bit additional, a little bit extra on this risk. And you can clearly see that there is this black circle with a bunch of dotted lines in the 10%. And what that means is that there is a hatched risk, or a risk that basically says that something worse could potentially happen within that circle. And in this case, with the tornado risk, if you have a hatched risk, this is a 10% chance or greater probability of you seeing strong tornadoes, such as EF2 all the way up to possibly even an EF5. So that is something to keep in mind with this system, that as this continues to move on through into the evening, these lines will continue to push on through your general vicinity and create those hazards. Let's take a look at the timing here for you all. Try and figure out when these storms will be moving through where. So we can see there's already scattered storms that are impacting just to the east of the Appalachians, if not around the Appalachians. I think this is to the east of it, though, if I know my Carolina geography correctly. These line of storms will continue to move on through. You also have a set of storms near Savannah that'll be pushing off into Charleston. That will continue to move on through Charleston all the way up to the 5 o'clock hours, and to where you guys could see more thunderstorms later on that evening. Then at around the 4 to 5 o'clock hours, you can see more of these thunderstorms push on through into places like Charlotte, all the way off into the central North Carolina vicinity. There isn't really a lot of populace into southern Virginia, but it's over there. But you guys also have this chance for some scattered storms across the board here in Kentucky and West Virginia, as well as Ohio. So there very well could be the chance for some cells that can maybe be tornadic, maybe produce hail, maybe cause some gusty winds within those vicinities past the cold front as well. So that's something to keep in mind with all of that. Then, as the thunderstorms continue to move on through, you can see the first line that went through Savannah and Charleston move offshore. It'll be impacting places like Myrtle Beach and Wilmington at around 7 o'clock. But then you also have your new line of storms that extend from DC all the way down into places like Columbia in South Carolina, and that will continue to move on through as a tornado threat as well. But you also have all of these supercells, or not really supercells, these general thunderstorms that could be either could cause some gusty winds or maybe even be tornadic across places in the Appalachians. So that is something to keep in mind as well, that there is other chances for some severe storms in places like Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia, maybe even more into Virginia. That is something to watch as this event unfolds here in front of us today. Then as we get into the overnight hours, you can see the line of storms start to kind of finish up and push on through. And by midnight tonight, the event for everyone should be over. So that is something to keep in mind with all of this. Let us see. That should be a general overview for everyone in the Mid-Atlantic. I want to talk about southern Georgia into Florida real quickly, because I know I have viewers over there. This should be very brief, though, so we'll get back into the analysis here in a second. But you can see your line of storms will start to move on through into places like Jacksonville, all the way down into central parts of Florida, and that'll continue to move on and create some general thunderstorms to push on through. And it'll be impacting the Tampa areas at around 8 o'clock tonight, as well as the Daytona areas in about that time frame. So really one of those things where there's going to be more thunderstorms that'll push on through. It'll be a lot weaker, in my opinion, as it gets later on into the evening and overnight, but still something to keep in mind with all of that. I'm hearing some things about how the cell that we talked about earlier got severe warned. That is indeed what has happened. It is heading towards the Newberry areas, as I mentioned before. It's actually heading a bit further to the north and east than I anticipated. But still, there is the severe thunderstorm warning that we were talking about earlier. This also has a tornado possible. So the National Weather Service is also acknowledging that there very well could be some tornadic rotation. And indeed, there very well is. This is actually some really impressive rotation for the type of day we have here today. You can see the greens are moving towards the radar, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just to the north of Chappelle's, moving to the north and east at about, what, 35 miles per hour? No, 30 miles per hour, so it's moving even slower than that. So that is something to keep in mind if you live near places like Newberry, places like the United States Route 76 area, off to the Interstate 26 area. You guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into, just get indoors, in my honest opinion, because you could see some large hail, or actually the hail is kind of diminished on this storm a little bit, I will admit. But you could definitely see some gusty winds and potentially some spotty hail. Now, where's Morgan and the others? I have no idea where Morgan is, but at the same time, I think this one would probably be a good live stream for me to do solo today, give them all a break. Unless if they want to get thrown into the fire as well, then, be my guest. What's better, radar scope or GR3 radar scope? Radar scope. You just better hope that you get data. If you guys are new to the live stream and you do want to help me out, please be sure to leave a like. This gets on YouTube's algorithm and tells people that more people should watch this video, so it gets put on their recommended feed, similar to how it was done onto yours. And so this is a easy way for us to get the word out and to be able to inform people about severe weather moving into people's general vicinities, as well as sharing this on social media with friends and family. And if you guys also want to stick around, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications, because we do upload videos every single morning, except for these past 2 mornings, because we've kind of had some severe weather events that have occurred. If you want to look more into that, we did a live stream yesterday. We did 2 live streams, actually, but the one live stream that has like 57,000, 58,000 views, that's the one that we did the most analysis on, so that it is something to keep in mind with all of that. Let us see. Yeah, so this the cell that's heading off into the Interstate 26 areas, you guys really need to monitor this, especially since this very easily could turn tornadic. What are the conditions ahead of the storms in South Carolina? Good question, good question. I actually do not have my mesoanalysis up to date right now, so I might as well get that information here for you. That is not what I wanted. There we go. That's what I wanted. So the Cape numbers, you said the storms ahead of South Carolina. There's a little bit of a capping inversion in place, so a limiting factor to prevent thunderstorms from either sustaining and or forming out in front of it. But the Cape numbers out in front of these storms in South Carolina are around 1,000 to 1,500 joules per kilogram, which isn't all too bad, honestly. That could easily help sustain thunderstorms as small as these. But the one thing that I did notice is that there is a large amount of Cape sitting over here in eastern North Carolina, and upwards of 2,500 joules per kilogram. At minimum, you want at least around 750 to 1,000 joules per kilogram to consider thunderstorms, and at maximum to consider like tornadoes around 2,000. And so the fact that there is some around 2,000 or even above 2,000 joules per kilogram could tell us that there is the possibility of supercells that could develop within that area, maybe even sustain and strengthen. So that is really something to keep in mind. Is Chiraw in the red? Give me a second as I try to figure out where Chiraw is. Yeah, my thumbnail is really just one of those things where I try to draw a general area as to what areas could be impacted, and I hope that people get the word out. So Chiraw, yeah, you guys are in the risk, all right. You guys very easily could be impacted by
Nick
these
Davis
storms.
Super Chat $2. Super Chat cuz why not?
Nick Davis with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. And trust me, I really do. All the donations and money and stuff like that goes right back into the stream or whatever weather stuff that I want to do. So I'll probably buy myself a new weather station to put on top of the house here. But thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, so Chiraw is definitely in the severe weather event. I'll take a look here just closer. So Chiraw is about right here in this orange risk, which is like a 3 out of 5 in when it comes to severity. You do have the general risk for tornadoes. You do have the general risk for wind. You also have the general risk for hail as well. So I would continue to monitor this, either listening to the National Weather Service or watching me. That would be nice. Either or would be great, to just basically be able to help other people, help yourself, and stay informed about this event as it continues to head closer to you. Good Thursday afternoon from Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada. And everyone, please stay safe to all these areas who are impacted by the severe weather. Mark Mulo, welcome to the stream, or at least I should say welcome back, because I'm assuming you've been here. But thank you so much for coming back to the stream. I really do appreciate it. How's Savannah looking right now? Good question, good question. Let's take a look at Savannah real quickly. I gotta find the right radar because I have so many up at this point. It's not even funny. There it is. Okay, so Savannah's really starting to get out of the risk. It very easily could get some more thunderstorms later on tonight, but it's in the clear depending upon where you live. If you live near like Thunderbolt, Skeetaway Island, as well as Hilton Head, Bluffton, Tybee Island, stuff like that, you guys are still going to be impacted by some of these thunderstorms. But if you live from Savannah all the way west to places like the intersection of 95 and 16, you guys should be all right. Let's see. Salute. Give me a second. I will try and figure that out for you real quickly. Ooh. So it's actually over near that severe thunderstorm warning. And severe thunderstorm warning might actually be a bit further north than that. Yeah, there's Saluda. So Saluda actually could get impacted by some of these thunderstorms. It is heading off to the north of it. So that is the good news. But something to keep in mind with all this is, as these thunderstorms continue to move off to the north, more thunderstorms could develop towards the rear of that, and those thunderstorms could move off into your general vicinity within the next hour. So I would continue to monitor the skies. If you are in any sort of warning, seek indoors and try and stay safe that way. New subscriber here. Yesterday was great work. I feel like I'm hanging with my storm chasing buddies. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel sometimes when I'm talking with some of the guys when I, talk about severe weather. It's a very interesting topic to talk about. How's Charlotte looking? Charlotte is actually, I don't want to say
Ryan
in the crosshairs.
Super chat $5. Any tornado threat near South Charlotte or mostly wind?
Ooh, yeah. So we got a bunch of people from Charlotte here. By the way, to everyone who's from Charlotte in the stream, I just want to say Charlotte's a very nice place. I've been there a couple of times, and it is looking pretty nice. Whenever I travel down there, it's always, relatively nice place to go to. So, not me trying to appeal the people who live in Charlotte or anything, but I just have always enjoyed Charlotte. So appreciate everyone there who's came out to the stream. Now, on a serious note, you guys do have a bit of a line moving on through your general vicinity. This most likely will be kind of a wind threat, but you do have a thunderstorm down here that is a little bit tornadic, or could be tornadic. Doesn't look all too organized right now because it's really turning into a gusty wind maker. But these thunderstorms are relatively straight line wind storms, but some of these, if they get their act together, like there's already some that is producing smaller amounts of hail in some of these thunderstorms, very well could easily spin up and produce some quick, spin up tornadoes. But we'll monitor it. Trust me. I'll go back to Charlotte like every 5 minutes, maybe 10-15 minutes, depending upon if there's like anything else going around. So I'll keep you guys in mind and watch you guys out. But yeah, Brian Rassman, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate all that you have done. So thank you. Watching on with interest from the UK. Was with you for 5 hours last night and again with today. Doing a great job attempting to save lives, and I'm also learning from you, so thanks. Well, I appreciate the kind words there, and yep, I love talking about weather. I love teaching people about weather. So if there's other people who aren't being impacted but still want to see, what all to look for and what to learn about weather, it's not all just looking at clouds. You get more tools to be able to look into these thunderstorms and try and see what they're thinking, almost as if it had a brain, as if it had a mind of its own. And then you could be able to predict these events just by looking at how where they're going, as well as how strong they are as they continue to move up. And it's really interesting. I enjoy this. I enjoy doing this a lot. I enjoy talking about severe weather a lot, and so yeah, I'll continue to try and protect people with the knowledge that I have. So, Kathy Bradley, what's up? Welcome to the stream. How bad is Virginia Beach going to get hit? So Virginia Beach, later on tonight, which will be more towards like the 7 o'clock hours, is when you guys can start to get those thunderstorms. It very easily could be severe, but you guys aren't in the main tornado risk, so it will get hit hard, but it will most likely be because of gusty winds and not tornadoes. But you are in the 5% risk for tornadoes, so keep that in mind as well. That you have a 5% chance of getting a tornado within 25 miles of a point. Is any of the severe weather headed up north to eastern Canada at all? Keep up the good work, sir, and mods. Mark
Mallow super chat $5. Is any of this severe weather headed north to eastern Canada at all? Keep up the good work, sir and mods.
Mark Mullo, doesn't seem to be the case because the temperature's up near you all. I'm not sure if you've stepped outside for a bit. I've hated stepping outside and here in the north and east because it's just been pretty brisky as of late. It's been pretty cold up there for a while. So yeah, for you guys, I don't anticipate seeing severe weather for you all until most likely summer. Honestly, summer is when you guys can start seeing your severe weather, and that's something to keep in mind too. Although I do want to say, I've been wanting to do this forever, but I haven't had the opportunity to do so. I actually have weather radars, or if you go on a radar scope, there's actually weather radars in Canada. And a part of me actually wanted to do a Canada live stream to try and tell people like where thunderstorms would go with, radar scope. So I'm not sure if I'll be able to do that. I'm not sure if I know enough about, Canada's geography or whatever. But part of me actually wants to do a severe weather live stream for places like Canada. I'm not gonna lie. I have the tools to do so. It's just, can I do it? Is it supposed to storm again tonight in Savannah? Most likely, but later on tonight. It'll be more of a gusty wind threat with some scatter showers. I'll actually show you all the models here again. Yeah, by the way, for Canada, this is the temperature for all of you guys in Fahrenheit. I'm not sure if you guys use Celsius or not, but it's 10 degrees Fahrenheit, which is like around 4 degrees Celsius. Maybe a little bit. Actually, no, it's like 2 degrees Celsius. So that's something to keep in mind with all of that. And it's still pretty cold. Still pretty cold in your areas. All right. Time to go back to Savannah, because someone asked if there's going to be more severe weather. And for you guys, I mentioned that you guys could get the threat for some more thunderstorms in your general vicinity, and that could very easily continue later on tonight. There could be this band of thunderstorms that move on through into southern parts of Georgia that could push on into the Savannah area. So I would say your risk will continue all the way up into the 6:30 time frame. That's right around when it will end, and your event will be over. So we use Celsius in Canada. See, I kind of figured that. The United States is a strange place. We're quite rebellious, if you haven't figured that out. Yeah. When the world offers us Celsius, we use Fahrenheit. When the world offers us meters, we use miles and feet. Stuff like that. When the world offers us soccer, or what other people call football, we say, turn it into soccer, and we want football for our own, and we kick, spherical balls through uprights rather than into nets. The United States is a strange place. I'm not. I'm one to admit it is. So let's go back to these thunderstorms for real, because this at this point, most of these thunderstorms are starting to kind of try and get its act together, especially in this one storm that's heading near Newberry. I mentioned before that that's exactly what we should watch out for, because if this thing starts to, gets its act together, then we could potentially see some tornadic potential from this thunderstorm. It actually looks like there are 2 thunderstorms within one thunderstorm. There's one right here, and then there's a little mini one right here. And so that is, they're kind of in the middle of a fight for dominance to try and figure out which ones are which ones are stronger, rather than which one's weaker. And you can still see that there is rotation on both of these cells. Both of those storms have rotation, but it's just kind of in the middle of a fight for dominance. That's something to keep in mind. Let us see. You live in North Carolina, are you going to be okay? Depends upon where in North Carolina. If you live from Gastonia all the way up to Statesville, all the way up into Winston-Salem, into places like Greensboro, then you guys are getting thunderstorms. But if you live east of there, you may not be getting thunderstorms right now, but you could easily get thunderstorms later on. So that's something to keep in mind with that. And if you live near the Appalachians, like say Asheville, you guys could get some general thunderstorms later on tonight, possibly. But it doesn't seem like there's going to be that large of a risk for you all. How's Jacksonville, North Carolina doing? Is there a big tornado threat? Let me take a look. Because I know a Jacksonville, Florida, but I don't know where a Jacksonville, North Carolina is. Jacksonville, North Carolina is near Wilmington. Yeah, you guys could definitely see some more of a thunderstorm risk later on tonight. Whether it's tornadic, whether it is gusty winds. You guys are in the 10%. I will say that much. The 10% risk for tornadoes, according to the Storm Prediction Center. So you have a risk, but it's, you know, it's later on tonight in the evening, so you guys have a bit of time. You guys can, you know, chillax and prepare if you really need to. High Point. I don't know where that is either. You just heard thunder. Oh yeah, some of these thunderstorms are real thunder makers. Okay, so High Point is near Winston-Salem, Greensboro. Okay, so you guys are getting thunderstorms right now. Some gusty winds, more or less. It's really hard for me to say for sure that specific areas are going to be pretty strong because the Winston-Salem, Greensboro area is really far away from the radar. But in my opinion, just by looking off of what all is here, it looks more or less to be a bit of a gusty wind threat rather than anything else. But you do have this small chance for tornadoes, so keep that in mind as these storms come on through. Would not be surprised if they develop a quick spin up within the line. Any tornadoes possible? Yeah, well, if you're talking about right now, then yes. But if you're talking about later on tonight, yes. I should have just said yes. My goodness. What's going on in Kentucky? Well, funny you should ask. There's a couple storms that's marching through that general vicinity. I mean, no, go away, stop, cancel, go away. There we go. What is radar scope doing? It's glitching out. All right, I gotta put it down real quickly and then put it back up. Give me a second. Charlotte, North Carolina's not getting anything, just cloudy and drizzling. Yep, you guys are gonna get that later on tonight. Or within the next hour is when you'll get some gusty winds. Not too strong, but not too weak either. Alright, so yeah, you guys have some general thunderstorms that are moving on through in Kentucky. If you live south of Lexington all the way down into the border of Kentucky and Tennessee and Virginia, all the way up into places like West Virginia, south of Charleston. There's the threat for some severe storms across the board. Some can produce some large hail. Some can produce some damaging winds. Actually, I want to see something real quickly with these couple of storms. Real quickly. Alright, so there isn't really a whole lot. Not really like a lot of rotation with this. It's just more or less a gusty wind threat. You're in Suffolk, Virginia. When are you going to get storms? At around 7 to 8 o'clock tonight. 7 to 8 o'clock. Should we bring in our tomato plants? Oh, depending upon where you live, you can get some gusty winds. I mean, I would probably do so. Thinking about it. Because any gusty winds can really knock over any sort of potted plants. So I would definitely, you know, monitor that. Yeah, East Coast, North Carolina. Yeah, whenever the storms move on through, then yeah, I would definitely pull them in. What about Elberton, Georgia? Give me a second. I will pull this up. What about Indiana? Indiana is out of the risk now, so you guys are in the clear. That is the good news. Let's go back over to the cell in Columbia. I want to take a look at the updates from this. Because this storm is looking pretty interesting, I'm not gonna lie. Very well could be tornadic later on. Elberton. Okay, so you guys are out of the risk, I think. Yeah, I think you guys are out of the risk. You guys should be in the clear. I think. I think the thunderstorms will be forming out in front of you towards your east rather than right on top of you. So you should be alright. Saying possible tornado for the severe warning in Florida. Yeah, that storm's had a history of tornado warnings, so I would not be surprised. Let's actually take a look at that storm that's heading into Jacksonville. Because Jacksonville is in a severe thunderstorm warning, and there is a little bit of rotation with this storm. It's been here for a while, actually. It's had some rotation even ever since it was near the La Crosse areas. Definitely wasn't as strong as what it is now, in my opinion. It definitely looks a bit stronger, so I would not be surprised if this thing goes tornado warned. I really wouldn't. But I'm seeing 86 on top of 19. That isn't really a too strong delta velocity. 33 on top of 33. That's 66 mile per hour delta velocity. Not a bad rotation here with this storm. So if you live near places like Middleburg, Doctors Inlet, Lakeside, Orange Park, Meadowbrook, Terrence, near the intersection of United States Route 17 and I believe this is the Beltway. Yeah, it is the Beltway. So I-295, the Beltway of Jacksonville. You need to basically just monitor this system heavily, as this could very easily go tornadic. And if it does, then you need to get into your safe space. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So definitely something that people need to continue to monitor as this heads off into your vicinity. If you guys are new to the stream, by the way, and you do want to help support me, please be sure to leave a like, as well as subscribe and turn on notifications. Share this with friends and family. Liking, by the way, helps gets onto YouTube's algorithm, and what that basically does is it tells people that people like this stream. So this stream gets put on people's recommended feed, and it actually gets the word out a bit more, because if the people actually click on that video, then more people actually get to tune into the video. And if they didn't know that there was severe weather that was impacting them, so say we had a tornado warning that could be coming on through soon, they would be able to know where the tornado warning is and where the rotation is heading on to, and that could save an extra life. So, yep. You don't have to like the video, but you could easily share it with friends and family and on social media if you could. That would be greatly appreciated. That's just an easy way for you to help me to get the word out there that there's severe weather. How's Buford look? Buford, we'll go back to this storm approaching Jacksonville in a second, because both of these storms, there's two different storms here. They both look absolutely amazing. But we'll take a look at this here in a second as we get closer to this event. Buford, we gotta go back to the Charleston radar, is still in a bunch of these scattered storms. If you live near Buford, I'm assuming it's a really light rain, maybe even clearing up a little bit, if not a bit of an overcast. But the risk for severe weather, or at least these thunderstorms, is really starting to move off of your general vicinity. But I do want to mention real quickly that Charleston might actually get some severe storms relatively soon. There is this giant thunderstorm that's starting to march off into the Charleston areas. So that is something to keep in mind as this moves off to the north and east. Day 1 convective outlook just got issued, so we're going to take a look at that in probably 10 minutes. Asheboro, if that's in North Carolina, you guys are out of the risk for now, but you guys can get some general thunderstorms later. So we'll take a look at it real quickly again. That's not the right place. Greer, that's it. No, that's not Asheboro, that's Asheville. Jeez. Don't know my don't know my geography. That's disappointing. Very disappointing. Asheboro, North Carolina. You guys are still could expect some thunderstorms relatively soon. It's all the way up here, actually. So yeah, it's not exactly soon. It'll be within the next hour, actually. But it very well could be some gusty winds, and maybe a chance for tornadoes. Not really too large chance of hail, even though some of these storms actually are producing smaller amounts of hail, but still something to keep in mind with that. Is Illinois out of the risk? I'm just wondering. We have higher gusts near Wheaton, Illinois. Yeah, you guys are out of the risk, but the only reason why you have that strong amount of wind gusts is because the wind shear is pretty high and around your areas, and it's moving through towards the low pressure system that's over in Ohio and Kentucky and Indiana. So South Carolina going to get hit, depending upon where you live in South Carolina, yeah. But if you live, like, say, near Greenville and Spartanburg, the risk is already past you. But if you live near, like, Columbia, all the way up towards, like, say, Pageland, Chesterfield. Yeah, if you live along the I-95 area near Dillon, near the, oh, what's that place over there? South of the border. If you live near south of the border, you guys could easily get some severe weather later on tonight. Yeah, I want to take a look back at this thunderstorm right here. We're going to go back to Columbia's radar, and then we're going to go back into Jacksonville. It's still in the middle of a fight for dominance, so we'll have to continue to monitor this as this continues to move off. It'll be heading off into the Monticello or the Monticello areas. So either way, whichever you pronounce it, it'll be heading off into your general vicinity. Actually, let me get a timing out here for you. If you live off into those general areas, it'll be impacting your areas in about 15 to maybe even 30 minutes, especially if you live along the intersection of State Route 34 and State Route 215. So north of that, right around those areas near Shelton, you guys could experience some gusty winds. Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach specifically. Real quickly, I'm going to have to move one of my radars over. We're going to want to use the Raleigh one because it's still relatively far out. So, if you live near Myrtle Beach, number one, your risk is going to really start to ramp up later on tonight. Probably around this 6 o'clock, well, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock hours. I'll say 6 o'clock. That's when stuff will start to get relatively near you. But North Myrtle Beach, nothing really near you in a broad spectrum. But as this continues to get closer and closer into the overnight hours, that's when people can really start to expect these thunderstorms to kind of move off and potentially become either tornadic or just severe. So that's something to keep in mind with that later on tonight, you'll see these thunderstorms. They'll move off through your general vicinity actually around 5 o'clock-ish. 5 o'clock-ish, 6 o'clock, and then they'll officially be past you as soon as the sun goes down at around 8 o'clock. So that's something to keep in mind with that. Why don't you get tornadoes over in California? Because California doesn't really have a lot of moisture. It's relatively dry, which is the reason why you have a lot of wildfires. So, yeah. Tornadoes kind of need moisture, and there isn't any moisture. So that is the good news here. All right, so these thunderstorms are really starting to move into Jacksonville now, and you can see the classic curling in the thunderstorm, meaning that there is some sort of rotation within the thunderstorm. Would not be surprised if this thing starts to wrap up. Doesn't seem to be all too likely that this thing will be super tornadic, but it is something to keep in mind. 83 on top of 14. That's like a it's like a 60 mile per hour, 70 mile per hour delta velocity, which isn't really all too bad. Definitely looks like it's getting stronger. very easily could be getting stronger. So would not be surprised if they issue a tornado warning here soon. So as I mentioned, if you live near State Route 21 from Middleburg all the way up into Orange Park, Meadowbrook Terrace, all the way over towards the intersection of I-295 over to United States Route 17, you guys need to continue to monitor this and listen to the National Weather Service for a potential of some tornadic development. But right now you're in a severe thunderstorm warning for, I believe, gusty winds, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Yep, that's exactly what it is. It's moving off to the north and east at 45 miles per hour. There's the tornado warning. We've been talking about this for quite some time, actually. This is the storm that we've been watching for quite some time. So now, if you live near the State Route 21 area, near the Lakeside and the Meadowbrook Terrace areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So if you live towards the parts of where I-295 starts to curl north or curl south, depending upon where you live, especially around the intersection of State Route 21 and I-295, you guys need to continue to monitor this. It'll be heading off into your general vicinity in about 5 to 10 minutes. And so if you live in those areas, you need to get into your safe space as soon as you can. As soon as you hear this transmission, just get there. So it is really something to keep in mind as this heads on closer. Then this will be heading off into the Jacksonville metro areas within the next 10 to 15, maybe even 20 minutes, and it'll be impacting the downtown areas at around 20 minutes. So that is something to keep in mind, that Jacksonville, the actual downtown area of Jacksonville, is most likely in this tornado warning. Actually, I'm pretty sure my grandmother might be in this warning. Let me ask my dad, because I'm going down to visit them this weekend. I actually leave on Sunday. I'll still be uploading videos every morning, so it won't really matter all too much, but I gotta ask my my grandma if she, or ask my dad if my grandma lives in that area. Where does grandma... So yeah. If you live over here near Lakeside, Orange Park, anywhere along the Beltway on I-295, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get to your safe space, because this is heading off into your general vicinity. So that is something to keep in mind as this heads off to the north and east. Yeah, this is something that I'm really monitoring a lot. This is definitely something that I do not want to do not want to kid around with. But yeah, this storm looks like it is trying to wrap up just a little bit. It is weakening a little, I will admit that much. It was definitely a lot stronger way back when, prior to the tornado warning. So that is the good news, that this thing is definitely not as strong as it once was, but very easily could continue to try and produce a tornado later on in its life cycle. So that is something to keep in mind with this storm. You're in Middleburg, so this actual rotation is passed off to the north of you. So if you're in Middleburg, you guys actually can get out and look around. I don't think that there's any sort of tornado that's passed through your area. It might have actually passed off a bit further to the north. But if you know anyone that lives near places like Lakeside, you guys need to take your proper precautions, or tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space, because this storm is indeed heading off towards the Beltway along I-295, heading along to pass over near the State Route 21 areas. And eventually it'll pass off near the intersection of State Route 21 and United States Route 17. So you guys need to continue to monitor that. Will you see the warning in West Virginia? Yeah, we will in a second. Um, there's actually a couple warnings in West Virginia, I will say that much. So, that is something to keep in mind. We'll quickly jump to some of these other storms. We'll just kind of do a rapid fire-ish type bit. So, just bear with us. But, Charlotte, there's actually a supercell that is kind of developing a little bit of rotation near the town of York. So we might actually start seeing this event officially kick off now. Which is a little bit concerning because now I'm going to be pretty much in for it now. I will say that much. I might actually need more water. Because I'm out of water. And pretty soon I'm going to get pretty parched based off of how I'm talking right now. But York, it'll be heading off into the Newport, the Tega Cay, the Lake Wiley, and the Pineville areas, eventually heading into the southern metro areas of Charlotte. So there might be a little bit of rotation on this system. It's not exactly tornadic right now, but the storm is blowing up. So that is something to keep in mind, too, that if you live over in those general vicinities, you need to continue to monitor this with the utmost respect. I just got a new notification. That is not my father. I'm still trying to figure out where my grandma lives down in Florida because there kind of is a tornado warning near Jacksonville, and all I know is that she lives around Jacksonville. So there's really something to keep in mind with that. All right, someone wanted me to look at the severe thunderstorm warnings in West Virginia. If you live near Chattaroy, Del Barton, it's a bit to the north of you, so it won't be impacting your general vicinity. But if you live around near Chapmanville, Henlawson, West Logan, Mount Gay, Shamrock, Holden, you guys could most likely be impacted by some, I believe, some hail. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So definitely something to keep in mind too. And then if you live in the general Charleston vicinity, this storm could be moving off into your general area just to the east or just to the west of Danville. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Let's see. Is Central North Carolina safe? They haven't exactly been hit yet, so by the thunderstorms, so you guys really need to monitor that. Although it depends upon where in Central North Carolina, to be completely honest with you, because that's a pretty broad area. Let's go back to the tornado warning real quickly. I want to continue to stay up to date with this storm as it heads into Jacksonville, because Jacksonville, you guys have to understand. Jacksonville is a very it has a lot more. It's more dense when it comes to populace. So, am I going to cover the severe storms that are just dumping hail and winds, or am I going to cover the possible tornado that could be impacting the city of Jacksonville? I think we all know the answer to that one. So, just give me a second. We're going to continue to take a look at the storm that's approaching Jacksonville. Now it'll be approaching the Beltway, I-295, in about 5 minutes. So if you live around in those general vicinities, you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space now if you didn't already. Now, if you live along the United States Route 17 areas from I-295 all the way up into the downtown areas, it'll be impacting your general vicinity in about 10 minutes, maybe a little bit earlier if you're a bit further south, and maybe a bit later if you're a bit further north. But still something to keep in mind with this, that there is still some general rotation within the storm, and that you need to take care with this as it heads off to your north and east. So something to keep in mind with all of that. Can you check if there's a storm near Michigan and the Canada border along Detroit? Check this real quickly. Nope, there isn't any. There's just some general thunderstorms, but nothing really too serious. So nothing in Detroit, nothing in Canada. You're good. Let us see. Check Ohio. Jeez, a lot of people want to go to Ohio. All right, fine. We'll check that real quickly as well. Real quickly. Ohio. There's a lot of general thunderstorms that are marching through towards the border of West Virginia and Ohio. So like the Lucasville, heading off into the Addison areas, as well as the Ravenswood area. So if you live along those general vicinities, some gusty winds, maybe some smaller amounts of hail. I don't really foresee any tornadoes with any of these storms, maybe except for the one near Ripley. I have to take a look at the velocities here. There isn't any velocities there, so I take that back. It's just gusty winds. Gusty winds and maybe the chance for some hail. Back to the storm in Jacksonville. Still some general rotation on the storm. Still moving into a relatively populous area. So if you live in these areas, especially along the Beltway, you need to get into your safe space now. Because it is definitely moving off into your general vicinity, and you really need to monitor this as this heads off to the north and east. Very easily could be tornadic. I will say it is definitely not as strong as it once was. I will say that much. However, just because I said that does not give you, that does not give you a reason to go outside. You need to stay in your safe space all the way until the tornado warning ends. All right? From when it gets issued to when it ends is when you should be into your safe space. So, you need to continue to monitor this as this continues to move on through. I do want to mention this real quickly. It looks like it's trying to organize itself, which that is kind of iffy here. And I'll say the only reason why I say it's iffy is because some storms could take a while to reorganize itself. We saw that yesterday to where, it just would take a little bit to restructure itself and then it would produce its tornado. So you'd have long-lived supercells, not long-lived tornadoes. This right here looks like it's trying, but it's failing. And there's the tornado warning. It gets, I think it gets canceled officially. Tornado threat is diminished, and the tornado warning has been canceled. That is the good news. Damaging winds and likely in a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for the area. So that is the good news there. Tornado warning is gone. Perfect. Now we can check Ohio again. But it's heading off into the Jacksonville area, the general area of rotation, but it seems to be a lot more of a gusty wind threat, especially around places of the southern metropolitan Jacksonville area. So like north of Orange Park or around Orange Park, around the United States Route 17 area and the State Route 21 area, just south of Interstate 10, those areas could easily see some gusty winds. Especially in and around the 62 mile per hour region. We can see right here, we even see one that says 62 miles per hour. So, you may not be able to see it, but just believe me when it says 62 mile per hour gusty winds. That's actually the inflow notch there that we would typically talk about with our 3D scans, but there isn't really a storm to 3D today, so there isn't really a whole lot. Can we do York, South Carolina? Yes, we can, because there's a severe thunderstorm warning that was around York, so I will do that. It's not there anymore. I will say that much. But York, actually, it's probably better if I use the Greer radar. There it is. So this storm right here near York, it is passing off officially to the north and east of you. It has a little bit of rotation, has a little bit of hail as well. Just a little bit. It actually has an upwards of 0.79 inches. So that is something to keep in mind. But it is heading off into the Charlotte vicinity. The northern parts of Charlotte starting to get a little bit of hail. Charlotte in itself now is starting to get some gusty winds. So this is your gusty wind threat as it continues to move on through. It's not as severe as some of the areas down in Florida as well as in West Virginia. So that is one of those things to keep in mind. But there is a little bit of rotation here just to the north and east of York, heading off into the Lake Wylie and the Pineville areas. So something to keep in mind. What about a tornado in San Diego? If you're talking about California, no, go away. California gets nothing. It's dry over there. Drier than the Sahara. What about Atlanta, Georgia? Atlanta is out of the risk, actually. So, if you guys live near the Atlanta metro areas, you guys won't be impacted anymore. You guys are done. Good news for you all. Good news for you all. Can I check Lexington, North Carolina? Yeah, give me a second. I will do that real quickly. Lexington, North Carolina. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's all the way up here. Okay. You guys are getting some, you're about to get some thunderstorms, actually, as it continues to push on through. But, it doesn't seem to be all too strong. You guys actually have no radars around here. I am really surprised that you guys don't even have any. Actually, I'm gonna see. I want to see. Is there any radars around here? Do I have to put up the special layers? Warnings. Settings. Show TWRs. There's one near Charlotte, but there's nothing up near like Greenville. Or Greensboro, I should say, in Durham. That's actually annoying. The fact that there are no radars around near Greensboro, they need to put someone there. Jacksonville, if you're talking about Jacksonville, Florida, there isn't a tornado warning anymore. That is the good news. So you guys are getting some gusty winds. Some gusty winds in general, I should say. But the tornado threat has diminished, which is the reason why they have canceled the tornado warning. It didn't expire. It got canceled. So, Jacksonville, Florida, you guys are getting some gusty winds right now. And, yeah, that's pretty much it, honestly, for your general vicinity. That's not really all too much to talk about. But yeah, no, if you live in Jacksonville, Florida, you need to continue to monitor that. All right, as I said, I know I have a lot of people who live in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I said I wouldn't abandon you all, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning for your area now. So we're going to, we're going to continue to monitor the Charlotte, North Carolina areas as much as possible here. So a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Mecklenburg as well as York County. So the York County in South Carolina, Mecklenburg, I believe, is in North Carolina. I think I got that correctly. Yes, I did. I know my geography, even though it clearly says York in South Carolina. There you go. A little bit of a cheat sheet, but anyways, your risk includes 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, and I mentioned before that this thing is producing a little bit of hail. It still is 0.91 inch sized hail, so that is something to keep in mind as it continues to move off into your general vicinity. Still has a little bit of that general rotation. I'm actually curious if it has a tornado possible tag on here. No, it doesn't. So that is something to keep in mind, that the National Weather Service has declared this non-tornadic at the moment, but it very easily could if it tries to intensify a little bit. Someone asked about Charleston, South Carolina, so might as well. You guys have a massive thunderstorm moving through your area. There's actually a little bit of rotation near Folly Beach, but if that continues on its trajectory, it'll move out to sea just in between Centerville and Folly Beach and south of Sullivan's Island. But Charleston in itself, near St. Andrews, North Charleston, Mount Pleasant, Johns Island, you guys are just experiencing some gusty winds. Not really too gusty, actually. There's been reports of 41-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this storm, actually, so that's something to keep in mind as this moves off to the north and east. But a very, very large thunderstorm, I will admit that. Definitely is showing some interest, or at least it's piquing my interest a little bit. See, someone asked about Monroe. I'm assuming this is North Carolina. This is around Charlotte. So, Monroe, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning if you're in North Carolina. I hope you're in North Carolina. But, if you are in North Carolina, in Monroe, you need to just seek indoors. You have the threat for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, which is around an inch. So that's something to keep in mind. Your work has locks on a lot of websites, including live weather, so I found you here. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Well, thanks for coming out to the stream. Really do appreciate it. That's pretty cool. A lot of people are telling me to go back to the York cell. So I'll go back over there. New York isn't going to get any severe weather at all. So if you live in New York, you're not going to get anything. But if you live near places like Newport, or actually north of Newport, near the India Hook areas, as well as the intersection of I-485 and I-77, you need to continue to monitor that as that continues to move off into your general vicinity. So something to keep in mind as that heads off closer and closer towards your areas. Monroe actually isn't in a severe thunderstorm warning. I lied. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me. But Monroe is actually south of the severe thunderstorm warning. It looks to be heading off to the north, but you guys also have some general thunderstorms that could be heading off into your general vicinity soon. So that is something to keep in mind as well. What in the world is this? And why is the radar killing? Geez, this actually has some decent rotation. I am not going to lie. Watching from the UK, thank you for sharing. Much love to you. Yeah, thanks for watching, even though you live in an area that's not even being impacted by the severe weather. So I really do appreciate it. I really appreciate everyone who's actually came around and stuck around for the live stream, for whatever videos I do. So yeah, that's just amazing. Whether you've liked the video, subscribed, share this on social media, turned on notifications or wherever, you guys are amazing. So just want to say thank you so much. But there is a couple areas of rotation, one near Monticello, however way you pronounce that, because every way you pronounce that town name is different for every state. I don't know why, but it is. So if you live near those areas, you might want to continue to monitor the National Weather Service. If you live near White Oak, Greensboro, along State Routes 34 and State Route 321, you need to continue to monitor that as that storm continues to move on through. Then you also have another storm further along the line near Newberry, that's along the United States Route 76 areas near Prosperity, as well as the, actually, Interstate 26 is going to get impacted again. It's just a bit further south. So the Prosperity and the Pomaria area, as well as the Little Mountain area, you guys could definitely see a storm with some tornadic rotation. So that's something to keep in mind as well, that some of these storms are really starting to rotate. And actually, it's not just these two. There's obviously one right here, even though the radar is kind of cutting it in half, doing a little bit of an autopsy on that storm, but at the same time, it's not exactly dead, so we can't really call it an autopsy. It's more of a surgery, if you will. But you have one right there, one near Newberry and Silver Street, one near Chappelle's, it's a bit weaker, and another one near Epworth. Both the ones in the later part of the line near Chappelle's and Epworth are a bit weaker, so that is something to keep in mind, but they could easily strengthen into stronger thunderstorms later on. Someone said Charleston, South Carolina again. We'll check Charleston, South Carolina again. North Charleston, Johns Island, you guys are in the clear. That is the good news for you all. But if you guys live near Sullivan's Island, Isle of Palms, Mount Pleasant, and the downtown parts of Charleston, as well as Centerville, you guys need to just stay indoors. Do not go outside. You guys are experiencing some really gusty winds within that storm, so that is something to keep in mind as this heads off to the north and east, that these storms are producing some really strong gusty winds. Very easily could be strong. There is, as I mentioned, a little bit of rotation, but it is heading off overseas, so that is the nice thing. And just to, add on to my evidence that there is this thing that's moving overseas, I'll actually turn off the radar and leave the circle there for you. And it's actually showing that this is right on the border of the coastline. So that is something to keep in mind. Something to watch out for. Come in. I guess he can't come in because my door is locked, Lamau. Give me a second.
The door's locked.
Yes, thank you, Captain Obvious. Well, hey, water. Perfect. Said I needed water. And I got water. Hey, who invited you here? Why are you here? Looking at me like, I don't know. I've just been here. Jeez. Yeah, that's my cat. I don't know why he's here. He's a donut. Okay, so that rotation that's heading off into Sullivan's Island is actually starting to intensify a little bit more. So you could potentially see a special marine warning on this storm. If you are on a boat or anything near Sullivan's Island, you need to kind of just not be on a boat. Go on the shore. But still, something to keep in mind with that. All right, people are asking about Raleigh again, and I did say I would go back to Raleigh. I would help you all, kind of protect you all a little bit. But the one thing about it is that with Raleigh, you guys are pretty far away from the line. Here's Raleigh. Here's the bit of thunderstorms. It's kind of passing through Charlotte, actually. Charlotte, Winston-Salem, about to hit over to Greensboro. So you guys aren't really going to be impacted by these storms. So there's not really a whole lot that you guys can expect, in my honest opinion. Someone asked for Myrtle Beach. Nothing's going to happen right now or in your general area until 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, maybe 7 o'clock, depending upon how slow these storms are. But yeah, for the people who are freaking out about the rotation, it's heading over sea. So that is the good news. It's not going to impact people. But yeah, Raleigh, look at this. Here's Raleigh. Here's a batch of thunderstorms. Not anywhere near you guys at the moment. So that is the good news. There's a batch of thunderstorms that could be heading off into Roanoke Rapids. I will say that much. So Centreville, Hollister, those areas very easily could see some thunderstorms soon. Very easily. But still something to keep in mind as this continues to move on through. All right, let's go back to Charlotte. Because this storm here that came from York is still looking pretty interesting. Still has a little bit of rotation. Still producing decent amounts of hail. Maximum expected hail size is up to 0.85 inches, which is actually not too bad. So if you live near Lake Wylie as well as Pineville or along the intersection of the I-485 areas, so I-485 and I-77, you guys need to just go indoors because you could have some smaller amounts of hail to almost quarter-size hail impact your general vicinity. So you really need to kind of just head indoors at that point. This is the York cell. This isn't. This is the one that we're talking about. Eden, North Carolina. Give me a second. You're talking about Eden, North Carolina. Yep, that's exactly right. That's north of Greensboro. Oh, boy. All right, well, before we go to Eden, I just want to say the hail has intensified a little bit. So I mentioned that if you live near Pineville or live near the intersection of Interstate 485 and Interstate 77, you should go indoors because the maximum expected hail size went up to 1.25 inches. So really one of those things to where you really need to kind of monitor this system. You could definitely see some damaging hail. And there is the new tornado warning. All right, so the National Weather Service is kind of on the same page with me at this point because we've been looking at a couple of storms even prior to the tornado warnings, and there is the new tornado warning. So Mecklenburg, Union, and York counties, that'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you live near Pineville, if you live near Matthews, Stallings, as well as Mint Hill and Hemby Bridge, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading off into that intersection that I mentioned before along 77 and I-485 in about 5 minutes. So that's how long you have to get into your safe space. And if you live in those areas, just go straight there. Lowest innermost part of your building or a basement. That would be preferred. Then it'll be heading off to the Pineville area in about 10 minutes. Then it'll be almost paralleling to the north. It'll be paralleling State Route 51 if you guys live around those areas, heading off into the Matthews vicinity in about 25 minutes. So if you know anyone who lives near Matthews, it'll be impacting your general vicinity at around then. I skipped a little area, but the intersection of State Route 16 and State Route 51, it'll be impacting your area in about 15 to 20 minutes. So if you also know anyone who lives in those areas, tell them to get into a safe space. And if you live in any of these areas, you need to get into your safe space as well. The maximum expected hail size is still around an inch. So this is some strong hail that's falling from this thunderstorm. And oh yeah, that's a lot of hail. You can actually see the hail on the correlation coefficient. It's picking up those larger amounts of hail falling within this storm. So if you're driving right now, try and just avoid this area, especially since as this continues to move on through your general vicinity, you really do not want to be impacted by larger amounts of hail. Still has some decent rotation with this. You can see that the greens are moving towards the radar. The reds are moving
Kilo
away.
147 super chat $1.99.
I did
Lol, you spelled weather wrong on your banner.
I did, didn't I? For whatever reason, I actually have a habit of doing that. I don't know why. That'll be a blooper, won't it? Perfect. But Kilo 147, thank you for the $2 super chat. There's a new tornado warning. This is for, this is over near Greensboro. So the only issue with this is that there is no radar. There's no radar around this storm. So I can't exactly say exactly where it is. But there is a bit of rotation. Actually, there is some pretty strong rotation. There's two areas of strong rotation here. So new tornado warning for Davidson, Forsyth, and Guilford counties. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central, not Central, Eastern Daylight Time. Just by taking a look at the velocities, you can easily see that there is rotation here. You got the greens moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Just to the north of Lexington, just to the south and east of Welcome, moving to the north and east at about, let's see, at about 50 miles per hour. So if you live near High Point, High Point's a bit further out of this risk. If you live along State Route 109 near Wahlberg, if you live near the intersection of 109 and State Route 1755, if you live anywhere near the United States Route 311 areas from Winston-Salem all the way to High Point, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We have a new tornado watch that has been issued for central parts of North Carolina, so this will be the beginning of when these thunderstorms are starting to get into the main risk areas, so that is something to keep in mind too. There's also another area of rotation that is near the town of Southmont. Actually, it's just to the south of Lexington, to the north of Southmont, that is also moving towards the Interstate 55 or 85 areas, I should say. So if you live near the Interstate 85 areas, if you live along near the United States Route 64 area, please be prepared to get into your safe space, as you could have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado moving off into your general vicinity as well. Let's go back to the tornado warning that's just to the south of Charlotte. And you can still see that it does have some pretty decent rotation still. It's still producing larger amounts of hail. So if you live along near the Pineville area, I mentioned before, near the intersection of I-485 and I-77, you guys needed to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. So it's really one of those things to where do not risk this storm. Whether it looks weak or not on radar is not your decision to make, mainly because regardless, it has been issued as a tornado, or designated by a tornado warning, that the potential for it to produce a tornado is there. So get into your safe space, get underground, or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This will be heading off to the United States Route 521 areas in about 5 to 10 minutes. I'll say 5 minutes because that's going to be right around when you hear this transmission. So as this heads off into your area, you need to continue to monitor this storm with the utmost care, get into your safe space in any way you can. Then we'll be heading off into the Matthews area in about 20 minutes now. So the time is starting to shrink down, and that if you aren't in your safe space, you need to continue to get there, or at least get there so that you can potentially stay safe from this tornadic rotation. Someone asked if Mayodan is okay. I'll have to look that up just to see where that is. So you guys are actually north of Winston-Salem and Greensboro. You guys are getting some gusty winds that'll move on through your area. I'm not sure if you guys are in a tornado warning at the moment. I don't think you guys are. Yes, you actually are not. So you'll be getting some gusty winds that'll move through your area. And you guys should be fine as long as you stay indoors. That is my recommendation. Will it hit Charlotte, North Carolina? That is the major question. This actual tornadic rotation will stay further south of Charlotte. That is the good news. And we'll just, if you just take a look at it based off of reference, you can see here is the city of Charlotte. Here is the tornado warning indicated in this red box right here. This actual white line actually indicates as to the projected path of the tornado or the tornadic rotation. So it looks to be heading into the general direction of the Matthews area, but it is staying relatively far down to the south of the main city of Charlotte. So that is something to keep in mind as well. Yeah, so something to keep in mind. If you live near Matthews, it'll be impacting you in about 20 minutes. That's your time frame before these thunderstorms can start marching into your general vicinity. So you need to get into your safe space as that heads off over into your area. Matthews is practically Charlotte. Well, if you live near Matthews, get into your safe space. If you know anyone who lives in Matthews, get into your safe space. And if they don't believe you, even though there's a tornado warning, send them to the live stream. I will gladly tell them to get into their safe space. I'll show them where it is, and I'll show them where it's heading. So, yeah, just that's a good thing, a good point that I just mentioned. If there's people who don't, or are just ignorant and don't listen, send them to this stream, or share this on social media and say that, you know, I'm covering the severe weather heading around Charlotte. Because that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to save lives here. I'm trying to get the word out to as many of people as possible. And, you know, if you want to help by sharing this with more people so that I can continue to do that, that'd be greatly appreciated. And actually, surprisingly, this is going to sound stupid, but liking actually helps because it gets on YouTube's algorithm and it tells people that they should be watching this. I'm not joking you. It's as simple as that. So, as I mentioned, the tornadic rotation is now starting to head towards the intersection of I-77 and I-485. So if you live into those general vicinities, you need to, I've already told you to get in your safe space. As soon as you hear this transmission, it'll be practically on top of you. So we'll just move on from that. People along United States Route 521, you need to now get into your safe space if you aren't already. As soon as you hear this transmission, it'll be within the next 2 or 3 minutes before it actually heads over you. And then if you live near the State Route 16 areas, actually the latest scan just came in. It's right over that intersection now. So as I said, it should be there. And you need to get into your safe space. Then if you live near the State Route 16 areas, you need to get into your safe space as well. It'll be impacting you within the next 10 minutes. Let's go back over to the Greensboro area near the Winston-Salem storm. Here's the tornado warning right now. The quality of this is quite poor because I'll actually circle where the closest radars are. Actually, I think this is the closest radar at this point in Roanoke, which tells you the lack of radar coverage here in some of these storms. You have your radar here in Raleigh, you have a radar here in Roanoke, and you have a radar here in Greenville. And you can see how far away this tornado warning actually is from those areas. But it actually seems as if we have some good coverage here from Roanoke, so we'll stick with this. There's actually some rotation right over Thomasville. So if you live near High Point, anywhere along near High Point, near Jamestown, Sedgefield, anywhere along Wahlberg, anywhere near United States Route 311, as well as United States Route 29. You guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space, because you do have a tornadic rotation heading off into your general vicinity. This actually might go outside the tornado warning in itself. So Archdale, Trinity, as well as Jamestown, Sedgefield, you guys need to get into your safe space as well. Let's get some timings out here for you all so that I can tell you where this tornadic rotation is actually heading up to. This will be heading off to the High Point area in about 5 minutes. So if you live over there, you need to get into your safe space as well. Then it'll be heading off to the Jamestown area in about 10 to 15 minutes. Sedgefield in about 15 minutes, heading off into the Greensboro general vicinity, towards the western parts of Greensboro, maybe central parts, but I'll say western parts according to this this track, in about 20 to 25 minutes. So that's your time frame for y'all to get into your safe space. Even if the tornado warning is a bit further off to the left than the actual rotation is, that's where I'm saying where the strongest rotation is, and you need to get into your safe space. Let's take a look at the velocities here.
Ryan Rasman Super Chat $2. Pea-sized hail in Pineville, North Carolina, very low clouds.
Oh wow, so there is some hail in some of these storms. That's actually pretty crazy. Brian Russman, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. So there is even some hail in some of these storms. That is not out of the question. So some could be large, but definitely one of those things where you need to continue to monitor that as that heads off into your general vicinity. Let's take a look at the velocities here. You can see that the blues are moving towards the radar. The reds and grays are moving away. Right in the middle, right over the top of Thomasville is where the rotation would be. So as that heads off to the north and east, I mentioned that High Point is going to be impacted within the next 5 minutes. Jamestown within the next 10 minutes. And then it'll head off into the western Greensboro metropolitan area. So if you live into those general vicinities, you need to continue to monitor that as well, because you could have some tornadic rotation moving off into your general vicinity. Let's go back to the Charlotte storm, or the one near Charlotte, so that I can be able to tell you also. We had that report near Pineville, according to our super chat, according to Brian, that there was some pea-sized hail that had fallen around there. You clearly see that there's a bit of rotation just to the north of that. You can actually see the oranges are moving away from the radar. The grays are moving
Tyler
towards.
Kane Super Chat $1.99. Do you see a Mike getting a tornado outbreak spring?
If that's Michigan, then probably not. You guys will most likely see your severe weather outbreaks more into June and July, similar to last year. But thank you, Tyler, for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, no, but we definitely could see a couple more tornado outbreaks this spring. I will say that much. How this spring is shaping up is looking pretty widespread and intense. So I'll definitely have my hands full with this channel. But yeah, you can clearly see the orange is moving away from the radar. The grays and greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. It's just passed over the intersection of I-485 and I-77. So as that continues to move on through, it's now passing over the United States Route 521 areas. The rotation is actually intensified a little bit. So I'm going to take a delta velocity here. You can see I'm looking at 5 on top of 107. That is a 112 mile per hour delta velocity. And if you don't know what a delta velocity is, that's basically how fast the rotation is. It's moving at 112 miles per hour. So that is a relatively strong rotation that is heading off just over the areas of United States Route 521. So if you live as well as near Woodland Road, or Woodlawn Road, I should say, if you also live near State Route 16, live from Matthews all the way north on United States Route 74, closer towards the Sharon Road areas, you need to go ahead and get into your safe space, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's take a 3D of this storm. This is one thing that we can do here with this radar program to be able to determine as to how healthy this thunderstorm is. And indeed, the one thing that we would be able to look for is an inflow notch within the thunderstorm. So here's 3D. You can actually see the inflow notch, this little cave here, to where this storm would be able to ingest and eat up all the energy is out into the atmosphere. So the inflow is moving into the thunderstorm unimpeded. So you can definitely see 100%. I'm sorry for blinding you all with the white screen, but you can see 100% that this thunderstorm is still ingesting inflow, and it is taking in energy. So it has not really anything to prevent it from losing any more thunderstorms. A new tornado warning has been issued. This actually is for what I was talking about earlier. This is the rotation that's near Thomasville, and this thing is starting to intensify a lot more. So I mentioned that if you live near High Point in Jamestown, you needed to be in your safe space, even if you weren't in the tornado warning. That is exactly what has happened here. The rotation has moved off to the side of the tornado warning. They have actually had to issue a new tornado warning for these general vicinities. So High Point, Archdale, you need to be in your safe space now. I told you before that you guys had a limited amount of time before you need to get in your safe space. That is exactly what has happened, that it is moving right on top of you. So if you hear this transmission and if you live in these areas, or if you know anyone who lives in these areas, tell them to get in your safe space, or you need to get in your safe space now. Now it's heading off into the Jamestown areas. It's almost paralleling Interstate 85, just off to the west of Interstate 85, and it'll be moving off and towards the Jamestown and the Sedgefield area. So if you live near Jamestown, it'll be impacting you in about, I'd say, 5 minutes. So if you live over there, you have that amount of time before you need to get into your safe space. And then the Sedgefield areas, it'll be impacting you in about 10 minutes. So you really need to continue to monitor the situation as this heads off to your general vicinity. And it's really one of those things where as this continues to move off to the north, you can definitely see this thing potentially intensify. So it is something that we all need to monitor really carefully. My cat is throwing a hissy fit. He wants to go outside, so I'll open the door for him, and he'll have a nice day. But you can clearly see the rotation here, 100%. The blues are moving toward the radar. These are actually moving in upwards of 80 miles per hour, maybe even 90 miles per hour. The reds are moving away from the radar, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just to the south of High Point. So as I mentioned, this is a strong rotation, strong thunderstorm with the potential of producing a tornado moving off towards the Jamestown areas. And you guys need to continue to monitor this storm. Do not take this lightly, all right? If you are in a tornado warning, you need to get into your safe space. I'm only here to tell you how long it will take until the tornadic rotation reaches your general vicinity. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to warn people. I'm trying to get the word out. So make sure you guys share the stream on social media as well as your family and friends. That way they are informed as well, so that they may be able to know that if they live in these areas, know that where these storms are moving and how strong they are. So High Point, I mentioned before, this is a relatively strong rotation. You need to get in your safe space now. Archdale, you need to get in your safe space now. Jamestown, you guys have about like 5-10 minutes. You need to get in your safe space now. Even though we're looking up 6,000 feet up in the sky, you still need to get there. You need to get in your safe space. So, yep. Greensboro got an alert. Yes, you are in a tornado warning. There's a tornadic rotation that's heading over High Point at the moment, and it is moving off to the north and east towards Jamestown. Then it'll be heading off to the Sedgefield areas in about 10 minutes, moving across the Interstate 40 area near the exit of United States Route 421. It'll be heading off into your area in about 15 to 20 minutes and heading off into the metro area, or the western metro area of Greensboro, in about 20 to 25 minutes. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, tell them that they're in a tornado warning and that they're moving into the general vicinity. You're in Archdale. Are you okay? I would say get into your bathroom, most likely. You could very well be impacted, but the strong rotation is off to your north. So that is one thing I will mention, but I would say get into your safe space. Get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. In my opinion, that is what you should do, because the rotation is relatively near you guys. It's near High Point, it's near Archdale, and whether or not that thing could wrap up and produce a tornado is yet to be determined. And I would not, wait to say, hey, there's a tornado on the ground. I'd rather be safe than sorry. So that is something to keep in mind. Greenville, North Carolina, are you good? The storm is a bit to your south and west still, but it depends upon... Oh, wait, no, that's Greenville. I don't know where Greenville is, but I might as well continue to try and answer the question. A lot of you are saying Charlotte. I'll move back to Charlotte real quickly because there are 2 different tornado warnings. One for the Charlotte metro area and another for the Greensboro metro area. So Greenville, someone asked, and nothing's near you. You're fine. Let's go back to the Charlotte tornado warning. The rotation is now starting to get outside of the radar. We're getting a bit of range folding, unfortunately, so we can't see all what's going on. I do want to go over to the Columbia radar, if that's the case, so that I can see where this rotation is as it continues to move on through. And there it is. It still has a bit of rotation here. We're just looking up higher up in the atmosphere, but the oranges are moving away from the radar. The grays are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So I mentioned before that if you lived along near State Route 16, near Woodlawn Road, you need to get in your safe space 100%. And then as soon as you hear this transmission, you'll be impacted by that. And if you live near United States Route 74, you guys need to also go ahead and get into your safe space because this will be impacting you, I would say, within the next 5 minutes. So it's one of those things where if you're in a tornado warning, you need to get in your safe space now. I'm just here to tell you as to when these storms will be moving into your general vicinity. But you really need to continue to monitor these storms as they head off into your general vicinities. So yeah, United States Route 74, you guys have about 5 minutes before this thing will actually push off into your general vicinity. A lot of you guys are saying for me to go back to High Point. Give me a second. I just want to keep talking about the where this storm will be moving into the Charlotte metropolitan areas. So after it passes through United States Route 74 in about 5 minutes, it'll be heading off into the Walgrove Mint Road areas in about 10 minutes. So if you live over there, you have a little bit of time, but you still need to get into your safe space. And then it'll be heading off into the State Route 24 area in about 15 minutes, depending upon where you live. So it'll be going right around the Mint Hill areas in about 15 minutes. If you live north of Mint Hill, if you live south of Hickory Grove, you guys could be experiencing some tornadic conditions within the next 15 minutes. So get into your safe space if you live over there. And if you know anyone over there, tell them to get into their safe space as well. Let's go back over to the tornadic rotation heading near Archdale and High Point. There is still a tornado warning down and around there. So if you live over into that general vicinity, near High Point, Archdale, Jamestown, Sedgefield, you still need to stay in your safe space. I'm not giving you the go-ahead to get out, mainly because there is still some tornadic rotation across your area. And so I would still say continue to stay in your safe space all the way up until, I guess I say so, more or less, because I'll be able to tell you when the radar, actually, when these storms move over with my radar. So the rotation itself is actually near the intersection of United States Route 29 and United States Route 311. So if you know anyone who lives over there, they need to get in their safe space now. That's exactly where the rotation is, and it'll be moving off across the United States Route 311 P. I don't know what that is. That stands for. But it'll be moving off into that general vicinity, and it'll be moving off across the Cavett Drive area as well. So if you know anyone who lives over there, they need to get in their safe space. They need to do that now. And then it'll be heading off to the Interstate 85 area, the junction of that, and the exit to go off of United States Route 29 north of Archdale within the next 5 minutes. So if you hear this transmission, you need to get into your safe space. Archdale, I know I have some people who live in Archdale. The rotation is now a bit further off to the north of you. So if you want to carefully get out of your safe space, you guys can. I'm not sure if there is a tornado that actually did go through there, but if there was, and if there's any debris that actually pushed on through your area, Trinity, Archdale, I would recommend getting on some protective gear, like shoes or something like that, so that if there's any debris that got lofted up, you guys can protect your feet as you walk around in those general vicinities. But I said before, this is a tornado warning that'll be moving through the Jamestown, the Sedgefield areas, and eventually into the Greensboro, North Carolina vicinity. It'll be impacting Greensboro in about 15 minutes. So that is your time frame if you live north of the Interstate 40 area in the town, or the city, I should say, of Greensboro. It'll be moving off into the Jamestown area almost immediately. So if you know anyone who lives there, tell them to get in their safe space. If you know anyone who lives near Sedgefield, it'll be impacting them within the next 5 minutes. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, tell them to get into their safe space. Because these storms, as it continues to move on through, they will continue to sustain, and they will move off to the north and east and potentially produce a tornado. So I'd rather you guys stay safe rather than sorry, and I really would want you guys to stay safe under my watch if I could help it. But 100% need to continue to monitor this as this moves off to the north and east. Will High Point be getting hit hard? High Point just got impacted by the storm. You should have been in your safe space already, in my honest opinion. So, yeah, if you live near High Point, you guys aren't exactly out of the risk right now. You just had your tornadic rotation pass on over you. I would say at 5:08 Eastern, that's when you guys can get out. But I would do that with caution, so something to keep in mind with all of that. I'm trying to figure out here on Twitter. I'm trying to see if there's any sort of tornado that happened near High Point or Archdale, because I'm really am curious as to if anything happened. By the way, if you guys want to send me anything on Twitter that happened on with tornadoes and stuff like that, or any sort of weather, do not send me a personal message. Send me, or not send me, at me on Twitter, at Nate, so N8 _ Snyder, SNYDER. You have to at me. I will not answer any of your personal messages or DMs. You have to at me on Twitter to try and help me out there, so I can get this footage on stream and tell people where this all is heading. Let's go back to the storm that is just to the south of Charlotte. We just got an update now, so there's not any range folding. We can now see that there is the rotation again. It is moving over the United States Route 74 areas, as we've mentioned before. So if you live near Walgrove Mint Road, if you live along the State Route 24 areas, you should be in your safe space now. But if you didn't hear before, you need to be in your safe space. Get underground or get in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. After it moves through past the the United States Route 74 areas, I said it'll be moving into the Walgrove Mint Road area, as well as the State Route 24 area, and then it'll be heading off into the Mint Hill and the end of the I-485 areas. So if you live over those areas, or if you know anyone who lives in those areas, you need to tell them to take proper precautions and get into their safe space. Then the intersection of State Route 51 and State Route 24, it'll be impacting your general vicinity in about 10 minutes. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, tell them that they have about 10 minutes before this tornadic rotation actually will head over into those general vicinities. Then after that intersection, it'll kind of parallel State Route 24, so it'll be heading off to the north of Midland, North Carolina, near the intersection of United States Route 601 and State Route 24 in about 20 to 25 minutes. So if you know anyone who lives over there, tell them that's how much time they have left until this tornadic rotation could impact them. So that's something to keep in mind. Let's go back over. Eastern Charlotte, depending upon where you live. If you live, like, say, near Dorita, that's not experiencing any sort of severe thunderstorms anymore. Pineville, you guys are over. You guys are in the clear. You guys have been in the clear. If you guys live near State Route 16, the tornadic rotation has already passed you all. You guys are also in the clear. And then if you guys live near Matthews, you guys are also in the clear as well. The rotation has successfully moved off to the north, so that is something to keep in mind as well. And then if you live along State Route 51, you guys are also in the clear, unless if you live near Mint Hill. So if you live near Mint Hill, and if you go further north on 51, towards State Route 24, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space. Greenville is not being impacted at the moment. They will get their thunderstorms later on tonight. So that is one thing to keep in mind there. Let's go back to the tornado warning that's heading towards Greensboro. Archdale, Trinity, High Point, you guys are good. You can get out of your safe space. You guys should be all right. The tornado warning or the tornadic rotation has actually moved over your general vicinity, so you guys are safe. Charlotte, the actual metropolitan area, is clear in itself, so they are good. But Sedgefield, if you live near Sedgefield, if you live near the intersection of I-73 and United States Route 29, as well as I-85, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. It'll be impacting you within the next 5 minutes. Greensboro, it'll be impacting you guys within the next 10 minutes. So if you live in the Greensboro metropolitan area, in 10 minutes, this is when this tornadic rotation will be heading over near you. Whether it will be stronger, whether it will be weaker, we will only have to see, but that doesn't matter because you are in a tornado warning and you should be in your safe space. So if you have the opportunity, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. 100% people need to continue to monitor this storm as this heads off to your north and east. So someone asked about places near Raleigh, Durham. You guys aren't getting impacted by storms at the moment. You guys are over here, and the tornado warning is all the way over in Greensboro. But you guys could start to see some thunderstorms later on tonight as this moves into your general vicinity. So something to keep in mind, too, that as this event progresses, there could easily be more instances of severe storms in your general vicinity. Let's see real quickly. All right, I just wanted to check that. If you guys are new to the stream and you do like what I do here, please be sure to leave a like. It helps me out with YouTube's algorithm so we can get this onto more people's recommended feeds. Subscribe if you are new and turn on notifications because I upload videos every single morning talking about weather that impacts the United States. It's kind of like a general overview. So if you guys want to stay tuned for all of that, I post them in the mornings. And share this with friends and family and on social media, especially since we have 2 tornado warnings at the moment and people need to be informed that these rotations are heading off into specific areas, especially Greensboro. Greensboro is definitely in the crosshairs of a tornadic rotation. It's a bit broad at the moment, but still tornadic rotation nevertheless. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Yeah. This is one of those things where the entire metropolitan area of Greensboro should be in their safe space because it'll be impacting them within the next 5-10 minutes now. I'd say right within that time frame, depending upon when you hear this transmission. So get into your safe space now, 100%. Archdale, Trinity, High Point, Jamestown, you guys are in out of the risk, I should say. So you should be in the clear, 100% in the clear. You guys are safe. You can go outdoors. Because the tornadic rotation is officially past you all. But if you're near Sedgefield, Greensboro, you need to continue to stay indoors as this will be continuing to head off into your general vicinity. I mentioned we have two tornado warnings, and if some of you have just joined and are wondering where the other tornado warning is, oh geez, there is a there's the extension. So that's the other tornado warning we were going to talk about. So this is just to the south of Charlotte, North Carolina, and it'll be moving off to the north and east, eventually into the general vicinity of the Midland area. So if you live anywhere along State Route 24 all the way over to Midland, near the intersection of United States Route 601 and State Route 24, you need to go ahead and get into your safe space. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, because this can easily move off into your vicinity and produce a tornado. So that is something to keep in mind with all of that. So the new tornado warning has been issued. This is for Cabarrus, Mecklenburg, and Union County. That'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You can clearly see the rotation here. The reds are winds moving away from the radar. Actually, that's more oranges now. And the grays are moving towards the radar. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just approaching the town of Mint Hill. So if you live near Mint Hill, if you live along the State Route 24 area, you need to get into your safe space now. I mentioned before that you needed to, and that as that continues to move on through to the north and east, you need to continue to monitor the storm and get into your safe space. So yeah, as I mentioned, Midland, the intersection of United States Route 601 and State Route 24, this will be impacting you. I'll put the new storm track up here in about 15 minutes. So it'll be taking its little time, but that doesn't mean that you should be either. You should get into your safe space regardless, because this thing is potentially tornadic. So that is something to keep in mind with all of that. The good thing about this is that this tornado warning actually is moving out of populous area and into a little bit more rural area compared to where it was in Greensboro. So that is something to keep in mind. But yeah, as this continues to move off, I said earlier it would parallel State Route 24. It will continue to do that. It's on that trajectory. So if you know anyone who lives along State Route 24 from the intersection of I-485 near the State Route 51 area all the way down towards Midland, tell them to get in their safe space. I wouldn't even be surprised if Locust starts to get into the action here. So if you know anyone who lives near the Locust or north of Locust, as well as around the Red Cross, to also tell them to get into their safe space, because that could start impacting them within the next half an hour. Let's go back up to the north here. We'll go back up to Greensboro. This is now right on your doorstep. I told you before that Greensboro should be in their safe space, and I hope that you're in your safe space, because it's heading off into your general vicinity right now. This is actually producing smaller amounts of hail and upwards of 3/4 of an inch, but still, regardless, you need to get in your safe space. Greensboro is a relatively large area, and that if you aren't in your safe space right now, you should be. 100% should be. So I'm going to move off from Greensboro now and start informing about places outside of Greensboro. So I'll put the storm track here. Anywhere along United States Route 70, this will be impacting you in around 5 to 10 minutes. The McLeansville area, that'll be impacting you in about 10 to 15 minutes, as well as Brightwood, 10 to 15 minutes. Anywhere along the Greensboro Loop, that will be impacting your general vicinity in about, say, 10 to 15 minutes. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Then after it moves through that, those general vicinities, that actually also heads into somewhat rural area. It's still a little populous, but there isn't actually any towns designated according to my mapping service here. But there is some general rotation here that's moving through the southern parts of Greensboro, and that they need to continue to monitor this as this continues to move off to the north and east. So definitely something that people do not need to take lightly as this moves off, and that really people need to continue to really monitor this as this heads off to the north and east. New tornado warning, oh boy. I haven't updated my IEM bot completely. So if there's a new tornado warning, I don't exactly know as early as everyone else does, but new tornado warning in Virginia. Oh yeah, there it is. That's near Roanoke Rapids. We were actually talking about that storm as a severe thunderstorm earlier, but that is a new tornado warning. So let me quickly get a radar up there. Let me just kind of scurry my way up to the top there. Is Archdale okay? Yes, Archdale is okay. You guys are in the clear. You can get out and move about. Jacksonville's fine. We can put this radar up in the tornado warning. Up here. All right, so new tornado warning here. This is for Northampton and Greensville County. That'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you live near Gaston, if you live along the I-95 area, as well as the United States Route 301 area, you need to continue to monitor this system. This thing has some relatively strong rotation, I will admit that much. So if you live in these areas, you need to get into your safe space as well. If you live north of Seaboard, you also need to get into your safe space, because this thing definitely has some really nice rotation. Echotops are actually going up to 42,000 feet, which, if you don't know what echotops are, the radar is trying to find how high the clouds actually span up in the sky. So this actually goes up to 42,000 feet up in the sky, which is some relatively tall thunderstorms within these general vicinities. So new tornado warning for those areas. If you live in those areas, especially along United States Route 301, you need to get in your safe space as well. Let's take a 3D of this storm, because we can actually do this with this radar program, and we'll be able to see what these thunderstorms are like as this continues to move on through. And wow, that is actually really nice to look at here, chat. This is a thunderstorm that is spanning up to 40,000 feet, as I mentioned before. But you can also see there is a way for the thunderstorm to actually ingest inflow, to be able to take in that energy and allow it to sustain. So you can see there's a little bit of a cave here. I'll put this back over here. You can see this cave to where the energy would actually seep in.
Janae Wiggins, Super Chat $4.99.
Janae Wiggins with the $5 Super Chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate all the support. Thank you for the $5 Super Chat. My goodness. That's crazy. But, yeah, you can see right here in Roanoke Rapids, you can clearly see the inflow notch. You can clearly see it take in this energy and to allow it to sustain. And that is a bit concerning that this storm is as strong as it is. So really something to keep in mind with this storm. I do not see a debris signature off of this system, so that is the good news here. But still relatively strong rotation moving off to the north and east, just to the south of Emporia. So really something that we should continue to monitor as this heads off to the north and east. So where is this rotation? I'm talking about this tornado warning right now for Northampton and Greensville County, which is on the border of North Carolina and Virginia. That'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and it's heading off to the north and east towards the Druryville area. So it's moving off to the north of Seaboard. It's now in Virginia, I will say that much, and it's heading off to the north and east. I do not see a debris signature with this storm, I will say that much, but it is still moving off into that general vicinity. It's still looking relatively pronounced, so we will keep an eye on this storm as this heads off to the north and east. Yeah, this thing looks relatively interesting as well. Some really strong areas of rotation here. All right, let's go back down to the Charlotte, North Carolina storm. I mentioned before that if you live near Midland, if you live along the United States Route 601 areas, as well as the State Route 24 areas, you need to continue to monitor the storm. If you live near Charlotte, if you live near Pineville, if you live near Hickory Grove and Mint Hill, you guys are in the clear now. This tornado has actually passed you. But if you live near Midland, if you live near the intersection of State Route 24 and the near United States Route 601, you need to get into your safe space now, because you have some tornadic rotation that is moving off into your general vicinity. Back at the ranch with the sponsorship, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. And then Morgan with the $5 super chat says, love watching you.
Morgan super chat $5. Love watching you. Keep your eye on Durham, North Carolina for me.
Yep, I will. I will continue to do so as this continues to move on into the evening. So I'll keep an eye on there. But Midland, North Carolina, near State Route 24 and United States Route 601, you need to continue to monitor this as this heads off to the north and east. Let's go up to the storm near Greensboro. You can still see the rotation that's moving off over the city of Greensboro. Sedgefield, you guys are in the clear. Anyone who lives on the southern side near Interstate 40, you guys are not in the clear. 100%, the rotation's moving right over you. You should be in your safe space 100% right now. So please, please, please get into your safe space. You do not want to be impacted by the storm. If you live near United States Route 70, you guys will be impacted within the next 5 minutes. So you should get into your safe space there. There's also a new area of rotation that could be developing near Forest Oaks. That could be heading off to the Graham and Burlington areas. So if this thing starts to organize itself, you could potentially see another area of rotation develop and potentially a new tornado warning. So that is something to keep in mind. You saw a waifu? Yep, you sure did. But anyways, definitely one of those things where people need to continue to monitor this as this moves off to the north and east. So Sedalia, as well as Wisset and Gibsonville, you guys need to start monitoring the storm. If they issue a tornado warning, get into your safe space, get underground, or get on the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So Greensboro, you should already be in your safe space 100%.
Super chat $4.99. Thank you so much. I live in Pineville area. You really helped.
Yep, no problem, Janae. Thank you for the $5 super chat again. My goodness, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for your generosity. And I'm glad I could be of help. So, just glad you're safe. I'm glad everyone so far is safe. And I hope the safety continues into tonight. Because it's still a elongated risk all the way over to the coastal Carolinas. So yeah, if you live near McLeansville, live near Sedalia, you need to get into your safe space now. It'll be impacting you in about 5 to 10 minutes. So that's about the time frame to which you need to get into your safe space and ride out the storm. Has the tornado formed yet? I have not seen any updates as to whether or not a tornado has actually been produced. But you could easily see another rotation form near Forest Oaks, and that could easily recycle and threaten the areas of Wisset, Gibsonville, and Elon. So really something that people need to continue to monitor as this moves off to the north and east. Let's go back to the tornado warning here in Virginia, because this storm looks absolutely amazing. I mean, look at this hook, chat. This is a classic supercell. This is what you would find in textbooks as to what thunderstorms, strong thunderstorms that could produce tornadoes would look like. And you can clearly see the classic hooking characteristic here, just to the north of Seaboard. So it'll be heading off into the Druryville area. If you live near Druryville, if you live near United States Route 58, just to the east of Emporia, moving through Capron, as well as Cortland, you need to get into your safe space now. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. That'll be impacting your area in about 15 to 20 minutes. So you have a little bit of time. It's moving through relatively rural areas. That is the good news.
Douglas W. Super Chat $4.99.
Douglas W. with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for the generosity. And to all the people who have liked the stream, subscribed, shared it with people or whatever, I just want to tell you all that you guys are amazing and that you guys, without you guys, I wouldn't be doing this. So thank you so much for your generosity. And I will continue to do this as long as I can. Is Kernersville okay? If that's Kernersville, North Carolina, they are they're not being impacted by the tornadic storm. I'll actually take a look at that real quickly one more time. So Kernersville is actually out of the risk, so you guys should be all right. You guys should be a-okay. So your best friend will be able to ride out the storm, or actually she's successfully, or he or she, not trying to assume anything, but they're successfully going to ride out the storm. Real quickly, because I know, even though there's 3 tornado warnings out here, I know some of you want to learn more about the weather and try and be updated by yourselves and stuff like that. So if you want to learn more about weather, feel free to join my Discord server here. The link will be in the chat, so if you click that, you'll be able to do so. You can learn all sorts of things about weather, and we also talk about weather. We also forecast stuff. So if you want to join that, please be sure to click that link to the Discord server there. And I'll be there. I'll be talking every now and then. Not during events, obviously, but, you know, if you guys want to learn more, please be sure to join the Discord server there. Is South Carolina done? You're just in. You went to Huntsville, Alabama today. Weather was good. Depending upon where you live in South Carolina, it could be done. So it'd be more or less the western parts, like near Greenville and Spartanburg. That's when it's kind of done. But can you check Illinois for me? I don't need to check Illinois to say that there is no weather over there. Just to, you know, appease an audience here. Illinois, there's just general thunderstorms over there, so that's your weather, but it's not really anything tornadic, so that's the good news. I want to take a look back at this Virginia cell, because this cell right here looks absolutely phenomenal. What radar am I using? GR2 Analyst. In my opinion, it's the best radar on the market. Better than WSV3, better than Radar Scope on computer, better than Radar Omega. For $250, just one-time purchase, you can take 3Ds, you can slice through storms, and I'm not joking you can do so. You can slice through storms, you can take a look at base velocities, you can customize it to however way you want, you can add reports, you can add weather stations or whatever, you can do all sorts of stuff. There is a 21-day free trial, so if you want to do that without paying any money, feel free to do so. So, I am using GR2 Analyst. That is one thing for sure. But this thing still looks impressive here on radar. 100% a really strong mesocyclone that could be moving through into this general vicinity. Yeah, so a relatively strong storm here that's actually moved out of the tornado warning. That is one thing that I do want to mention, the actual rotation. So if it wraps around its outflow and curls into a bit more of a ball, that's when we can expect that there could possibly be a tornado on the ground. So that is something to keep in mind as that moves off to the north and east with these storms. So something to really keep in mind. We have a new tornado warning. It's an extension for this storm now. They're getting a bit behind in all of these storms because the new tornado warning is actually further behind than the actual rotation, and the rotation is actually right on the border of the tornado warning. So yeah, that's getting a little messy out there with all these thunderstorms, with all of these warnings being issued, and that people near Druryville as well as Cape Ron as well as the United States Route 58 areas, you need to continue to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space, because 100% this thing could be moving through your area with some strong rotation and potentially even a tornado later on. Let's go back to the other tornado warnings real quickly. We'll go to the one that's to the south, or actually not even to the south anymore. It's to the east of Charlotte, near the Midland area. So if you live near Midland, if you live near Locust, you need to get into your safe space now, as well as anyone who lives near Red Cross and anyone north of Locust and Red Cross. You need to get in your safe space as well. So State Route 24, anyone who lives to the north of State Route 24 and around United States Route 601, and anyone to the east of United States Route 601, you need to get into your safe space as well. The radar, this actual thunderstorm is moving further and further away from the radar, so it's very hard for me to be able to determine as to what cells are actually doing relatively well, which ones are strong, which ones are not. So we are actually looking at the storm 7,384 feet above the ground, which is relatively high for a radar. You would typically want around 3,000 to 4,000 feet up in the sky for us to be able to determine at maximum what storms are doing. Maybe even 5,000 or 6,000. That's kind of pushing it a little bit, but 7,000, that's when we're just basically kind of just throwing it out the window. We don't exactly know what all could be happening at the surface. Royal Guard with a subscription, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, thank you so much. Is Raleigh still clear? Yes, Raleigh is still clear right now. You guys aren't getting any thunderstorms at the moment. But you guys are clear. Let's take a look back at the tornado warning that just went to the north of Greensboro. Greensboro itself is officially out of the warning. So if you live in downtown Greensboro, You guys are officially in the clear. But there's something that I've mentioned before. I said there could be a new rotation forming just to the south and is heading towards the Sedalia areas and the Wisset areas. There's the new tornado warning, chat. I mentioned before that there could potentially be a new rotation forming and it could be heading into these areas, and that's exactly what happened. So you need to get into your safe space now. 100%. This is when you need to get into your safe space. Get underground or get in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be impacting the Wisset area as soon as you hear this transmission, and this thing is actually intensifying in front of my very eyes. So Wisset, you need to get into your safe space now. Elon, it'll be impacting your area within the next, actually you'll probably, as soon as you hear this transmission, you'll be impacted by the storm. So if you live near Elon, you need to get into your safe space. Gibsonville, get into your safe space. Glen Raven, you guys will have about 5, maybe 10 minutes. You need to get into your safe space as well. Burlington, you have about 10 to 15 minutes. I'll say 10 minutes whenever you hear this transmission. You need to get into your safe space. 100%, 100% something to where you guys need to continue to monitor these cells as they push off into your general vicinity. You can clearly see the rotation here. The blues are the winds moving towards the radar. The reds are the winds moving away from the radar. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, just near the town of Wisset, right over Interstate 40. So if you live over there, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space now. You also have another rotation that is just to the west of Ossipee, as well as the Altamaha areas. That is a tongue twister and a half, but there's also another area of rotation, not as strong as the one down to the south, but it'll be heading off into the Altamaha areas, as well as the State Route 87 areas and north of that. So if you live in that general vicinity, you need to also go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space as well, because this will be impacting you within the next 5 minutes, maybe even 10 minutes. I'll say 5 minutes based off of how fast it's moving. So you need to get into your safe space now and just wait for the storm to move over you. But as I mentioned, this is some pretty serious rotation here heading through Wisset. I'm actually going to take a delta velocity here and see how fast the rotation actually is. So I see 67 on top of 38, 35. Yeah, I see 38. So 67 on top of 38. That right there is a 105 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the rotation is moving. So 105 miles per hour is how fast that is moving over the town of Wisset. So if you live over there, live near Elon, you need to get in your safe space now.
Super chat $19.99. This channel is underrated for weather. You do an amazing job navigating weather. Oh, wow. Do you cover winter storms in the winter out of curiosity? I wish I lived in an area with tornadoes, but I am from New
York. That's understandable. Yeah, I do cover winter weather every now and then. It will honestly have to depend about the severity, but it'll be a general cover. But totally Aiden with the $20 super chat. My goodness, thank you so much. Oh my. Thank you. Thank you so much. As most of you have probably noticed, there is a new tornado warning. This is the extension for the cells that are moving out of Greensboro. So you have the new tornado warning for Rockingham County as well as Caswell County. That'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. There is 2 areas of rotation that is moving off into that general vicinity. So you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. This now includes Yanceyville and people along United States Route 158. So if you live over there, you need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. I would highly recommend it if you do all of that. So please, 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 if you live near Burlington, if you live near Elon, Glen Raven, you need to get in your safe space right now, because this thing is heading right over towards you all. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, and it's a matter of getting into your safe space and staying rather safe than sorry. So it is something to keep in mind as this pushes on through. So it'll be going right over the State Route 1311 areas, so the 1311 area, as well as the State Route 87 area, relatively soon, probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So you really need to take your proper precautions as this heads off over your area. Let's see. Geez, this box is now starting to fill up with a bunch of reds. These are just tornado warnings with additional severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. For any of you who are curious, there are 6 tornado warnings right now across the span of the eastern parts of the United States. That is quite a lot for what we were expecting today. So that is something to keep in mind. What do I use to highlight or circle the tornadoes? Epic Pen. It's free, but if you want to pay additional, get like arrows or boxes or stuff like that you don't want to draw, pay $25. But Epic Pen is the way to go. That's how I do all of that. Yep, there's a little bit of rotation. I mentioned before that it's heading to the south of Druryville, near the town of Capron, along the United States Route 58 area. So if you live into that general vicinity, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space as well, because this tornadic rotation is heading over you. It'll be heading near the Sabrel areas in about, I'd say, 20 minutes. So if you live over there, you need to continue to monitor that, especially as it continues to move off to the north and east. And if it continues to hold its current trajectory, that is exactly where it will go, near the town of Sabrel, north of Cortland. It might actually impact the town of Cortland, so you guys need to continue to monitor that as that heads off to the north and east. And this is only just the beginning, guys. This is really just the set of thunderstorms they're starting to kind of fire off. We could see more that expand over the central parts of the Carolinas towards the coastal Carolinas. There is indeed a 10% chance for tornadoes across the board, so that is something to keep in mind. Something that has really caught my eye here. This giant storm right here is a large supercell. A large supercell. You can see the swirling arms moving into the area of rotation. If this thing can get its act together, people around the northern parts of Norfolk, near the Newport News and the Hampton area, you guys might be in the crosshairs of a severe thunderstorm that could potentially be tornadic. So that is something to keep in mind, is that it heads off to the north and east, that if the National Weather Service issues a tornado warning, you need to get into your safe space then and there. Let's see, I'm trying real quickly to see some other things as well. We're so close to 4,000 subscribers, guys. You guys are crazy. Thank you so much. To all the people who have subscribed, liked the video, shared it with a bunch of people, because we need to get the word out, all sorts of things. I just want to tell you all, you guys are amazing, and I appreciate all that you do for me. Without you guys, we wouldn't be getting the word out for everyone. So thank you so much. This tornado warning is about to expire. It's turned into a severe thunderstorm warning. So severe thunderstorm warning for Montgomery, Randolph, and Stanley counties is in effect until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You guys have some general rotation on that thunderstorm, but the rotation isn't as strong as it once was, so that is something to keep in mind. There's also some other storms that are moving on through. Just to the north of Columbia, near Winnsboro, as well as Heath Springs, Tradesville, and Pageland. Actually, the storm near Tradesville and Pageland actually has a little bit of general rotation. So if you live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get indoors, especially since there's already a severe thunderstorm warning for that cell. There's also a tornado possible tag. The National Weather Service in Columbia has actually acknowledged that there could be the potential for a tornado possible in this thunderstorm. So that is something to keep in mind as this continues to move off to the north and east. There's 2 storms near Winnsboro, actually. Both of them have a little bit of general rotation. Would not be surprised if they intensify a bit further, because that's the type of event we have today. So if you live near Winnsboro or anywhere along the Interstate 77 areas, you also need to monitor the storm as this moves to the north and east. Let's go back to the storm that's near Elon, because this storm is relatively strong. I mean, look at this. This is a strong rotation right here. You can see this indicates where the strongest rotation is. This is called the normalized rotation, and the greens are in the higher scale of stronger rotations. Well, not really the higher scale, but it's higher than blue. Usually when you get into the reds and pinks, it goes from a scale of blue to green to yellow to red to pink to white. That's when it starts to get worse. So it's in the greens. It's like a 2 out of 5 or 2 out of 6. But regardless, it is still relatively strong. So that is something to keep in mind as that heads off to the north and east. But that is still something to keep in mind, that there is a potentially strong system moving through. You can clearly see the rotation here. Greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle, right over Elon, is where the rotation is.
147 super chat $1.99. Nate, you hit 4K subs.
Guys are mental. Thank you so much for the 4,000 subscribers. My goodness. That is absolutely insane. Kilo, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. People wanted me to check for a debris signature. I don't see a debris signature here anywhere. There is a spectrum width drop, which measures turbulence. So, and it's on the higher scale of the turbulence, and that is 100% an area to where there could possibly be a lowering, like a funnel cloud or maybe even a tornado near the town of Elon. So if you live near Glen Raven, if you live near Burlington, if you live near Elon, you need to get in your safe space now, because you could potentially have a tornadic rotation moving through your general vicinity, because this is definitely a strong thunderstorm. Definitely something that people need to continue to monitor as this heads off to the north and east. The good news is that after this passes Burlington and after this passes Glen Raven, which will be in about 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, this is where it starts to get into the rural areas of North Carolina. And that is exactly what we needed to see, because we do not want to see any more people impacted by these thunderstorms. So that is something to keep in mind for all of you. Yeah, so across the board here, multiple areas of thunderstorms that could be able to produce some tornadic rotations. Some areas of general rotation, some area of strong tornado rotation, just like the one here in Burlington. I'm going to actually take a delta velocity, and I'm seeing 45 miles per hour on top of 48. That is that's a 93 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the rotation is actually moving. So that's something to keep in mind, that you have some strong rotation in these areas here. Yeah, the rotation's actually expanded a bit. It's not as consolidated as it once was, I will admit that. But you still definitely have some general rotation moving over the areas of Glen Raven. So we hope that you're in your safe space. We hope that you're underground or the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, because these cells can 100% move through your area and produce some tornadoes. Yeah, so after this, it actually is going to move outside your general vicinity. So that is the good news there with all of that. If any of you have Discord and you want to join the Discord server, link is there. Won't say more about it besides it's a weather server. So let's just continue into this tornado warnings. Speaking of which, I actually want to take a look back at the tornado warning that's over near Capron. And it still has some decent rotation. It still is looking okay. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it's definitely, you know, not extending to the ground. So this isn't on the ground right now, but it still is something that we need to continue to monitor as this heads off to the north and east. Is Greensboro good? Yes, Greensboro is in the clear. Yeah, Greensboro's in the clear. It's now Burlington that's now in the crosshairs. So, Jacqueline, hello. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so Capron, there isn't a new tornado warning right now. There isn't a new tornado warning. It's now a severe thunderstorm warning, but it has a tornado possible tag on this cell. So that's something to keep in mind as this heads off to the north and east. That place is near Capron, Sabrel, as well as Cortland. You guys could be impacted by the supercell that could be producing some large amounts of hail. Maybe even the chance for tornadoes later on this evening. Speaking of the chance for tornadoes, the Isle of Wight as well as Smithfield, has this giant supercell that kind of just planted itself right over, and it's heading towards Hampton. So if you know anyone who lives into that general vicinity, tell them to kind of just seek indoors, in my honest opinion. That's probably the best thing for them to do, because this is a large supercell here. And if this thing does wrap up and produce rotation, then no one's going to have any fun. This thing could definitely produce a tornado, and that is something that no one wants to see. Is Suffolk good? Well, here's the thing. Suffolk is not exactly going to get impacted right now, but it easily could be impacted later on this evening. So you can see here is Suffolk. Here are the thunderstorms over here. They are moving off to the north and east. They're moving to the north.
Totally Aiden Super Chat $4.99. I have to go, be back later if you're on tonight. Hope to see you soon, take care.
Yep, thanks Totally Aiden for the $5 super chat. You've done so much tonight in regards to being supportive to the stream. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. But these massive supercells that are now starting to move on through, and people need to monitor this with the utmost care. People are still asking if Raleigh is good. Raleigh's not being impacted yet. Later on in the evening, however, Raleigh could get impacted. So that's something to keep in mind as this continues to move on through to the north and east. But seriously, though, you guys, if you are in a severe thunderstorm warning, or if you're in a tornado warning, you need to stay indoors. And if you're in the tornado warning, you need to go ahead, get underground, or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Will Halifax, Virginia, get hit by the supercell? Real quickly, let me find out where Halifax is, because my Southern Virginia geography is a bit rusty. So Halifax is on the opposite side of where the storms are. So Halifax is all the way over here. You guys are getting a lot of the straight line winds, the gusty winds and stuff like that. But that isn't where the tornadic rotation or the supercell is at all. Supercells are actually moving off towards the Norfolk areas, just for reference. So you can see Norfolk is right here, and here is the two supercells that are moving along a line. So really something to keep in mind with those storms as they move off through. All right, let's take a look back at the storms over near Burlington. I'm not sure if this is a debris signature. I actually have no clue. It very easily could be a debris signature. I do not think it is. I think it's too rough to say. It's too hard to say, I should say. But if you live near Green Level, if you live near Woodlawn, you need to get in your safe space. I mentioned before that if you live near Burlington, you need to get in your safe space. That would most likely be the best case scenario for all of you if you did that. So please do so. Please get into your safe space. Is Tabor City good? Give me a second. The reason why I said that most likely isn't debris is because we're looking up 6,000 or 7,000 feet up in the sky, and it's all within a line here. So this could easily be some interference in the radar, but it could also be some debris as well. So that is something to keep in mind with that. But that's probably the reason why this thing hasn't been classified by the National Weather Service as on the ground just yet, if it is on the ground. All right, Tabor City, you guys are good right now, but you later on tonight, that's when you can start seeing your risks. So if you're closer to the coast on the Carolinas, you're not getting impacted right now, but you're going to get impacted later on tonight. So just keep that in mind. Let's see. I'm trying to look through here a bit more. Sealer City is about to get impacted by thunderstorms. So if you live over there, Ashboro is getting impacted by thunderstorms right now. But if you live near Sealer City, you guys are going to get impacted by thunderstorms within the next 5, 10, actually I'd say 10 to 15 minutes. What state are we looking at? This is North Carolina, but earlier we were looking at Virginia. Actually, let's go back to South Carolina real quickly. I want to take a look back at the storms. I don't know what just happened. Oh, that's not me. That's someone else. I gotta close my door. There we go. Easy. Yeah, so there's still a couple of these storms that are pushing on through in South Carolina. Actually, I want to go to Columbia's radar, and there is a little bit of rotation on some of these storms, but they aren't exactly all too strong. That is the good news, I will admit. But regardless, they could provide some gusty winds and maybe even some spotty hail, so that's something to keep in mind with all of these. People want to know what radar application I use. This is GR2 Analyst. Come in. It costs $250, but it's only a one-time purchase. Appreciate it. Only costs $250, but I think it's the best radar product on the market right now. Better than Radar Scope on computer, better than Radar Omega on computer, better than WSV3. Especially since you can customize it, you can provide your own color tables. You can also put different place files on top. So for instance, if I want to take a look at surface observations like weather stations, boom. If I want to take a look at say what's happening near Chiraw in South Carolina, it's 75 degrees and the dew points are 62. It's mostly cloudy, so you can do all sorts of stuff like that as well. Let's see. Daniel from Boston. Sheesh. This risk isn't even impacting you and you tuned in. That's amazing. Thank you. Hello, hello. Was that actually your mom who brought me the food? That was my little brother, but my mom was yelling at my little brother to give me food. So, nice family we have over here. I want to take a look back at these supercells real quickly. And this thing is starting to kind of try and rotate. So I'm actually starting to sound the alarm here. If you live near Northport News as well as Hampton, you need to start getting into your safe space now. This looks like a strong supercell. I'm not going to lie. The presentation on it looks absolutely phenomenal. And you can easily see the inflow notch. Actually, if I took a 3D of the storm real quickly. If I took a 3D of this storm, Myrtle Beach, by the way, you'll be able to see some storms later tonight. So stay tuned. Look at this inflow notch here, chat. This is exactly what I'm looking for. You can see this little cave right here. And this cave actually allows inflow to seep into the thunderstorm, the energy that's in the atmosphere, and allow it to sustain. So this is a strong supercell that is ingesting a lot of moist air, and that is something to keep in mind. If you live near Northport News, if you live near Hampton, I would honestly say that you have to get into your safe space because this thing is starting to wrap up, and this thing could easily produce a tornado any minute now. So I know it's heading towards the shipyard and Norfolk. I know it's heading into that general vicinity, but if you live over there in Northport News or in Hampton or in a Pequosin, you need to get into your safe space. 100%. No doubt about it. That this thing could easily produce a tornado. Yeah, no, this thing, it looks strong. This thing could easily be the tornado of the day if it produces. But absolutely strong rotation here. Really strong rotation, actually. I'm kind of surprised that they haven't issued a tornado warning at this point. People are telling me to look at West Virginia. Bro, West Virginia. What do you want? It's my old state that I was in. What do you want? Weak rotation. So there is a little bit of rotation if you live off near Oceana as well as Leicester, Sophia, Crab Orchard, and Rodell. You need to get in. Need to kind of just go indoors. You're in a severe thunderstorm warning, but nothing really too interesting. And then Morgantown. This is kind of near the Pittsburgh radar. I might as well go over there. Barely any rotation over there, so it's not really all too big. New tornado warning. Oh boy. Is this for my storm? This is for my storm. I swear. No, this is the extension of the cell that was in Burlington. So let's quickly go over there real quickly. Blacksburg. Yep, so here's the rotation here. This is a new tornado warning for Alamance, Durham, Orange, and Person counties. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You can clearly see that there is still rotation here. The greens are the winds moving towards the radar. The reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. This counterclockwise rotation is just to the north of Graham, just to the north and east of Burlington, moving to the north and east. So if you live anywhere near the intersection of State Route 86 and State Route 49, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading off to the north and east towards the Hurdle Mills area as well as the Timberlake area, and it'll be heading off into that general vicinity in about 20-ish minutes. There's a new tornado warning as well for Caswell counties, but that kind of just fills in the blank. That was the only reason why there's this kind of like dip right here in the tornado warning, and there's like this new separate tornado warning right here, is because National Weather Service the National Weather Service has jurisdiction. So this triangle over here is for Roanoke. This one down here is for Raleigh. So Raleigh obviously has the larger tornado warning because it's in the larger amount of space there, but it does have a little bit within Roanoke's jurisdiction. So they added on to the tornado warning, and they collaborated to warn people. So that's something to keep in mind as well, that if you're wondering why there's two separate tornado warnings, it's because it's
Fish on Super Chat $4.99. Great job. Thank you.
Fish on with a $4 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate everyone who has supported the stream. My throat's a little bit parched. I've been talking nonstop for 3 hours. But then again, that's what we kind of do here. We try and warn people. So to all the people who have liked and shared the stream, especially getting the word out, to all the people who have subscribed if they're new and turned on notifications, I just want to tell all of you that you guys are amazing, and that I just want to thank you all for doing all that you have done and helping me get this far. So let's continue to get the word out that there is a tornadic rotations, there is a severe weather, and we will continue to do this as long as we can. So as I mentioned, this tornadic rotation is heading off to the Hurdle Mills area in about 20 to 25 minutes. So if you live in those general vicinities, you need to continue to monitor this situation very closely. And this thing could easily be re-intensifying again. The velocities have actually spiked a lot more. So I'm going to tell you all what the delta velocity is, which tells you how fast the rotation is moving altogether. So I see 61.5 on top of... No, 61.5. So that's a 113 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the rotation is moving in the sky. So that is something to keep in mind as well. I might actually want to move to the Raleigh radar now, since it's moving into that general vicinity. But that's how fast the rotation is moving, and that people need to take their proper precautions and get into the safe space if they live near the intersection of State Route 49 and State Route 86. Let's see. I want to go back to the supercell real quickly, because if this thing does end up forming, then that's kind of concerning. The good news is that there was a thunderstorm that formed out of thin air, and it's clogging up the inflow notch. So it might be trying to prevent the thunderstorm from actually producing a tornado as it gets closer to Northport News and Hampton. So that is the good news. I will say that much. To whoever is saying that there's rotation in Portsmouth, West Virginia, I just want to ask you this real quickly. Is that more important than the potential tornado warning, or the potential tornado that could be very well on the ground that's heading off to the north and east of Burlington? Just keep that in mind, because that is the this is the coverage that we need to continue to monitor. Now, whenever it does go tornado warned, that's when I'll start to cover it. But it's West Virginia. There's a bunch of mountains over there. I should know. I used to live over there, so they'll be fine. West Virginians don't care anyways. The normalized rotation is now a red, chat. That is kind of concerning. It's now a 4 out of 6 when it comes to the intensity scale, and that is concerning. That is really concerning. It hasn't altered in any way. It has not altered in any sort of way. This storm is 100% intense. This is a very intense storm that's moving off. So as I mentioned, if you live near the intersection of State Route 86 and State Route 49, you need to get into your safe space. Northport News, you guys have a thunderstorm that's moving on through that could produce some large hail. I'll actually go over there in a second. But we're looking at the storm that's just to the north, or just to the east of Greensboro, North Carolina. So give me a second. I don't think this tornado is, or I don't think this is on the ground just yet. Very well could be on the ground relatively soon. This is a strong storm, a very strong storm that could easily produce a tornado later on. So that's something to keep in mind as well. All right, the storm that's moving through near Northport News and Hampton. You guys have a little bit of rotation with that cell, but you guys could also see some large amounts of hail that could move on through, some in upwards of 1 inch. So that is something to keep in mind as well, as that moves off to the north and east, especially since this could impact areas like the United States Route 17 area, the United States Route 60 area, as well as the Interstate 64 general vicinity north of Hampton, near Northport News. Actually, Hampton and Northport News could easily still be in this event, so that's something to keep in mind as well. Another thing to keep in mind as well is that I think the supercell has ingested the thunderstorm, and they've sang Kumbaya, and now they are both trying to attempt to form a little bit more of rotation. So that is not exactly the best case scenario here, because we were expecting that the thunderstorm that was moving in with the supercell, you can clearly see here's the thunderstorm right here. We were expect this thing to kind of impact this supercell here that is rotating aloft. Now, as you can see, it's now starting to form a bit of a hooking characteristic with this storm, and that is not exactly what we wanted to see. So if you live near Northport News, if you live along near the Hampton area, you really need to kind of just go ahead and get into your safe space. Newport, sorry, not Northport. My goodness, I'm just kind of trying to zoom through all of this area. But Newport News in Virginia, as well as Hampton, you need to get into your safe space now. Honestly, I would honestly just try and get there into that general vicinity. I'm sorry for not pronouncing that correctly. I'm just kind of trying to zoom through here. Not a excuse to mispronounce people's town names, but if you live north of Norfolk, all right, we'll say that much. If you live north of Norfolk, on the opposite side of the whichever, I can't remember what river that is actually. Jeez. If you live near Hampton, all right, we'll say that much. If you live near Hampton, if you live near Newport News, get into your safe space. Get under, I would say get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, but I'm pretty sure they don't have basements over there. So I would just say get in the lowest innermost part of your building.
Brandy K Super Chat $10. Nate, I am just south of Raleigh and I appreciate you covering this weather event so thoroughly for here.
Yep, no problem, Brandy. I will continue to do this as long as I can, but thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate all that you all have done for me. So thank you so much. Yeah, no. If you live near Newport News, you live near Hampton, you need to get into your safe space. It's producing, or just get indoors in general. It's hailing large amounts over there, possibly over 1 inch. So just please get into your safe space 100%. Let's see. What about Williamsburg? Williamsburg's out of the risk now, as of right now, but you could easily see some more thunderstorms later on tonight, so that's something to keep in mind as well, that you're not officially out of the risk, but you could, you're taking a break. That's the James River. See, I knew it. James River goes all the way into Richmond. I've only been down here like once. And that's not the Potomac River. I know 100% that's not the Potomac River. I've lived near the DC area too long to know that that's not the Potomac River. Yeah, that's the James River. So if you live anywhere north of the James River, get indoors now. Thank you. Is Myrtle Beach okay? Myrtle Beach is not getting impacted at the moment, or at least I don't believe they are. Oh, there's a special marine warning for some of these storms, so that is something to keep in mind as well. Some general thunderstorms off of the coast, but the Myrtle Beach area isn't really going to be impacted by thunderstorms yet, so that's something to keep in mind as well. Is New Jersey okay? Yes, New Jersey is okay. New Jersey will not be impacted by this event whatsoever. Let's see. I want to go back to... Oh, I want to go back to Raleigh, actually. Trying to figure out... Yep, there's Raleigh. Let's go back to this storm over here that's to the north and east of Burlington. Hello from just north of Roanoke. Luckily, there was peaceful for us. We had around 25-mile-per-hour winds, just rain. Well, that's the good news. That's really the good news. Will the North Carolina storms affect Halifax? Last time I thought they were a supercell. So Halifax, for you guys, it's not really a supercell. It's more or less just gusty winds. Your supercells are more going to be towards the east, near like the Virginia Beach and the Norfolk areas. Although there is a supercell down to the south in North Carolina, this thing is continuously showing some impressive rotation. So that is something to keep in mind. Is Mass okay? If you're talking about Massachusetts, yes, Massachusetts is all right. No storm chasers on it? Hold up. I don't think there are. Yeah, there isn't any storm chasers. There's spotters out in front, but there aren't any storm chasers on this storm. So that is something to keep in mind with all of that. Yeah, no, that's really something to keep in mind, that all these storms, there isn't really any instance for chasing. I think the chasing event was yesterday, and everyone went down into Mississippi and Alabama. When do you think the highest chance for the severe weather chance for New Hampshire? Probably June or July. June or July is typically when it's the worst for severe weather. But don't be surprised if stuff gets bad in August as well. Will Maryland be okay? Depends upon where in Maryland. If you're like northern parts of Maryland, near Baltimore and Frederick, Hagerstown, stuff like that, no, you're good. Actually, Frederick, maybe not, because we all know Frederick, for some reason, gets some sort of stupid thunderstorms that turn severe. I don't know why. I'm so upset because, you know, they couldn't have went to the areas that I lived, get severe. They had to go to Frederick specifically, and that's just, ugh. Let's see. Let's see. Yep, the rotation is still relatively strong. You can see the greens moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. These are the winds. This is the velocity. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. It's a broad area of rotation right now, but it easily could restructure itself. So if you live anywhere along State Route 49 from the junction of State Route 86 and 49 and all the way up to the north, you need to continue to monitor the storm. If you live near Roxborough, you need to continue to monitor the storm because this could easily restructure itself, recycle, and possibly produce a tornado further along. So Hurdle Mills, Timberlake, Roxborough. If you live along United States Route 501 from Bahama and north all the way up to Longhurst, you need to get into your safe space. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. The timing here is Hurdle Mill will be impacted by the storm in about 10 minutes. Timberlake in about 15 minutes. Anyone along United States Route 501 in about 15 minutes. So you need to continue to monitor the storm as this continues to move on through. Let's go back to the storm over near Newport, because this actually is Newport News and Hampton. This thing is definitely trying to do something, but it doesn't exactly move through this general vicinity It looks like it might spare Newport News from a tornado itself, but not from the hail. The hail itself in Newport News, it's dumping. We've already got reports of an inch, so nickel to quarter size hail is currently falling. That's all the more reason why you should get indoors. All the more reason. So sad for me because you live in the eastern part of North Carolina. Well, don't worry, you're gonna get your risks tonight. So that is something to keep in mind with that. This event isn't exactly over. Could easily extend into later on tonight. Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation just to the south of Wakefield, so that is something to keep in mind too. But this supercell is really just kind of pushed on through. Echotops, actually, if you don't know what echotops are, it basically is the radar looking at how high the clouds span up in the sky. So it's almost 46,000 feet up in the sky. And that's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy for the type of event we have today. Because you can see some of these other storms in these yellows. 36,000 feet, 37,000 feet, whatever. So the fact that it's over into the oranges, let alone the dark oranges, that's pretty crazy. How about Baltimore, Maryland? You guys are good. Go Ravens, by the way. We need to assign a wide receiver or draft one. Let's see. What software is this? This is GR2 Analyst. Costs $250, but it's only a one-time purchase. And if you want to just test it out as a free trial, it's a 21-day free trial. So, but it's, in my opinion, this is the best weather software. You can customize it. You can do whatever you want with it. You can add place files. It's honestly the best weather software out there. Better than Radar Scope on computer. Better than Radar Omega. Better than WSV3. It's just, in my opinion, a far superior weather software than any other. So there's also another area of rotation that could be trying to develop here soon, near Saxapaw. And if that continues to intensify, that trajectory, geez, I turned into Pecos Hank for a second there. If that continues on its current trajectory, that'll head towards the Hillsborough area, just to the west of Durham. So if you live into that general vicinity over there, you need to continue to monitor those storms, because you could potentially see a severe storm. It's already severe thunderstorm warned, but it could easily attempt to go tornadic if it continues to move along at its current, at its current speed and strength.
Chris Walker super chat $4.99. Go Ravens.
Let's go. Go Ravens. I agree with you, Chris. I agree with you 100%. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate the generosity. So yeah, Hurdle Mills, Timberlake, the Roxborough areas, you guys need to monitor this storm with the utmost care, because this is a tornadic storm. You need to get into your safe space, actually. Yeah. By the way, GR2 Analyst is more for the weather nerds that are actually, like, are hardcore going to be hit by, well, hardcore or want to be hit by the meteorology craze or whatever. They want to be weather nerds. They want to, consider this as a job. Fine investment. But for the people that, are just the general public, want to get weather, Radar Scope is an easy product to purchase. It's only $10, but it gives you everything you need. Everything you need. Maybe even more stuff that you actually need, but all sorts of stuff. Yeah, Kyle, GR level 3 costs $80, but it's less quality. It's weaker quality, much less significant quality. Yeah, let's go back to the storm over near Newport News. Still large hail being produced, but the actual supercell, if it decides to produce a tornado, will most likely be offshore and will head off just to the south of Cape Charles. So that is the good news. That is the very good news in this case. That thunderstorm did its job. It prohibited it from continuing to produce or attempting to produce a tornado. And yeah, I'm really happy about that no one was seriously impacted tornadic wise with that storm, because it looked relatively scary for a second. Tornadoes passed you all, family is safe. That is absolutely amazing. Thank the Lord for that. That is amazing. Yep. I'm glad you all are safe. I'm glad. Any tornado touchdowns in North Carolina so far? Don't believe so. There's been multiple tornado warnings. At one point we had like 6 or 7. I think we had 6. But we had so many tornado warnings at one point, it wasn't even funny. So, but there is a tornado warning in North Carolina that is heading towards the Hurdle Mills and the Timberlake areas. This is just to the north of Durham. So if you live near Roxborough, if you live near Timberlake, if you live near Rogemont or Rogemont, I don't know how exactly you pronounce that, as well as Hurdle Mills, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be impacting areas along United States Route 501 in about 10 minutes. Hurdle Mills, as soon as you hear this transmission, it most likely will be right on top of you. So that's something to keep in mind there. Let's see. Someone said there was a tornado near High Point. I don't see any photos. So I can't exactly say that there is a tornado. But yeah, no, it's still relatively strong rotation heading off into those general vicinities. Let us see. I subscribed. You do a great job. Thank you so much. To all the people who have subscribed, donated, done all sorts of kind things to me, like liked or shared the stream to get the word out.
Sinister Daedra super chat $9.99.
Sinister with the $10 super chat. My goodness, thank you so much. To all the people who have supported us on stream here, we wouldn't be doing this without you all. And so thank you so much for contributing. Oh my goodness, I can't speak. I'm getting choked up. Thank you so much for contributing to the live stream, contributing to the channel. And we will continue to do stuff as long as we can. So just thank you so much. And if you guys want to stay up to date with our content, whether we live stream or post videos every single morning, please be sure to hit the notification button. We do it every single morning when we upload videos every single morning. And we do live streams practically almost any severe weather event that is somewhat significant, so similar to this one. So if you want to stay up to date with all that, turn on the notification bell so that you can be up to date. Please check your area for Glusty County, Virginia. Yeah, give me a second. Give me a second here. Can't see it there, so I'll just have to look it up on Google Maps. Gloucester in itself is out of the risk, but Gloucester, I don't think that is a county and or a city in Virginia. But Gloucester, okay, so yeah, Gloucester is out of the risk. I actually have a friend who lives over there, but Gloucester for the most part is out of the risk, especially Yorktown and Achilles. You guys are out of the risk for the most part. But you do have another round of thunderstorms that are approaching you guys. It's right over Prince George's, heading towards Claremont and Charles City, and it'll be over near your general vicinity in Williamsburg in about, I would say, 15, maybe 20 minutes. So something to keep in mind with all that. Tornado damage has been reported in Burlington. Are you serious? That's crazy. is Midlothian, Virginia gonna get hit at all? Give me a second. That's not, I haven't seen it myself, the actual damage report, so I'm not exactly sure. I can't exactly say, 100%, but if that's the truth, then that's really unfortunate. Okay, Midlothian. You guys will be impacted by some scattered thunderstorms. It won't exactly be your tornado threat per se. As a matter of fact, the tornado threat for you guys is kind of relatively over, or actually wasn't there to begin with per se, but scattered thunderstorms, maybe some gusty winds in your general vicinity are coming into your general vicinity. And if you live over near Richmond, that's what you can expect. These band of thunderstorms that move on through that can cause some gusty winds. Some could be severe, but that's another thing to keep in mind. Someone said look at the spotter in West Virginia. Bro. Stop the cap. There's nothing here. Stop making me go back to my old state. My old state take care of itself. Okay, so this supercell kind of just organized right over water. So that's the good news. What's a good free weather software to use on iOS? The NOAA radar thing. It's just the reflectivity though. No velocities or anything. How about South Hill, Virginia? Give me a second. I'll look this up for you all, and then we'll get back to the general overview as to what all is happening with these thunderstorms. South Hill, Virginia. Guys are near La Crosse. So, okay, so you guys are going to get impacted by these gusty winds. Maybe the chance for tornadoes, but not at the moment. I'd give it about an hour or two. I'd say about an hour, actually, before you guys can really start to see things. Virginia Beach, same thing. Actually, I would wait until about, 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. Something like that before you can actually start to get the line of storms that will pass on through. So definitely something to keep in mind with all of that. All right, let's get back to the general overview with some of these thunderstorms. So general thunderstorms are passing on through next to Myrtle Beach. And the threat for Savannah is kind of gone. Earlier there was a tornado warning earlier on in the stream, but nothing really is happening too much now. So I'd like to say that the risk for Savannah is over. I'd like to say that it is. I can't exactly say for sure. I love how it has a tornado vortex signature over the water, though. That's good to hear. That stuff is kind of away from us. So, that's good news. Let's take a look back at these thunderstorms over here in South Carolina. There's some general rotation here near Kershaw, but it's relatively weak. It'll be heading off into the Jefferson, the Chesterfield areas, as well as State Route 151, so don't be surprised if something happens there. But at the same time, as I mentioned, it's relatively weak, so we can't say for sure that it is actually 100% going to turn into a tornado. Let's take a look back at the storm here that's moving into Timberlake. I mentioned before that this thing looked like had strong rotation before. It actually got, if we had a scale, it got up to a 4 out of 6 on the intensity scale, which higher the number, the stronger the tornado would be. So 4 out of 6 is relatively intense according to radar here, and that is still relatively strong. It's actually a 3 out of 6 now with the rotation. It may just be some strong gusty winds, but at the same time, it could easily recycle itself and produce some tornadic conditions again. So that's something to keep in mind. Overturned damage bust from thunderstorm wind report, as well as roofs off houses, multiple trees down along Ethan's Way. So we might have actually had a tornado near Wissett and Elon. That is something to keep in mind. That is something to keep in mind too, that we might have actually had a tornado. It may have not just been thunderstorm wind damage. We'll have to wait until the National Weather Service actually gets the official reports and stuff like that. But that's still something to keep in mind. 100%. Real quickly. Will be ongoing over the several days. Several areas have been identified where possible tornadoes have tracked. Okay, so I was trying to see what the official reports from the National Weather Service were of the tornado outbreak that happened yesterday, but nothing really is new off of that, so that is something to keep in mind there. That they haven't finished their reports. Do you think the storm is going to hit Tabor City, North Carolina hard? I mean, it could, but at the same time, I don't think it'll be like hitting you all really hard. It'll be more gusty winds around the 50 to 60 mile per hour range at most. Not really a large chance for hail, so that is the good news for you all, but still a chance, still a chance. Where is this tornadic storm going? Good question, good question. I was about to talk about that again, but then I got sidetracked a little bit. So I mentioned before that if you were near Timberlake, you should be in your safe space now. So I'm not going to mention that again. If you live near United States Route 158 to the east of Roxborough, heading towards Oxford, you need to get into your safe space because that's where it's heading. It'll be heading over into your general vicinity in about 5 to 10 minutes. So that's how long you guys have before these storms actually could push on through into your area. And then it'll be heading off into the Stovall areas in about a half an hour. So that's it. That's quite a long period of time between now and then. You have a little bit of time to kind of get yourself together and make a plan of action so that if you need to get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, you know where to go if you get issued a tornado warning. Let's see. There is a little bit, I mentioned before that there is this storm that could potentially move on through and impact Hillsborough, and this is exactly what's happened. This storm has continued to show signs of potential rotation within the upper parts of the thunderstorm. And the National Weather Service has dictated that this is a tornado possible storm. They've gotten some sort of idea that that potential is there. So if you live near Hillsborough, if you live on the northern side of Durham, you guys could potentially see not only some gusty winds and some spotty hail, but you could also potentially see the chance for a tornado. So that's something to keep in mind as well. I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. That's kind of fun. I've been talking for 3 hours and 45 minutes, chat. What did I expect? Will the coast be affected? Yeah, most likely. Here, let's take a look at the models. We'll see if anything has really been updated. So we'll take a look at the latest model runs now. Go to the mid-Atlantic. And we'll take a look here. So you can see, here's your line of thunderstorms that are seeing right now. They're starting to approach Durham. Raleigh, Durham, that general vicinity, and you'll see that those thunderstorms will kind of actually just wither away a little bit, not gonna lie. There was the chance for some thunderstorms around Myrtle Beach. If I quickly go over to Wilmington, those thunderstorms actually have just completely moved off, and there's a water wedge out in the middle of the ocean. So that's the good news. Your strong supercells that could have formed along the coast here have formed further off the coast. So places like Wilmington, you guys might have actually dodged a bullet. Same with Myrtle Beach. Yeah, that's some great news. That's some really great news. I mean, there's still areas near Carolina Beach and Bald Head Island. They're still seeing some scattered thunderstorms. But Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach, stuff like that, you guys... looks like you guys might have actually dodged a bullet here. So, doesn't look like there's anything extra when it comes to, rain, snow, I swear. there could be some extra rain and stuff like that in the early morning hours tomorrow. So if you live in the coastal North Carolina areas, like the Outer Banks, you guys could definitely start seeing stuff. But, you know, places, this event will most likely diminish at around the 9 or 10 o'clock areas as it passes through Raleigh, Durham. So that's the good news. That's the good news. That's great news that Myrtle Beach actually seems to be out of the risk for the most part. I say Wilmington could possibly still be in the risk because there could be some more thunderstorms that pass on through. But Myrtle Beach seems to be in the clear. That is the good news there. Let's see. What do you mean? Let's go back over to the Raleigh-Durham radar. The storm near Hillsboro is starting to look pretty interesting. Starting to try and wrap up again. Oh yeah, this is definitely something that we need to monitor. As if there wasn't already another storm that we needed to monitor near Timberlake. So, I want to check back up to the Newport News area. I want to see if anything is kind of up or anything has changed over there. So now there's another chance for some severe storms that are moving through into the Smithfield areas again. Not as large hail as you experienced earlier, but still something to keep in mind with that general vicinity. Let's see. Wilson Rocky Mountain. It's not appearing on my Google Maps. I mean, there's Wilson Street Rocky Mount, Virginia. I'm not sure if that's exactly what it is. Is it getting a hook echo? The one that's over the water, yes. All these storms, for whatever reason, which the good news is they're intensifying over the water and out to sea. So it could have been a whole lot worse. If those storms developed even an hour earlier, some of these areas along the coast would be torched. So that is the good news. That is the real good news. If you guys want to do the weather command, it's exclamation point weather and then city and then state. That's a command in my chat. So that tells you the conditions and stuff like that. Trying to figure out. So the storm that went through Timberlake is starting to weaken a bit. That is the good news. The bad news is that the storm through Hillsboro still looks like it's a storm. Still looks like a decent storm that could potentially produce some rotation. Will upstate of South Carolina get any more weather? It depends upon where in upstate South Carolina. If you're talking about places south of Charlotte, like near Fort Mill, Rock Hill, Lancaster, and West, you guys are clear for the evening. You guys can have a good night. But if you're talking about areas like Jefferson, Cheraw, Chesterfield, further east, no. You guys could definitely see some more thunderstorms. Even Columbia, you guys can see some scattered thunderstorms potentially. Potentially. It's the threat for some gusty winds is there. Doesn't seem to be a lot of tornado risk, honestly, for South Carolina as much, which is the reason why it was a bit more localized towards North Carolina. But still, the threat looms. Let's go back to Raleigh's radar real quickly. Yeah, the Hillsboro cell looks relatively interesting. You can see the classic hook characteristic that we would find in supercells. The inflow coming in unimpeded. So yeah, this thing could easily produce some tornadic rotations or even tornadic conditions. So if you live north of Durham, or even to the north and east of Durham, I would say go indoors, seek shelter, as if you didn't already, because you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. So something to keep in mind. So if you live, oh, there's the tornado warning. Okay, well, Durham and Orange counties, you guys are now on a tornado warning until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This includes the city of Durham as well, just in case if it curls off to the right, but it most likely will keep its current trajectory. So if you live anywhere along Interstate 85, anywhere along United States Route 70, anywhere along United States Route 501, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out here for you all so that we can figure out where this rotation is actually going to be heading up. This will be heading out into actually this will be crossing over the Interstate 85 area almost immediately as soon as you hear this transmission. So you need to get in your safe space now, especially if you live along that interstate. If you live along interstates or United States Route 70, especially at the intersection of United States Route 70 and Interstate 85, and then if you live along near the United States Route 501 areas, it'll impact you in about 10 minutes. So that's the time frame for you all. You need to get in your safe space and approach this accordingly. If people don't believe you that there is a tornado warning in Durham or the northern suburbs of Durham, send them to the stream. Share this stream with them, or share this on social media with people, so that way people can get informed, or even just tell them there's a tornado warning for the northern suburbs of Durham. So just I'd appreciate it if you shared my stream, but if you just told them that there is a tornado warning, that's getting the word out as well. So that's something to keep in mind as it continues to move off to the north and east. Just so everyone knows, boy name is Steven, his mom's YouTube account. That's fine, that's fine. Not that big of a deal, trust me. Just getting the word out. There is a large tornado warning that just got issued. This is rather large. But there is a new area of rotation located near Rogemont. All right. So I kind of see what they're talking about here. So you can clearly see the hook here, the inflow notch coming in. So if you live near Oxford, if you live near Stovall, you guys also need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly your bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Some time is out here for you all. It'll be heading across the United States Route 158 area in about 5 minutes. So if you live over there, that's the time frame that you have to get into your safe space. And then it'll head over to the Oxford area in about 15 minutes as well. So if you need to keep in mind, that's how much time you have in order to get in your safe space. As I mentioned, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet. I do want to go back to the storm that is the tornado warning that is for the northern suburbs of Durham. The box actually goes right over the city of Durham as well, but this is mainly for the northern suburbs of Durham, so this is something to keep in mind as well. Someone told me that the oh wow. Okay, so Duke University itself is kind of located in the central parts of Durham. Actually, very well easily could be in the tornado warning as well. But if you also live on the campus on the university, I would highly recommend that you get into your safe space until this storm is passed over United States Route 501. So you need to continue to monitor the storm with the utmost care as this heads off to the north and east. Yeah, this is definitely something that we need to continue to monitor. 100%. 100%. You can easily see the rotation here. The reds are moving away from the radar. The greens are moving towards right in the middle is where the rotation would be. It just went right over Interstate 85. So yeah, as I mentioned, it's heading towards the United States Route 501 area. It'll be over there in about 5 to 10 minutes. So if you live over there, you need to get in your safe space. And if you live in between the intersection of 85 and 70, all the way up into Bahama, just to fill in the gaps here, you should be in your safe space now. So just please, please, please heed these warnings. Don't go outside to look for it. Just get into your safe space, just in case if this thing does produce a tornado. We are going to want to take the utmost care in regards to tornado warnings. If you guys are new to the stream, please be sure to leave a like. That way I can get onto YouTube's algorithm and tell more people that this severe weather event is happening, so that we can continue to get the word out and hopefully continue to try and save some lives. As well as subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications so that whenever I do live stream or whenever I do upload a video, I update everyone every day, unless if there's a severe weather event in the morning, into which I just live stream. Share this with friends and family on social media so that they also know that this stuff is happening as well. And that would be greatly appreciated. There's also some other areas with a little bit of rotation too. Is this a tornado possible? Yeah, this has a tornado possible tag on it as well. So southern parts of North Carolina as well, heading towards places like Fayetteville. This storm could eventually even go into the Raleigh area within the next like hour or two. We have to continue to watch those storms. So that's really something to keep in mind as well. Really want to be a storm chaser. Does anyone know how to sign up to be one? You don't. You just go. But I would highly recommend watching videos on YouTube. Study off of them. Study off of their mistakes. There's rotation in Durham. Yes, there is. There is indeed rotation in Durham. So if you live north of Durham, in the suburbs, the northern metropolitan area of Durham, into the suburbs of Durham, you need to get into your safe space now. It's heading right over your area. Whether or not this thing produces a tornado, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't, because if you're looking outside, you know, within that time period, you could have easily been in your safe space. And you know, I don't really believe in coincidence. So if you go outside and immediately a tornado forms, you're wasting time to potentially save yourself from the potential tornadic rotation. So it's all about saving lives here. It's all about taking your proper precautions to get into your safe space. And even if this isn't, you know, impacting you directly right now, you're going to want to be safe than sorry. All right. I'd rather see it that way, because I've seen too many instances where people were idiots and they thought that they could, you know, watch the tornado pass by, and that wasn't the case. So that's, you know, please, please just get into your safe space. 100%. Please analyze the storm around Seagrove. All right. So, first off, I just want to say all the tornado warnings, you need to get in your safe space 100%. Now, the storm near Seagrove. This does have a bit of rotation here, 100%. You can see the darker grays moving away from the radar, the brighter greens and even blues moving towards, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be, heading off near the town of Seagrove. It'll actually be going a little bit south of Seagrove. So I'm assuming this is an exit right here. Let me take off the radar. And I can't exactly tell. Yeah, there is an exit right near Seagrove. So it's not the first exit, but I think this is a rest area right here. So it's going to be moving right over the rest area south of Seagrove. So if you know anyone who lives near the rest area, near Seagrove, or if you live anywhere to the east of Seagrove towards the town of Bennett along State Route 22, you guys need to monitor this storm. If this does produce a tornado warning, you need to get into your safe space as well. There is a report by a spotter on this cell in Ellerby of a rotating wall cloud with a low base So this very easily could there's another cell that's rotating here. This is going to be eventually heading off into the Aberdeen areas. This is a lot more populated, at least I can tell, heading into those general vicinities. So if you live near Ellerby, if you live near Pine Bluff, Foxfire, there is a wall cloud over there, and that could easily produce a funnel cloud, maybe even a tornado later on. So that's something to keep in mind as that moves off to the north and east. So if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, you should be indoors. If you're in a tornado warning, you should be in your safe space 100%. Yep, this thing still has some really interesting rotation. I can't say this thing is officially done yet. The one thing I can say, though, is that the main parts of Duke University, I believe that's Duke University, you guys are good. Durham itself, the major city of Durham, anything south of Interstate 85, you guys are fine. So you guys are in the clear for the most part. But anyone along Interstate 85, you guys are not in the clear. You guys should stay in your safe space. And anyone along United States Route 501 north of Durham, north of Interstate 85, you guys are definitely not in the clear. This will be heading into your vicinity relatively shortly. Place a new storm track within the next 5 to 10 minutes. I'll say 5 minutes because at the time you receive this transmission is when you'll be impacted by the potential tornadic conditions. So that is something to keep in mind as this heads off to the north and east. In Bahama, Butner, you guys could also be impacted. Just looking downstream within the next 10 to 15 minutes for Bahama, and then 15 to 20 minutes for Butner. So if you live over there, that's how long it will take for those storms to start moving through your general vicinity. Yeah, there is still some decent rotation on the storm. I do not see a debris signature here whatsoever, so that is the good news. But as I mentioned, you're still going to want to continue to get into your safe space and stay there. Because as I mentioned, rather be safe than sorry. Let us see. Someone said look at Discord. I'm assuming it's severe weather chat. Assuming. There's no pictures there. By the way, yes, I do have a Discord server. We talk about weather. We also goof off and stuff like that. Although if you start drama, yeah, obviously you're gonna get booted. But if you want to join the Discord server, boom. Link is right there. In the chat, I should say. It's also in the description down below, but still. So yeah, once again, just one of those things where this storm continues to show some decent rotation. It does look to be a little bit linear, I will admit that, at the surface, but it is relatively close to the radar, I will have to admit. The rotation in the upper parts of the atmosphere is still relatively strong. So this is something that we're going to have to continue to monitor as this moves off towards Bahama and Butner. Let me eat this last part of my grilled cheese. So just an overview right now. Granville County, you have a tornado warning until 7:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Durham County, you have a tornado warning until 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time. So, if you live in any of those areas, you need to get into your safe space. Get underground. or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Real quickly, go over to Virginia again, and there's your second round of storms. Multiple reports of quarter-sized hail. I'll say that much. So I hope you went indoors, because getting pelted by hail is not fun. 100%. So, let's see. I think the only storms that we really need to focus on right now are the storms moving through North Carolina. Tell you about Greenville. Give me a second. I'll pull that up in a sec. Massive clouds rolling over Duke campus, and we still have exams right now. Seems legit. So Greenville, you're kind of like half and half. I'm not sure if you guys are gonna get impacted exactly, because that's when these thunderstorms start to run out completely. But very easily could start to kick out a bit later on. Very easily. But as of right now, it's kind of half and half. I can't exactly say if you're going to get thunderstorms. I mean, you guys might get some, general thunderstorms. But it may not be as strong. I'm getting hiccups now. I ate my grilled cheese too quickly. This is unfortunate. So there's still a little bit of rotation. That's just passed over United States Route 158, just to the north and west of Oxford. And that could easily move off to the general vicinity of Stovall. So if you live near north of Oxford, United States Route 15 towards Stovall, you guys are in a tornado warning, and you guys have your tornadic rotation, the tornadic rotation that's heading off into your general vicinity. So get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. With no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If it does form a tornado, that's the sole purpose of you getting into that safe space. So that way you will be able to protect yourself from the tornado if it does spawn. So that is something to keep in mind with all that. Yeah, there's some of these other cells that are starting to go too, but the cell near Bahama, north of Durham. By the way, Durham's officially out of the tornado warning, so that is the good news. But the cell near Bahama, heading up towards Butner, does have some general rotation. Reds moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And there is a new tornado warning. This is for Granville County. So I believe this is southern parts of Granville County. And this will be in effect until I think this is 7:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's exactly what it is. 7:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you live near places like Butner, Stem, anywhere along Interstate 85, from the intersection, well, from the exit of United States Route 15 and north, all the way up towards Oxford, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I do not see a debris signature at the moment, so that is the good news. It is not producing a tornado, but at the same time, it very well could later. That does not give you the excuse to get out of any of those, get outside and look at the tornado or the tornado warning and try and find it. Yeah, Tampa is experiencing a lot of thunderstorms, so people who live over in St. Petersburg and Tampa, the threat for flooding actually exists near places like St. Petersburg. So please, stay indoors. There's a lot of lightning with this storm, especially along the coast. So you really need to kind of monitor this storm heavily. Let's go back to the storms near Raleigh, Durham. So the presentation actually is starting to look a lot better. Actually, chat, let's take a 3D scan of it, shall we? For the new people here in the stream, they're probably like, what? This guy can take 3Ds of storms? And I'm like, yeah, I can do that. It's my special program. Look at this. Look at how high it goes up. It goes up to 20,000 feet, which that's just a hail core. It's not that bad. But this is what we're looking for right here. This little cave. And this cave indicates a potential inflow notch. Actually, this is an inflow notch. This is where the storm can ingest warm, moist air and allow it to sustain. It kind of eats that energy and allow it to sustain and maybe even strengthen. So that's something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through, that this is a supercell, and this does look primed to continue to sustain, maybe even strengthen. But still something to keep in mind with all of that. Let us see. Yeah, this thing is looking pretty.
Back at the ranch, super chat $20. Can you keep an eye on Sanford/Lillington area? Worried about the next tower.
Yeah. Give me a second. First off, I just want to say thank you for the $20 super chat. My goodness, that's a lot of money. Thank you back at the ranch. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. And as to your question, as to me keeping an eye on the Sanford and Lillington areas, here is Sanford, here is Lillington. Lillington in itself looks to be in the crosshairs of a severe thunderstorm that has moved from Ellerby. There's actually a report of a rotating wall cloud before, but it didn't. It still has general rotation, but it's not organized right now. It very well could go tornado warned, but still something to keep in mind. That'll head off into your general vicinity. So I'll monitor those storms as they get closer towards your area. Still some really strong rotation that's going across the Bahama area, and it's still looking really interesting. It's actually starting to jut out its outflow, which means that it might be primed for producing a tornado relatively soon. So if you live near Butner, if you live near Stem, if you live near Interstate 85, north of Creedmoor, as well as near United States Route 15, you need to get into your safe space now. All right, this storm very well could be wrapping up to try and produce a tornado. That's typically what storms do. They jut out their outflow, and whenever they do that, that's where the storms could potentially produce tornadoes. So if you live in those general vicinities, you need to take your proper precautions now. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be passing off through your general vicinity. Let me get a storm track here. This will be passing off through the Bootner area in about, I'd say, 5 minutes. So as soon as you get impacted there, you should be in your safe space. All right, 100%. As soon as you're right about to get impacted. Then it'll be crossing over the Stem area in about 10 minutes, as well as crossing over the Interstate 85 areas in 10 minutes as well. So if you live over there, you need to continue to stay in your safe space. Do not go outdoors, 100%. And then if you live over in United States Route 15, this could impact you in about 10 to 15 minutes, maybe around 15 minutes. So you need to take your proper precautions now. Just for reference, here is Durham, North Carolina. And here is the supercell that is threatening to produce a tornado in and around the Bootner and Stem area. So anywhere from Bootner and Stem along the I-85 areas, anywhere from Creedmoor north on United States Route 15, you guys should be in your safe space. All right, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet. I am not sure if that is debris. I I am not going to say if it is. I'm just going to say that treat this as if this is on the ground, like you should for any other tornado warning. This is North Carolina right here. Check out Shady Spring, West Virginia. Hold up. Kissimmee. So Kissimmee could see some severe weather. It's not like you're gonna get passing showers, more or less, in my honest opinion. But it won't be like any strong severe weather, in my honest opinion. So you should be all right. Someone mentioned about Shady Spirit, West Virginia. That's over there. Figured as much. The velocities show that, yeah, there is some general rotation. But the one thing I do want to mention is that it is quite mountainous over there, so the mountains could possibly just kill off that storm. So we'll stay with the storm here in north of Durham, and we'll continue to try and
Tyler Kane Super Chat $1.99. Which is worse, Cat 5 hurricane or supercell tornado?
Depends. If you want to talk about localized damage, a tornado, because tornadoes can get over 300 miles per hour. If you want to talk about widespread damage, hurricanes can sit over an area for days. They can produce gusty winds. They can produce flooding, like storm surge and stuff like that. They can even produce tornadoes. So if you want to talk about a widespread area, hurricanes are worse. If you want to talk about, a specific area, tornadoes. Tornadoes are much worse at doing finite damage. But thank you for the $2 super chat, Tyler Kane. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Geez, yeah, there is some really interesting rotation that's now approaching stem. I would not be surprised if this thing starts to kind of wrap up a little bit. Wayne County, North Carolina. So someone asked about that. That's near Goldsboro. Goldsboro at the moment, they're kind of not exactly getting impacted by anything, so it'll take a little bit later, but still something to keep in mind that you might
Cody
see some
Anderson
severe weather
Super
later.
Chat $1.
Cody with the $1 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. All the donations. Thank you so much. Cody, thank you for the $1 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Yeah, no, there is definitely some strong rotation here near Bootner. Actually, to the north of Bootner, heading off to the town of Stem. So I mentioned before, if you live near Stem, you need to get into your safe space right now. You should be in your safe space, 100%. And if people don't believe you that there's a potential tornado that could be moving on through these areas, show them this live stream or show them radar images or whatever. Tell them that this stuff is coming, because we need to let people know, that this stuff could potentially be producing a tornado. So share the stream if you really need to. Just tell people that this stuff could be happening, but something to really keep in mind as this continues to move up. Well, let's come to Virginia Beach. Virginia Beach actually seems to be a bit kind of too far at the moment. Could get some scattered thunderstorms, but Virginia Beach right now is kind of in the clear. So maybe this might come over, but these thunderstorms are forecasted to dissipate before it gets over there. You live in Hernando County, Florida. It's coming down in buckets. Yeah, that's Florida for you. Florida just rains. But there's a lot of storms that are passing through Florida. My ears hurt. I've had my headphones on for so long. Alright, let's take them off. Try and hear ourselves think a little bit. It's pronounced Butner. Well, Bootner, Butner. Didn't want to offend anyone, so I said both. I said Butner before, but Yeah, Butner, definitely one of those things where if you live north of there, if you live in Butner, live near STEM, you need to take your proper precautions and get to your safe space. As well as I-85. If you live along there, if you live north of Creedmoor, along United States Route 15, you need to get into your safe space as well, because this will be heading into your general vicinity. I'm not exactly sure. Hold up. I was trying to see if this thing briefly touched down on the ground, but I don't think it did. So, if you live near STEM, it's now moving over your area now. You really need to continue to monitor this storm. And if you live near Oxford, so if you live near the intersection of United States Route 15 and Interstate 85, you need to continue to stay in your safe space. It'll be moving off into your general vicinity relatively soon. So please, please, please do not move from your safe space. Do not. Let's see. There's still a little bit of rotation south of Stovall, indicated in the tornado vortex signature, or the little orange, not orange, geez, green triangle right here. So there is still a little bit of rotation being picked up by the radar, but it is going further and further away. So I will say that much, that the rotation or the structure of the cell isn't exactly all too strong to the north of Henderson, to the north of Oxford. But the other storm near STEM, this 100% still is a bit tornadic. Whether it is on the ground or not, you need to treat it as if it is, because you're in a tornado warning and it could easily produce at any time. Hope you see the details on the row rapids funnel I commented. The what? I don't even know. New tornado warning. This will be for Halifax, oh geez, I thought that was Vince. No, Vance. Halifax, Vance, and Warren counties. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So this is a continuation of the warning that was near Oxford. I said there was some general rotation just to the south of Stovall, and the National Weather Service actually agrees. So if you live near Townsville or south of Townsville, if you live just to the north of Interstate 85, north of Henderson, north of Middleburg, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There isn't really a lot of people, not a lot of populous areas in between Townsville and Middleburg, as well as Henderson. So that's the good news. That's the good news at the moment. But it's still heading off into that general vicinity, so you really need to monitor the system. And Henderson is not completely out of the risk too, because you also have a tornadic system that's near STEM. So now it has weakened significantly. I will admit that. So if you live near Oxford and Henderson, you still have a tornadic rotation that's heading off to your general vicinity, but it's not as strong as it once was. Now that doesn't give you an excuse to give you an excuse to not get out of your safe space. You need to continue to stay in it. Rogemont, Timberlake, Bahama, Hillsboro, you guys are good. You guys can get out of the. You guys are in the clear. Same with Bahama, because that tornado warning is officially expired and or canceled. So that is the good news. But places near Butner, STEM, north of Creedmoor, you guys are still in the risk for some severe storms, maybe even tornadoes if it starts to if it starts to get its act together and reorganize. But it's having a difficult time right now, so that is the I think that's the best news out of the storm all day. Roanoke Rapids has a lot of rotation. That's all the way up here, I think. There's Roanoke Rapids. Oh, so the storm earlier. Yeah, no, that's not bad. My man losing his voice, that's dedication. That's typically what I do. I go all the way until the end of this end of the stream. Let's put on a hat. My hair looks absolutely stupid. Let's see. What hat should I wear? Good enough. We'll wear this one. We're not from Noah. My grandfather had this hat. He gave it to me. So, we might as well. Noah hat. So yeah, pretty cool, pretty cool. Actually, this is probably not a good idea. We'll wear the Orioles hat. Might be classified as misinformation. People might get upset. We don't want to make people upset, do we? It's very easy for you guys to say, don't let them get upset, but at the same time, that affects my credibility. So I was just like, not really a good idea. Not really a good idea. Do I play football? No, I play ice hockey, though. I also play tennis. But, yeah. So yeah, these storms are still looking pretty interesting. Not gonna lie. They're trying to reorganize. But, yeah. Look at the rotation off the coast of Myrtle Beach. I've heard that supercell is going mental. Let's take a look. Ow. Ow. Well, aren't we glad that that thing is off the coast, isn't it? That is some serious rotation. Just for anyone who's curious, this thing is... Oh, wow. We're looking up 3,500 feet above the sky. This is a water wedge right here, if I've never seen one before. But 65 miles per hour on top of 91. That is a 155 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the rotation is moving. 155 miles per hour. So that is a violent water spout that is most likely on the ground. Or actually, it's not a ground. It's on the ocean. On the water. So that's crazy. I don't really know what else to say about that besides thank God it's not over land. Yeah, the fishes need to seek shelter underwater 100%. So this rotation here that's north of Creedmoor isn't all too strong as it once was. That is the good news. It might be trying to reorganize itself, but it's very hard to say. There is a little bit of a thunderstorm that's kind of out in front of where the rotation would be, but if that continues to move on through, then it could easily reorganize. So that is something to keep in mind. Yeah, that's not a water spout at this point, chat. That's a water wedge. So, let us see. If you guys are new to the live stream, you do want to help us out, please be sure to leave a like. This actually helps out get the word out, believe it or not, because leaving a like actually tells YouTube's algorithm that people actually enjoy this content. So it appears on more people's recommended feeds, just like your all's own. And then, yeah, it just keeps on spreading and spreading and going and going. So if you want to like the video, help me out. That'd be greatly appreciated. If you want to share the video on social media or with friends and family, that would also be greatly appreciated. It would get the word out more and more. If you want to subscribe, stick around for whenever I have future events, do that too. Subscribe, turn on notifications, because we upload videos every single morning, and that we live stream events all around the U.S. Mostly when it gets you know, intense something like this. So usually when there's a 5% issued by the Storm Prediction Center or a tornado watch, although from this Sunday until next Saturday is when I actually can't because I'll be in Florida. But who knows? I might actually storm chase. So maybe. Let's see. Yeah, this cell north of Henderson is starting to kind of get its act together again. I am not going to lie. This is a really nice hook. So I mentioned before, if you live north of Henderson, you need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. If you live near Middleburg or anywhere along Interstate 85, you need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space as well. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Yep, this will be heading off into the Middleburg areas relatively soon. So we'll put the rotation, the thing right here. So the Middleburg area is in about 10 minutes. You really need to monitor this as this continues to move off into your general vicinity. If this restructures itself, it could easily produce a tornado. Easily. So that is something to be mindful of. I do want to take a look at some of these other cells. So the one that's heading over towards Pinehurst, Southern Pines, Aberdeen, Pine Bluff. This is a bit more of a severe thunderstorm rather than a tornadic storm. A lot of gusty winds, maybe a little bit of spotty hail, but I don't exactly see a whole lot of rotation, if any. So that's something to keep in mind too, that those thunderstorms are kind of just there. I want to take a look at Columbia. There's a thunderstorm down here near Cheraw. Cheraw has a little bit of hail with it. It's actually above a half an inch. So that is something to keep in mind as well, that if you live near Cheraw, you have some gusty winds, maybe some spotty hail. I don't see any tornadic rotation, but then again, we are looking up 7,000 feet up in the sky, so it's kind of hard for me to determine if there's actually any rotation there. But still something to keep in mind as that continues to move off. How big do I think the tornado is on the ocean? It's hard to say, honestly. It really is. All right, so this rotation that's heading towards Middleburg is starting to re-intensify again. We've got a delta velocity of over 100 miles per hour now, which means that's how fast the rotation is spinning. So that's kind of concerning too, that as this storm continues to move up, it looks like it's trying to restructure itself, trying to reorganize, and it could potentially be trying to produce a tornado in the near future. Let's see. Yeah, this will be heading off across the Interstate 85 areas in about, I'd say, 15 to 20 minutes, something like that. The storm is actually not moving all too fast. I think it's like, what, 35 miles per hour? Yep. So it's not moving all too fast compared to what was happening yesterday. But still, it's trucking. It's trying to reorganize itself. So we got two supercells that are kind of marching on through northern parts of North Carolina at the moment. We got the one north of Henderson. We got the other one south of Oxford. The one south of Oxford actually isn't really, doing a whole lot. It's kind of just, not really all too strong at the moment. There's a thunderstorm that's out in front of this system that's kind of just like blocking all of its inflow. But at the same time, it's really something that we're going to have to monitor, because as that thunderstorm moves away, it could easily restructure itself. And it could easily produce a tornado. How's the summer looking storm-wise? Lots of tornadoes, less? Where roughly? So summer itself, this will be after the main part of tornado season, which, by the way, tornado season is really just located in either the deep south, like Mississippi, Alabama, or in the main parts of Tornado Alley, like Texas, Oklahoma, all the way up into Kansas and uh, Nebraska. But for summer itself, that's more localized into the extreme northern parts of the country. So the northern plains, north central plains, so like Nebraska all the way into the Dakotas, Minnesota, maybe a little bit of Iowa as well, but still something to keep in mind with that. Can I look at Moorhead, Kentucky? Yeah, give me a second. Let me figure out where that is. I live in Arkansas, but currently working as a caregiver in Greensboro. All my clients got in a safe space, and we are happy and safe, not sorry, thanks to me. Well, that is amazing. I'm glad that you all are safe, and that I'm happy that nothing serious impacted you all. So I'm glad to hear it. I really am glad to hear it. Moorhead, Kentucky. This is... Oh, it's all the way over near Huntington. Give me a second. Okay, so it's over here. It's just to the east of Lexington. There's just some general thunderstorms, honestly, so you should be fine. Isn't really that big of a deal for you all, so... Because it's not really, like, all too, large. Isn't really a lot of activity for you all. People are saying there's a new tornado warning. Yeah, so it's the extension of the southern cell heading into Henderson. So if you live near Kittrell, live near South Henderson, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We'll get a timing out here for you all as it heads towards the Kittrell areas. So if you live near Kittrell, if you live along United States Route 1, near South Henderson or even Henderson, you guys will be impacted almost as soon as you hear this transmission, if not 5 minutes. Then it'll be heading over into the State Route 39 areas. So if you live over there, it'll be impacting you in about 5 to 10 minutes. I'll say around 5 minutes. And then if you live along near the United States Route 401 areas, it'll impact you at around 15 to 20 minutes. So if you live south of South Henderson, or south of Henderson, I will just say in general, near Kittrell, you guys need to get in your safe space right now. Yeah, these things are looking pretty interesting here on presentation. Tornado warning in Roanoke Rapids ahead of the main line. Civilians said that it touched down. Cannot confirm for sure. Civilians were the overpass like idiots out there. Can't exactly say for sure then. Can't exactly say for sure. So there is still rotation near Middle. Oh my goodness, I can't speak. Near Middleburg. There's still a little bit of rotation just on the north of that. So if you live near I-85, near Wise, this is the first time I've mentioned the town of Wise, but if you live near Wise, if you live near United States Route 1, north of Norlena, all the way up into Virginia near Bracy, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space as well, because this storm is heading off into your general vicinity. Let's see. Give me a second. Lumberton, North Carolina. All right, so you guys might actually dodge a bullet here. The severe storms in itself are kind of passing off to the north of you, and those storms might actually dissipate at around the midnight hours, but still something to keep in mind as that continues to move off, that you might still see some of those conditions. What in the world? I'm sorry, what? capable of producing a tornado? This is capable of producing a tornado. This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. Hold up. Capable. Capable. No, I think that's capping. Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. It wasn't on the ground, or else it would be reported. Do you think South Carolina will be active with storms? Depends upon where in South Carolina, as I mentioned. Gotta be a bit specific. Watch Macon, North Carolina. Give me a second. Portsmouth, Virginia. I will do that in a second. My wrist is starting to hurt. It's gonna be fun. Okay, so Macon is over here. Yep, so this cell is heading towards Macon. It looks like it's heading off just a bit to the north of Macon, but at the same time, if you know anyone who lives over there, I would tell them to go ahead and get into their safe space, honestly. Just rather be safe than sorry. It might be moving off to the north, but then again, it could always turn to the south. It can always turn out further north. So if you are in this tornado warning, if you're near Norlino, Wise, Warrenton, Macon, Vaughn, you need to go ahead and get into your safe space, in my honest opinion. What? Okay, that's questionable. Someone said Portsmouth, Virginia. Give me a second. I gotta do that. Okay, so that's Norfolk area. So you guys are actually kind of out of the risk at the moment. You can easily see a couple more cells that push on through later on in the evening, though. But it's right now you guys are in the clear. I will say that much. I'm trying to figure out what more is this storm going to do, because as this continues to move off to the north and east, it'll be starting to get into some of these other areas that we haven't mentioned before. Okay, so yeah, the storm near Aberdeen kind of just restructured itself. I think no tornado possible on it, though. I will say that much, but it could easily try and restructure itself a bit more. The echo tops aren't that high, though, so I don't anticipate anything too strong from that. But there is some scatter storms that could easily produce some severe conditions. New Bern, North Carolina. You guys are most likely out of the risk. You guys are pretty much so too far east. There's going to be thunderstorms that'll be passing through your areas past midnight, but it won't exactly be, as strong as these other storms moving through northern North Carolina. Powhatan, Virginia, I should say. Let's see. Okay, so I think you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning-ish, I think. Maybe. No, you guys aren't. You guys are next to Richmond, which makes sense. Duh. Yeah, so you guys are getting some just general rain showers. Isn't going to be that impactful to you all. You guys aren't going to get really a whole lot of tornadoes, but just for reference, here's Powhatan, right there, and you can actually still see it. So there it is there. Here's these tornado warnings down here. They're moving off towards the Roanoke Rapids areas. So they'll go safely to the south of you. Look at Chapel Hill. Someone keeps telling me to look at Chapel Hill. It's in North Carolina. which is near Raleigh, Durham. So Chapel Hill, you guys are currently out of the risk for the most part. There's like a break in the line, and there's no thunderstorms that are kind of moving through that general vicinity. So, yeah, you guys should be all right. Oh wait, that's Raleigh, Durham. Yeah, you guys. No, I was right. I was right. You guys are kind of out of the risk. So here's Chapel Hill. You're getting some general thunderstorms, and yeah, Cameron, North Carolina. Real quickly, you guys are near Aberdeen. Okay. So Cameron, you guys have this general thunderstorm that's passing on through. It tried to restructure itself actually, but yeah, now it's starting to become a bit more linear in regards to thunderstorms. But Cameron in itself, you guys are going to get some thunderstorms relatively soon. Might produce some gusty winds, maybe some spotty hail, but the tornado threat will stay to your south, so that's something keep in mind. Powhatan, the more I know. The more I know. You see, now you understand. I can't pronounce city names correctly. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. So the storm near Kittrell. I do want to mention real quickly that storm, the rotation in itself is starting to head a bit more towards the South Henderson areas, but it's becoming a bit more of a gusty wind threat, so it isn't really as strong. However, I'm not sure if this is a radar glitch or anything, but I am seeing 140-mile-per-hour winds on top of 15, which would indicate a 155-mile-per-hour delta velocity that just went over the Interstate 85. So, I can't exactly, confirm if that was a strong tornado, if it was even on the ground, but there is some general rotation over there. So if you live near Wise, Norlena, Macon, Warrenton's a bit far south, but if you live over in those general vicinities, you might want to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. You are in a tornado warning, so you need to go ahead and get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Will Apex and Holly Springs be affected? It's southeast of Durham. If it's south and east of Durham, I'm assuming it's near Bethesda. Let's search it up. Oh crap. Holly Springs, North Carolina. No, that's like south and west of Raleigh. That makes a lot of sense. I was just about to say. So you guys might actually get some general thunderstorms that move through your area a bit later tonight, probably within the next hour, something like that. So, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys had some gusty winds, but yeah, no, I would definitely continue to monitor that as that heads into your general vicinity. I just got a text from my manager and hockey. Perfect. Time will I hit Goldsboro? I don't even know where Goldsboro is. Geez, this thing's starting to form a little bit of rotation here. I'm not gonna lie, this thing looks pretty gnarly. So, as I mentioned, if you live near Wise, Norlena, Macon, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Ping pong ball sized hail reported in Raleigh. Stop the cap. You would be able to see it right here. So, if you guys are new to the channel, you do want to help support me, Please be sure to leave a like, subscribe, turn on notifications, share it with friends and family on social media, as well as on YouTube and stuff like that. And yeah, thank you so much for coming out to the stream. Yeah, this does look like it has a nice profile here. Now, it's a bit smaller, I will admit. So, this might be a smaller supercell rather than a larger one, but something to keep in mind. Any updates on Greenville? Nope, not at the moment. Goldsboro, I found Goldsboro without actually trying. I didn't actually look it up. But you guys could be impacted a lot later on. Let me get a store motion for warning. You guys might not even be impacted, but I'd give it a couple hours before stuff actually starts to head into your vicinity. Let us see. Yeah, no, there's some decent rotation here on near Wise, but it's not too strong. It's definitely not as strong as it once was. I will admit that, but it's still strong. Still has some strong rotation in the general vicinity. Jeez. Half tempted to eat my last grilled cheese sandwich right now. I really am.
Immortalix
Oh
Super
my.
Chat $20. Thank you for helping keep people safe. Is Charlotte clear for the night?
Immortal Axe with the $20 super chat. My goodness gracious. That's very generous of you. Thank you so much. Charlotte, I believe, is in the clear today. Let me check the models for you one more time. I believe they are, but just to double check. Yeah, they're in the clear for tonight. You guys can see some extra thunderstorms at around 5 o'clock in the morning, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, no, thank you for the $20 super chat. I really do appreciate it. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Someone asked if Wake County is going to be impacted. Very well could be, but later on tonight. So it'd have to depend upon where in Wake County. If you're talking about like the southern part, like the very southern part, near like Holly Springs and the yeah, just the Holly Springs area and south of that. And you guys might see some thunderstorms. Probably not too strong, but just some thunderstorms in general. But if you're talking about north, like say near Cary and Wake Forest, stuff like that, you guys could potentially be out of the risk. Although you might see some passing shower or thunderstorm off to your north within the next 30, 40, maybe hour or something like that. Is the grilled cheese cold? Not really. It's kind of like lukewarm. But at the same time, you know, it's grilled cheese. I'm not going to complain. Not familiar with the cities on the East Coast area. Where is this heading? Okay, so this is in... the tornado warnings right now are in northern North Carolina. And they are heading towards the Norfolk, Virginia Beach areas, but it'll take like forever. And they might even dissipate before then. So just big overview. Tornado warning, moving off to Interstate 95. That's actually the best way to explain it. Okay, that's I-95. It's 295. It's 85. All right, that makes sense. But yeah, no, there's definitely some really interesting areas still within these storms. Probably whenever these tornado warnings expire is when I will head off for the night. But meh. At the same time, we'll have to figure it out. What about Fayetteville? So Fayetteville actually is gonna get some thunderstorms later on this evening, but it won't exactly, like, you might get a severe thunderstorm warning, but they won't be like as strong as the counterparts to the north. So I will say that much. Did you say the tornadoes are moving east before they reach I can't pronounce that word again. Powhatan, I think that's how it's pronounced. I think it's moving south of you all, but it's moving east, so it's not going to impact you guys. You guys are just going to get some thunderstorms. Welcome, Patricia. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. All right, let's get back to where these tornadic storms are heading. So I said earlier, Wise, you guys most likely could be impacted. Ebony in Virginia, as well as Bracy in Virginia, and then areas near State Route 46 in Virginia. You guys could also see some tornadic conditions. So honestly, I would be wary. If a tornado warning gets issued for you, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Are these confirmed on the ground or just radar indicated? At the moment, they are radar indicated. I'm not sure if these have had a history of producing a tornado because there's been a history of damage, especially near the Burlington and Greensboro areas. Yes, that's how long these thunderstorms have actually lasted. So there very well could have been a tornado. It actually was pretty strong near Burlington, near the Sedalia, I should say, in the Wisset areas. But as of right now, it is radar indicated. New severe thunderstorm warning in Virginia. Yep, indeed, I do see that. This is for a lot of counties, I should say. But Greensville, Mecklenburg, Lunenburg, the city of Emporia, Dwindle, and Brunswick counties, Dwinwitty. Jeez, I can't see. I guess I'm just losing it tonight. Dwinwitty and Brunswick County, that will be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. There is no tornado possible tag on this storm. That is interesting. So something to keep in mind. What about Raleigh? Thank you for your sacrifice to make sure people are safe. Yeah, no problem. So Raleigh in itself is kind of in the middle of a band of thunderstorms. So depending upon where you live in Raleigh can determine if you're going to get thunderstorms or not. You guys could see some gusty winds within the next hour, I will say. Like just a quick gust of winds. Because there's a little outflow boundary. That's kind of the best way to describe it is the thunderstorms that are off to the north of Raleigh and stuff like that. They left behind a little bit of these little line of thunderstorms that are moving on through, and we call that an outflow boundary. And they tend to produce a little like gusty winds, but they're not like super severe. So you guys might see some gusty winds soon. But in regards to thunderstorms, they most likely will move to the south of you, although you might see some scattered rain showers if you live like on the southern side of Raleigh. But if they continue to move off, if they actually move off a bit further to the north, then you guys can see some thunderstorms. But otherwise, you guys are kind of like right in the middle of where there's thunderstorms or not. Let us see. Any action today? I mean, there's multiple tornado warnings that we've had today. So yeah, there's been plenty of action. South Central Virginia. Yeah, this is heading into South Central Virginia, like near the Lawrenceville and the Emporia areas that'll head off into that general vicinity. That's where these storms are heading. So basically, long story short, it's heading towards I-95. Is Raleigh even gonna see rain today? That's the thing. That's kind of like, well, are they gonna see some storms in general? Or are they gonna see this passing by of thunderstorms? Or are they just going to, going to see anything. I'm going to move over to Wakefield's radar. That might be a mistake, but I'm gonna do it. There's also a little bit of rotation here near Waverly. Just a little bit. Excuse me. So there could easily be another storm that could produce something tornadic as well with this, but is a mobile home safe for these conditions? I mean, a mobile home isn't safe for any sort of severe weather conditions, but if you live, you know, like in a tornado warning and you're in a mobile home, no, it 100% is not. You always are going to want to figure out where you need to go to in case of a tornado warning, especially if you're in a mobile home. So if you do live in one, I would say discuss between, if you know anyone who lives there, discuss your things. And
Blur Royalty Super Chat $9.99.
Blue Royalty, thank you for the $10 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. My goodness. Wow. That's amazing. Thank you. And you made me lose my train of thought. That's seems legit. Oh yeah. It's about mobile homes. So if you know any, you need to have a plan in place as to where to go in case if you're in a tornado warning. That's just the best thing I can say. I'm not gonna check West Virginia. I know West Virginia well enough to say that those things aren't going to do things. The mountains are gonna kill it. Yeah, West Virginia used to be my home. I know exactly what they do. They kill off thunderstorms. They don't allow them to sustain. What about Norlina? So Norlina right now is kind of getting impacted by another set of cells. The good news is that this one isn't exactly all too strong, but you're getting a lot of gusty winds across your area. So I would stay indoors, stay in your safe space all the way until the event passes. Henderson, Middleburg, you guys are out of the risk. You guys are fine. So that is the good news there. That is indeed the good news there. Yep, Durham and Hillsborough, you guys are all good. You guys are out of the risk. I'm sorry, what? Jeez. I don't see the report that says that it's on the ground. I think it's still unconfirmed. But regardless, you need to keep in mind with all that. Mountains killing thunderstorms is a myth. Watch the video from the Weather Channel on how storm tornadoes are still a threat there. It depends upon where the mountains are going, because you still need relatively flat in order for it to be able to continue. Now, here's the thing. If you can imagine mountains right here, mountains, and then you can have your tornado here, your tornado with your wall cloud and stuff like that. As it gets closer to the mountains, the tornado diminishes and it kind of disrupts the flow because you need inflow in order to surge into the thunderstorm. If you have a mountain here, it will disrupt that inflow and allow the tornado to disappear. Once it gets back into that open area again, you see tornado and valley. Once it gets up to the mountain, it disappears. So it's not a matter of if a tornado doesn't sustain going over the mountain if it continuously had inflow, because it will if it does. But because it's West Virginia and there's no such thing because mountains go out of all directions, it does not work. Trust me, I've lived in West Virginia all of my life. That is what happens. 100% of the time. I even chased a tornado that was an EF1, and it lasted for 10 minutes because as soon as it hit a mountain, it killed itself. So that's how it's always been. It's how it always will be in West Virginia. Because those mountains, they do damage. That's a lot of damage. You know, Phil Swift said it best.
That's a lot of damage.
Myrtle Beach, you guys are out of the risk. You guys dodged a bullet because there's a bunch of thunderstorms that are off the coast, but you guys are out of the risk. You guys aren't going to be impacted by these storms. So someone asked for Wilson County, or not Wilson, North Carolina. You guys most likely are going to either get general thunderstorms or it might dissipate as soon as it gets to you. But yep, something to keep in mind. Are you sure the storm will miss Virginia Beach? It most likely will dissipate by the time it gets there, if not before it gets there. How's the tornado going over water? If you still have warm, moist air out over water, you'll get tornadoes. Believe that. That happens all the time. Actually, if you think of how a hurricane continues to sustain over water, it needs consistent warm and moist air in order for it to sustain. So it's kind of similar as to how a hurricane works, except, you know, with a hook instead of a giant spiral with arms. You know. Typically, supercells only have one arm, whereas hurricanes would have two. Tornado possible in storm in Virginia. Is that the one that was to the north and east of Sussex? Yeah, it is. So that's the one near Waverly. That's the one that we were talking about earlier. This could easily produce a tornado relatively soon, but that's something to keep in mind as that moves up to the north and east. So Waverly, Dendron, as well as Spring Grove along State Route 10. If you guys live over there, you guys need to continue to monitor that with the utmost caution. Someone said Yorktown. If there's a storm that's what all is happening for Yorktown, you guys could potentially see this thunderstorm, potentially this tornadic thunderstorm, within the next 45 minutes. So you guys have a little bit of time. The storm could die. The storm could strengthen. We'll have to see, but we'll continue to monitor the storm as it heads off towards your general vicinity. So Jamestown, Williamsburg, Yorktown. This storm is heading into your general vicinity, and it is severe. So it has a chance for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, as well as a tornado possible. And that is indicated within the National Weather Service. That's not just me saying, oh, there's a tornado possible, I'm trying to scare you. No, the National Weather Service even said there that there is the potential of being a tornado there. These areas of rotation are really moving out of the tornado warnings. I will say that much. About the Benson area. Give me a second. I'll figure out where Benson is. Benson, North Carolina. It's near done. Yeah, you guys can get impacted by that severe storm. Relatively soon, I would say. Let me move back over to Raleigh's radar. And, give me a second. Oh, it's kind of dying. Kind of dying at the moment, so it might be depleting a little bit by the time it gets there. But regardless, it should be over your general vicinity in about 30 to 45 minutes. Can you get money from storm chasing? Yeah, if you sell your footage. If you sell your footage to like news companies and stuff like that, you can make a lot of money. You're in Chesapeake and you're scared? I wouldn't be scared, honestly. You should be fine. You should be fine. You're in southern Michigan, pretty boring weather-wise. Well, let's be honest here. Michigan, with weather in general, is pretty boring. So, you guys get freezing rain all the time. That's basically it. Maybe some snow. Maybe some rain. But nothing really too interesting until like June or July. And even then, it's just gusty winds. So, yeah, I mentioned before that Benson, 30 to 45 minutes when you guys could see a thunderstorm. But it'll be like a small little thunderstorm. So, something to keep in mind with that. Yep, it is nighttime, chat. This is, geez, we've been streaming for 5 hours and 10 minutes. Bonkers, dude. Suffolk, Virginia. So you guys are actually pretty far south of this event. Before you actually had some thunderstorms that were moving through your area. Suffolk itself isn't exactly in the event completely, but that's still something to keep in mind. This storm right here near Ebony is really starting to pique my interest now. It's starting to reorganize fully. You can see this hook right here. The inflow would come in unimpeded. That right there is a really nice thunderstorm. It's looking up 4,700 feet up in the sky. There is the new tornado warning. I mean, I guess we're just right on top of things. I guess so. But this is for Brunswick, Greensville, and Mecklenburg in those counties in Virginia. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you live near Ebony, well, you should already be in your safe space now, although it's kind of late to say that for sure. So if you live near Ebony, State Route 46, Triplet, even later into the Emporia areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be crossing off across the State Route 46 area in about 5 minutes, I'd say, heading off into the Triplet areas in about 10 minutes, and then heading into the Emporia area in about 30 minutes. So if you live over near Triplet, you have a little bit of time. If you live in Emporia, you have a lot of time. But if you live along State Route 46 in Virginia, you don't have a lot of time. You need to get in your safe space now. To whoever's asking if something's going to hit Raleigh, it's not going to be as significant as what's happening up here. Trust me. The tornado threat is kind of past you all. So Raleigh is going to see just general thunderstorms with some gusty winds. Let's see. Yeah, so people in the Triplet areas, this actually is looking really intense here on rotation. I actually want to take a 3D of this storm, chat. Yes, we can actually take 3D of thunderstorms. So we can take a 3D shot, a 3D picture of these thunderstorms, and we can figure out what all is happening here. So it looks like this thing just restructured itself almost immediately, like within the past few minutes. So it didn't really have an inflow notch on this frame, but then all of a sudden, you know, it just blew up. So I guess we'll have to see a better image of that within the next coming frames here. But this definitely looks like a really pronounced hook echo. So look at this. You can see a little bit of the ball to where the rotation is, and as that continues to push on across, this thing could definitely intend to move on through. What creates wind shear? I've heard that is conducive, including warm temperatures, to form into a tornado. Okay, so that's a good question. So the wind shear, there is always wind shear across the globe. All right, it's not just localized in the United States, but there's kind of this stream of air that circles around the whole entire globe. There's one in the northern hemisphere, which is the northern part of the equator. There's one in the southern hemisphere, which is the southern part of the equator. We call those jet streams. So along those jet streams can form low pressure systems, and around those low pressure systems and those jet streams, there can be, depending upon how strong those low pressure systems are, can determine how strong the shear is. So, I hope that kind of makes sense because I just ran through that relatively quickly. But if you were to learn anything about where wind shear comes from, there's constantly these little streams in the air that move across the entire Earth, and they include wind shear within them. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Thanks for being there for me last night. You were a great help to me. Live in Birmingham, Alabama. Those in the chat also helped me. Yep, no problem. We do this We're going to continue to do this. You know, we try to help people as much as we can. So thank you for sticking around and listening to us. Because you could have went to any other YouTube channel or the Weather Channel or stuff like that, and you decided to stay here. So I appreciate that. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Let us see. Yeah, so people around the Triplet area over into the Emporia area, you guys need to continue to monitor this. I would say get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, because this could easily produce a tornado. I'm getting notifications from my phone across the board. This is not fun. What in the world? Oh, okay, that makes sense. There's just something that happened. I know that in Tornado Alley it is very common in the U.S. to have tornadoes, but why are you guys having so many tornadoes? So it's around that time. It happens from March to April and May. That's really when the worst happens. But you know, it progressively gets worse from March to May, but it's still something to, you know, that no one really doesn't like. But it's a kind of a large component of all different things as to why we get tornadoes. So you have energy, you have winds up in the atmosphere, and if they kind of just mix together, then you could potentially see events like this happen. But it has to happen with happen with specific conditions. So something to keep in mind with all that. All right, one of the tornado warnings has finally been canceled. That's good news. I will not be surprised if the other one gets canceled here within the next couple of minutes, because it just moved out of that general vicinity. But still something to keep in mind. What about upstate South Carolina? So depending upon where you are in upstate South Carolina, you can still see some general thunderstorms. But if you're like, you know, directly south of Charlotte or near Spartanburg or Greenville, stuff like that, you guys are kind of out of the risk. But if you're like near Jefferson and Chesterfield, you got some scattered thunderstorms around over there. Chesterfield actually has a little bit of rotation on it too. But something to keep in mind, something to monitor as that continues to move off through. Someone asked about Richmond. Richmond's not going to be impacted by this a whole lot. It'll be just some scattered thunderstorms. It's actually going to be more or less some stuff that happened down to the south. So, give me a second. So, Tabor City, you guys are kind of out of the risk here. It's not going to, you guys could see some scattered thunderstorms, but it looks like it's not really going to be impacting you all a whole lot. Some of the thunderstorms that were supposed to form around your area, around Myrtle Beach and around Wilmington, actually didn't form until it went over or around the beach. So you guys kind of just dodged a bullet there, because there's like some strong thunderstorms that are off the coast. One actually is producing a water tornado, or water spout, water wedge as I like to call it. So that's the good news for you all, that there isn't really a whole lot happening. How's Massachusetts? Massachusetts doing fine. There isn't really a lot of severe weather. Actually, there isn't any severe weather over in Massachusetts, but yeah, that's the good news there. Yeah, that's an inflow notch and a half right there. So I mentioned before that Jamestown, Williamsburg, and Yorktown could potentially get a thunderstorm. Could possibly be tornadic as well. If we take a look at our storm track, Jamestown will be impacted in about 20 minutes, Williamsburg in about 30, and Yorktown in about 35. So it honestly have to depend about, you know, where you live as to when these thunderstorms are going to impact you. But that's just the timing for you all. Where are you seeing weather right now? What program is that? This is called GR2 Analyst. This is a program that costs me $250. Only a one-time purchase, and if you want to test out the free trial, 21-day free trial, you don't even have to put in any of your credit card information. You can just fool around with it if you really want to. But this is, in my opinion, the best product if you're like a weather nerd. something like that. So if you want to purchase that, that's fine. But if you want a good radar that, you know, is cheap and that you can get on your phone if you really want to, costs $10, but radar scope. Search it up. It's an amazing radar. It covers into Germany, covers into Canada, covers into the United States, covers into, I believe, what's the land down under? Australia. There we go. I can't believe I couldn't remember Australia's name. I'm tired. I guess you guys can all tell. The jet streams are more stronger right now. Yeah, that would basically be it. It's not super strong, but it's still strong. Live in Suffolk, Virginia. Took a direct hit by the one in August. Literally picked up my house off the foundation and moved it 6 feet in front of the yard with us in it at 3:13 a.m. Geez, hoping this one passes. Yeah, it looks like it will pass off to your north, but still, we're going to be covering this as much as possible for you all. The storm that was near Triplet seems to be kind of trying to restructure itself. It's not as strong as it once was, but still something to keep in mind with all that. I'm going to take a 3D of the storm again. Still looks like there's a little bit of an inflow notch with the storm, but it isn't as strong as it once was, so that is the good news. Yeah, there's the inflow notch right there. You can easily see this is where the inflow would seep in, but because the this is a bit more rain-based, more rain-wrapped with the outflow surging through, it kind of is killing itself because rain is cold and it wants warm, moist air to kind of, you know, sustain. So it's not exactly in the best condition for it to continue to move off. Sorry for asking, but are you a meteorologist? I'm studying to be one. I'm at Penn State right now. So, but yeah, I'm studying to be a meteorologist, and I'm hoping to become one in the near future. Probably within the next 4 or 5 years. Something like that. Let us see. Great job, subscribed. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. To all the people who have actually subscribed, I just want to tell you all that you guys are amazing. You know, like all the people who liked the video, shared it, stuff like that, subscribed. You guys are awesome. You know, I actually mean that too. The fact that I've been growing this much over the past week, you know, I had under 2,000 subscribers on the beginning of Wednesday morning last week. And the fact that it has been a week and I've gained about 2,000 subscribers, actually over 2,000 subscribers, still mind-blowing to me. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate everyone who's helped me out so far, and let's continue to keep warning people, keep people safe, get the word out. That's exactly what we're here for. Would you recommend Penn State for meteorology? Haven't heard much about it. Penn State apparently is one of the better programs for meteorology in the United States, if not the best. So it very well could. I wouldn't be surprised. Tornado warning canceled in North Carolina. All right, so this is the last one. Be back, gotta eat. Yep, no problem. Just take your time. If you feel like not coming back, I understand, you know. I'm not here to dictate what you do with your lives. You know, I'm just here to do my job, try to help people. So if you have to leave, that's fine. All right, yeah. I appreciate you all for coming out to begin with. You know what I mean? So yeah, the storm is now starting to head into the Emporia vicinity. And this will start to impact people in around 15 minutes. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, but still, around 15 minutes. Anything to worry about south of Raleigh? Let me real quickly go back over to Raleigh's radar. There's some general thunderstorms like heading to the Lillington areas, but it's not severe. So it doesn't seem to be all too serious, which is the good news here. but still, something that people need to continue to monitor, even as just general thunderstorms. I think these are on a weakening trend. I will say that much. It may not be that big of a deal now, but Raleigh itself, most likely, as I mentioned earlier, someone super chatted like $10 or something like that, which, by the way, as I said, thank you for everyone who super chatted. Thank you so much. I mentioned before that Raleigh could easily just not see thunderstorms, and that's looking increasingly to be more like the case. It could just be more like this passing showers. You might hear thunder, but it's not exactly going to be like super strong. So all right, so a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings have just expired. So now we only have 1 tornado warning and 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Never mind. I think that just changed. We just got another severe thunderstorm warning. So, severe thunderstorm warning for Northampton County. That'll be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. There is no tornado possible tag on this, so they're saying that the tornadic rotation is kind of withered away with this cell. So that is something to keep in mind with all of that. Thank you, B. Appreciate you coming out to the stream. Yep, I'll need all the luck I can get, Jim. I'll need all the luck I can to try and get become a meteorologist, because a vigorous trial is ahead of me. I will say that much. How is Chesapeake? Chesapeake is I think Chesapeake's around here, isn't it? If not, then I'll have to look it up again. Chesapeake. Oh boy. Give me a second. My computer's kind of dying at the moment. Yeah, so oh, it's back. It's back. It's back. On my screen. Okay. There we go. So we are back. The stream did not crash. Yes, that was my Wi-Fi. Not entirely the best Wi-Fi, but at the same time, I'm not complaining. Because I've been able to stream this long, and you know, we haven't really kind of just died over the past few. So we're doing all right now. And yeah, So Chesapeake, I was gonna look out for try and figure out where Chesapeake, Virginia was, but then I kind of forgot. So but Chesapeake south of Norfolk, you guys could be getting some thunderstorms sooner or later. It'll be heading off into your general vicinity later on tonight, but at the same time, these storms could also deteriorate by the time they get over there. So something to keep in mind with all that. But they very well could be heading off into your general vicinity. It's possible that there can be tornadoes in the near future, whether it's today or whether it's tomorrow, whether it's next week. Yes. I'm sorry. If you're talking about tonight, there very well could be. There's already a tornado warning right now. So this could easily produce a tornado. It doesn't exactly, it's not exactly in the right frame of mind, if you know what I mean, to produce one, but it still has the opportunity to do so. How did I draw on the radar like this? So this is actually a product that you can use as for free. Excuse me, it's for free. You can get it on the internet. Excuse me, I'm hiccuping so much. On the internet, it's called Epic Pen. So if you search up Epic Pen, you can do all these doodles and stuff like that. And yeah, pretty cool, pretty cool. Possible tornado damage in High Point. Yeah, there's also possible damage over in Burlington as well, so that's something to keep in mind. Do I chase tornadoes? Sometimes. I live in south central Pennsylvania, so it's kind of hard for me to chase tornadoes. But there was a chase that I had in the mid-Atlantic. I think this was about September, something like that, when I chased. August. Might have been August. Where we chased and we didn't see a tornado, but we saw damage because there was a tornado that passed through, so yep. What's my prediction for the rest of tornado season? May will be a whole lot better than, well, a lot more active than it was last year. That's my prediction. April will be kind of the same. It'll just be more widespread instead of just built up in one giant tornado outbreak. How'd you make a YouTube channel? You want a channel? You can easily make a YouTube channel. You just gotta post stuff to it. But you gotta stay consistent. I started posting weather content in the summer of 2019, and I didn't actually start blowing up until April of last year. Then I took a break, and now I've just been blowing up again after some hard work. So you got to just continue to stay consistent. You got to continue to build up your channel that way. And then once you start building, you blow up, you take off, and you got to make sure that you try and keep people with you. But in this case, we're just going to continue to try and inform people about the weather, because that is exactly why people are here, and that is exactly the reason why we are here as well. Look at Chesterfield, South Carolina. Let's take a look, shall we? Yeah, there's that storm near Chesterfield again. Both these little areas have a little bit of rotation too, so I would not be surprised if they end up going tornadic as well. But these thunderstorms are relatively small, so that's something to keep in mind as well. Jamie over here staring at the radar, wondering if anything crazy is going to happen tonight. For you specifically, I know you live up there, over in this general vicinity. You guys definitely could see a strong thunderstorm come by your area in about...
Managing the Motherload Super Chat $5.
Managing the Motherland with the $5 Super Chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Thank you so much. Jamie, you can see a thunderstorm within the next 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes as well, but sometime around there, that's around the time in which you can see some thunderstorms. So yeah, now there's this strong thunderstorm that has a little bit of rotation. Luckily, it didn't produce a tornado, but it's heading into the Jamestown area right now, heading off into the Williamsburg vicinity, eventually moving off towards Yorktown. So that's something to keep in mind, that if you live over there, you guys could be experiencing a severe thunderstorm with a hail and upwards of quarter size, so that's around an inch, and some gusty winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour. Let's look back over at the Emporia storm. This thing still has a little bit of rotation, but at the same time, it's starting to kind of gust out a bit, becoming more of a gusty wind threat. So, and the way I can tell that is you can see how this kind of curls out to form a bit of a bow. And usually when it does that, you know, you can see your bow echo right here. This is what we call a gusty wind threat, your squall line, if you will. And this is exactly where you can see some pretty strong gusty winds push off across your area. Just found you and subscribed. We have had heavy rain with a couple of thunderstorms so far in Summersville, West Virginia. Looks like we will get snow tomorrow morning. Yeah, I saw that. You guys could get snow. I could even get snow. I used to live in West Virginia. Now I'm in South Central PA, but snow. Look at this. Look at this, guys, real quickly. Just, you know, so that I can say we're not lying. The blue is indicated as snow. And look at this. There's a little area in Southern Virginia. West Virginia, according to this hourly model that continues to update over and over again, it looks like we might not get snow. Or at least I won't get snow. But the areas near West Virginia and the oh my god, I can't say it. Appalachians. You guys could definitely see something move on through. So that is something to keep in mind with all of that. I don't know why my little brother is screaming in the background, but you know what? He's having a whale of a time, so I won't question it. Let me see real quickly. All right, that sounds good and all. Let's go back to the radar. Let's go over to Wakefield. Someone's trying to online date in my chat. Seriously? Lamau? That'd be kind of funny. You live 15 minutes from Clemson, South Carolina, in Eastleigh. Anything going around in there? Nope, Gracie, you are you're in the clear. That is the good news for you all, that event, the event for you all is kind of passed on through. We are expecting snow south of Richmond. Yeah, you guys could, some of these areas that are actually getting rain right now could even see some snow, which is kind of funny. So
Draven Townsend Super Chat $4.99. Would you say Northeast Tennessee could see more tornado activity this year?
First off, Draven with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. As for your question, could Northeast Tennessee, could they see a more tornado activity this year? Honestly, I would have to say it would be about the same, if you know what I mean. You know, something to keep in mind there. Appalachians. You see, I heard people say Appalachians, but up in Martinsburg when I used to live, that's what they would say. They would say Appalachians. So now you know where I'm from. I was from Martinsburg, but yeah, that's what they would say. They would say Appalachians, and I'm like, might as well, even though it's not correct. That's what they say. So make fun of the Martinsburg area as much as you can, because that's what they say. I'm not joking you. That is what they say. Yeah, no, I'd say it's about the same, Draven, honestly. Honestly, I would say it's about the same. Now, the timing for the thunderstorms would be a little bit later than it was last year. I'd say it'd be a bit more into the mid parts of April, maybe mid parts into later parts of April, but something of the sorts. You know, I'm not joking you. That's what we say. Make fun of us all you want. But thank you for the $5 super chat. So Emporia is now starting to get impacted by these gusty winds. The new severe thunderstorm warning is out in front of it for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. There isn't a tornado possible on this cell, so that is something to keep in mind with all that. But, sheesh. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, I noticed that actually. So that means that the severe thunderstorm warning or the tornado warning is most likely going to expire, and it just did. So now the threat has diminished. That is the good news, everyone. That is the good news. There can easily be another tornado warning here within that cell right there. But a part of me wants to go to bed so that I can upload my video tomorrow morning. I'm not gonna lie. Either that or I kind of want to chill out. But we can definitely still see some gusty winds across this vicinity. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. Not gonna lie. What about Indiana? How do you feel about severe weather outlook for this year? You guys are definitely going to start seeing your severe weather a bit later on. Like towards the June out, maybe May, June, so heading into July. It'll be more of a gusty wind threat for you all, not really a lot of tornadoes. Unless if you live on the eastern side of Indiana, then right around there would be when you can expect some stuff. Currituck, is it good? Give me a second so that I can put this up for you. We had the severe wind in California a few days ago. Oh yeah, California is famous for those. You guys get so many gusty wind events. It's not even funny. All right, so Currituck, you guys are most likely going to be out of the risk for the most part. You guys could still see some scattered thunderstorms, but honestly, it's not exactly, going to be that too impactful for you. So.
Vasily Galenko Jr. Super Chat $5. If the Appalachians weren't in the way, do you think the coastal areas of the East Coast could get bad tornadoes like Mississippi and Alabama?
Vasily with the $5 super chat. I mean, no, honestly, probably not. I think it would be the same as it was today. If the Appalachians weren't as, if they weren't there, I don't think it would have made that much of a difference, honestly. But thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Although, if you took the Appalachians, I was about to say Appalachians again, but we got to be correct here. The Appalachians in out of West Virginia, you could have easily seen more tornadic thunderstorms, but they don't call West Virginia the Mountain State for nothing. Have you ever heard of the town of Webster Springs? Yeah, that thing is kind of crazy. I didn't live there. My mom actually lived there. We went down there a couple of times, and it just kind of... It's surrounded by mountains. So, yeah. So this storm near Emporia actually is starting to get, look pretty interesting again. I'm not gonna lie. So, we might want to continue to monitor this. Might not want to leave the stream just yet. Did Virginia ever have a EF4 to EF5? I think it did. I think it was like an F5 and not an EF. You know what I mean? Yeah, North Carolina seems to be pretty much over. It's now localized into Virginia. Here. You can see there's still some scattered showers across south central parts of North Carolina and northern parts of South Carolina. We can actually show you here. Here's your scattered storms. That's near Cheraw and Chesterfield. But, they're just kind of there. They've produced smaller amounts of hail, I will say that much, but yeah, no, it's just more localized in the northeastern parts of South Carolina, southern parts of North Carolina, central parts of North Carolina. It's just some scattered thunderstorms, nothing too severe. So you guys are going to be good. All the people who live over there. Tornado warning canceled in Virginia. Yeah, I saw that. It actually wasn't canceled. It expired because it expires at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. So still has an interesting inflow notch. I will say that much. But guess we'll have to see. Nate, I think the storm you're watching right now is a good chance of tornado again, kind of rotating hard to the right and the left. Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation here, I will admit. The greens are moving towards the radar. The reds are moving away. Right in the middle, near the town of Emporia, is where the rotation would be. So, I would not be surprised if this thing does produce again. If this thing has a tornado warning, but honestly, kind of want to call it quits for the evening. Seems how the risk is kind of depleted. But I will say this. People near Sussex, Sabrill, Druryville, Capron, Cortland, all the way over to Wakefield, and even further out, you guys could potentially see some severe weather. Maybe even another tornado warning. I would not be surprised. And then if you live to places like Williamsburg, Yorktown, stuff like that, you guys could see another severe thunderstorm warning with that cell. So you guys need to continue to monitor that as this continues to move off to the north and east. Where's the large hail? In Emporia? It's right over Emporia, actually. Tornado warning with rotation. If that's another tornado warning, then I guess I'm not leaving. What do you think the hurricane season will be like this summer? If it stays like it is, the weather pattern that we're in right now, we could have something similar to the beginning of last year, based off of the La Nina, but it may not be as bad as the beginning. Oh. Kind of unrelated, but how long do you think this La Nina is going to continue? Yeah, on that note, is it difficult to predict El Nino and La Nina? Kind of. You have long-range models that predict them. So we just based ourselves off of that and what all happens around the equator. But this La Nina is supposed to continue all the way towards the end of the model run. So that's something to keep in mind with all that. Virginia Beach, all quiet here so far. Yep, it's supposed to be quiet for you all for quite some time. So you guys might see these thunderstorms, but they may not even be severe as soon as they head over towards your area. I did say for North Carolina earlier on in the stream that the event would most likely be over at around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. And I said that yesterday's stream as well towards the end. So, I mean, I think that's not a bad prediction that I made there using the models. It's pretty spot on. Pretty spot on that the event kind of just ended right around now. You still have your thunderstorms that are moving through southern Virginia. But at the same time, that's, it's pretty good. Pat myself on the back for that one. For real, for real. Yeah, no, if you are in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings, you might want to just continue to monitor it. Stay indoors. Do not go outdoors to investigate it further, all right? You do not want to be pelted by gusty winds or large hail, especially with those gusty winds, because they can knock over trees and power lines, and if they land on top of you, you're not going to have a fun day, similar to how hail pelts people. So, it's actually not really that similar. One is a tree landing on top of you, and the other is falling ice, but still falling, still something like that. Do I play Fortnite? Yeah, I just want to say, this is another thing. This is another shameless plug, but if you want to go follow my Twitch, I do play video games every now and then whenever we aren't streaming weather. Keyword aren't we streaming weather. Yeah, that's in chat right there. That's my Twitch. If you want to join the Discord server where we talk about weather and stuff like that, as well as fool around and all sorts of things, this is another link that'll be in chat. So if you want to do that, join the Discord server. So, yeah, I think that's gonna be it for me. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I hope that you all got informed about the weather. And if you did enjoy the stream, please be sure to leave a like. We have 725 likes today. That is crazy, especially for a stream that we've only had up for about 6 hours. So that is pretty nice. But yeah, no, if you enjoyed it, please leave a like. Subscribe if you're new, and turn on notifications. Jeez, turn on notifications so that you're up to date with all the stuff that I do, like uploading videos, or if there's another event like this. I do typically live stream it, although next week I may not be able to live stream it. Like with Radar, I might most likely, chase the events if it's over in Florida, but otherwise, stuff like that. Anyways, that's gonna be it for me. Answer your question. Will Ohio Valley, Western PA see a big tornado threat this year? Nope. Nothing happens in Pennsylvania. Although Ohio possibly, but not too big. Anyways, that's that's gonna be it for me. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy and Nate. I will catch you guys next time. Peace.